Chapter 1: Good people don't get rewarded, they even have to become traitors. The autumn rain at Jiangcheng University was colder and more gloomy than in previous years. Yang Qi stood downstairs at the boys' dormitory, letting the rain drip down his hair and into his collar, the water chilling him to the bone. The phone in his hand, its screen cracked, was still lit up, displaying the last WeChat message Lin Wan had sent. Yang Qi, let's break up. Don't come looking for me. Leave me some dignity. In just one line, he threw his 6 years of youth down the drain like trash. Yang Qi tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was more like a grimace, his eyes filled with a chilling coldness. A 6-year relationship, from high school to junior year of college. For Lin Wan's sake, he saved every penny of his monthly allowance to buy her bags and cosmetics. For Lin Wan's sake, he gave up a better university and enrolled in this second-rate Jiangcheng University. And what was the result? 3 days ago, his father, who had been an honest man all his life, was in a car accident and died. The hit-and-run driver caused the family's financial collapse, and the father's substantial pension was completely cut off. This is reality. The woman cut ties with him the moment the funeral was over. Decent? Yang Qi put his phone back in his pocket, and that roguish air of his suddenly came over him. Screw dignity. I was too concerned with appearances and took women too seriously, which is why I ended up like this. Hey, isn't this Yang Qi? A piercing sound came from behind. Yang Qi turned around and saw Lin Wan standing on the steps, sheltering from the rain, arm in arm with a man wearing a Versace t-shirt. He recognized the man. His name was Zhang Hao, a well-known rich second generation in Jiangcheng who changed women more often than he changed clothes. When Lin Wan saw Yang Qi, who looked like a drowned rat, her eyes darted away for a moment, but then she became confident again. Yang Qi, now that we've run into each other, I'll make things clear. Lin Wan tightened her grip on Zhang Hao's arm, as if it were her lifeline for the rest of her life. Your father is gone, and your family is a bottomless pit. I don't want to suffer and pay off debts with you in the future. Zhang Xiao can give me the life I want, so I don't have to be so frugal with money for a few hundred yuan worth of lipstick. People strive for better things, so don't blame me for being realistic. Every word was like a razor blade covered in ice shards. Yang Qi showed no anger or roar. Instead, a playful glint appeared in his peach blossom eyes. How come he never noticed before that such a snobbish heart was hidden beneath that innocent face? Lin Wan, you've got a pretty good plan. Yang Qi shook off the water from his clothes and took a step closer, which startled Lin Wan so much that she instinctively shrank back. For 6 years, I treated you like a treasure, but it turns out you were just a commodity waiting to be sold. You? Lin Wan's face turned pale with anger. What? Did I say something wrong? Yang Qi smiled wickedly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Wan without restraint, as if he were looking at a discounted, out-of-season item. Zhang Hao, right? I've worn these old shoes for 6 years, the soles are all worn thin. Since you like collecting junk, I'll give them to you. May you two, a bitch and a dog, live happily ever after. Yang Qi. You're asking for death. Zhang Hao roared, about to rush forward and attack. Yang Qi's eyes hardened, and his barefoot, fearless attitude made Zhang Hao glare back. Yang Qi is not afraid of death now, so why would he be afraid of fighting? Don't mess with me. Yang Qi raised his middle finger and waved it in front of the two of them. I have nothing now. Killing one is enough to break even, killing two is a bonus. You can try me if you don't believe me. Zhang Hao chickened out. The most dangerous kind of poor person is one who has just been provoked. It's not worth risking their life for them. Yang Qi sneered, turned and walked into the rain, leaving the two despicable people with a desolate yet arrogant back view. Back in the empty dorm room, none of my roommates had returned to school yet. Yang Qi threw himself onto the bed, staring at the ceiling, the fire in his heart burning as if it would dry up his internal organs. Money. In this world, without money, you're not even as good as a dog. His father's death and his girlfriend's betrayal made him see the true rules of how this world works. Kindness? That's the epitaph of the weak. Only power and money are the passports to the strong. If God gave me another chance, I would never be a good person again. Yang Qi gritted his teeth and made a vow in his heart. Just then, a crisp electronic voice suddenly rang out from deep within my mind. Bite. The system detected severe emotional fluctuations in the host and a complete awakening of their egoistic personality, meeting the system binding requirements. The many children, many blessings system is being activated. Activation successful. Yang Qi suddenly sat up, and a pale blue light screen appeared in front of him, visible only to him. System? As a seasoned bookworm, he was very familiar with this stuff. This system aims to help the host establish the strongest family and expand their influence. The host will receive a huge reward each time they successfully recruit a member of the opposite sex with an overall score of 90 or higher. The new player gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to claim it? Yang Qi paused for a second, then a wicked, undisguised smile of desire appeared on his face. Many children and many blessings? This is practically tailor-made for him right now. Since being a good person will only lead to betrayal, then I'll become a scourge that will haunt me for 1,000 years. Receive. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 million in cash legally obtained and already deposited into your bank account. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Physique Enhancer X1 Restore Your Virility, Become Indestructible. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-Level Detective Eye allows you to view the target of the opposite sex's overall rating and current predicament. The next second, the phone vibrated. Bank SMS notification, 10 million yuan has been deposited into your account ending in 8888. Looking at that string of zeros, Yang Qi burst out laughing so hard that tears almost came out. 10 million. His father worked hard his whole life but couldn't even save a penny, yet now it comes so easily. With this money, what are Lin Wan and Zhang Hao compared to that? Without hesitation, Yang Qi tilted his head back and drank the bottle of physique enhancement agent that had appeared out of nowhere. A surge of heat instantly swept through his body, which had been exhausted from keeping vigil for the past few days, now filled with explosive power. His muscles became firmer, his senses sharpened, and even a certain symbol of masculinity seemed to become more prominent. He walked to the mirror and looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes gleaming with a wicked smile. From this day forward, Yang Qi is dead. The one who is alive is Neo Horo Yang Qi. Just then, a noisy argument came from outside the window. Yang Qi walked to the window and, through the rain, saw a group of people gathered around the flower bed below the dormitory building. In the middle of the crowd, a girl in a white dress was sitting on the ground, soaking wet, looking pitiful. That's Su Qingyue, the newly crowned campus beauty in freshman year? Yang Qi narrowed his eyes and activated the God-level eye of detection. Target, Su Qingyue. Age, 19. Appearance, 96. Body size, 95. Number of charges, 0. Current predicament, father is seriously ill and urgently needs 500,000 yuan for surgery. He is being harassed by loan sharks and is about to be forced to sign a contract of servitude. Looking at the series of data, especially the number of charging cycles, Yang Qi licked his lips, his eyes shining even brighter. That's amazing. Isn't this a reward delivered right to your door? Compared to Su Qingyue, Lin Wan is like a pheasant compared to a phoenix. Downstairs, several burly, tattooed men with a thuggish look were surrounding Su Qingyue. So, what's your decision, campus belle from Suzhou University? The bald man leading the group grinned lewdly and reached out to touch Su Qingyue's face. As long as you stay with our brother Long for a month, the 500,000 will be waived. What a great deal. Su Qingyue was so frightened that she shrank back desperately, her tears mingling with the rain, and shook her head in despair. Please, give me a few more days, I will definitely find a way to raise the money. A few days? I don't think you can wait even a day. The bald man grew impatient, grabbed Su Qingyue's wrist, and tried to drag her into the car. You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. You're leaving today whether you like it or not. There were many students watching, but none of them dared to step forward when they saw this group of fierce-looking thugs. Su Qingyue closed her eyes in despair. Who can save her? She was willing to give her life to save her father. She would do anything. Let go of that girl. A lazy voice pierced through the rain and rang clearly in everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Yang Qi was seen slowly walking out of the dormitory building, holding a black umbrella and with one hand in his pocket. A signature wicked smile played on his lips as his eyes swept over Su Qingyue's soaking wet body before finally settling on the bald man. These legs are so white, it would be such a waste to bruise them. The bald man was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. Where did this punk come from? Trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Don't you know your own limitations? Ah! Before he could finish speaking, a scream echoed through the sky. Yang Qi didn't even close the umbrella, he kicked the bald man in the knee. The terrifying power enhanced by the system instantly caused one of the bald man's legs to twist in a bizarre way. Quick! That's too fast. It was so fast that no one could see how he made his move. Just as the remaining thugs were about to rush forward, Yang Qi threw down his umbrella and darted away like a ghost. Bang! 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 3 muffled thuds. 3 burly men, each over 1.8 meters tall, were sent flying like kites with broken strings, crashing heavily into the mud and water, unable to get up. The entire room fell silent. Yang Qi picked up the umbrella from the ground, gently patted off non-existent dust, and walked up to Su Qingyue, who was standing there dumbfounded. He crouched down, extended his finger, and lightly lifted Su Qingyue's delicate chin. Su Qingyue trembled all over as she looked at the senior in front of her, who had just been as cruel as a demon but was now smiling with a wicked charm. Senior. 500,000, right? Yang Qi interrupted her, his gaze lingering unabashedly on the astonishing whiteness of her neckline for 2 seconds. I'll pay it back for you. Su Qingyue was stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Really? Don't thank me yet. Yang Qi leaned close to her ear, his warm breath hitting her sensitive earlobe, sending a shiver down her spine. I don't do things that don't benefit me, and I'm not some kind of good Samaritan. I can give you the money, but I have one condition. Su Qingyue bit her lip, a resolute glint in her eyes. I'll do anything to save my dad. Very good. Yang Qi nodded in satisfaction, his fingers sliding down her cheek and stopping at her collarbone, where he gently caressed it. The electric shock-like sensation made Su Qingyue so ashamed that she wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground, yet she dared not move. From today onwards, you belong to me. I'll be there whenever you call, understand? These words were extremely blunt, even domineering. In the past, Yang Qi would never have said such a thing. But now, looking at Su Qingyue's shameful and indignant yet forced to submit appearance, he felt an unprecedented sense of pleasure. I understand. Su Qingyue lowered her head, her voice barely audible, her face flushed red. Speak louder. Yang Qi pinched her cheek with a mischievous grin. I understand. Su Qingyue closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, but for some reason, she felt a sense of relief. At least, this bad boy senior is a million times better than those disgusting hooligans. Moreover, he's really handsome, especially when he saved her just now. That's right. Yang Qi took out his phone and, in front of everyone, transferred 500,000 yuan to the QR code the bald man had shown him. Take your dog and get out of here. If I ever see you harassing her again, I'll cripple your third leg. The bald man, seeing the payment notification, was so frightened that he wet himself and didn't dare utter a single threat. He dragged his crippled leg and fled in a sorry state with his men. The way the students around Yang Qi looked at him changed. Shock, admiration, and deep fear. Is this still the same honest and simple Yang Qi? He could casually pull out 500,000 and beat a bunch of thugs to a pulp. Chapter 2, the whole school is in an uproar. Who is that guy? The rain was still falling, pattering against the umbrella. Yang Qi put his phone away and looked at the backs of the group of thugs who were running away with their heads in their hands. The mocking smile on his lips deepened. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Everyone stared wide-eyed, as if they were looking at an alien. Is this really Yang Qi, who is usually quiet and reserved, and who would work part-time in the cafeteria for just a few dollars? That's 500,000. In the crowd, someone swallowed, breaking the deathly silence. It turned without even blinking? And that kick just now was too brutal. I think the bald guy's leg was deformed. The discussion spread as quickly as a plague. Yang Qi didn't care at all about the opinions of these ants. He turned around and looked down at Su Qingyue, who was still sitting in the mud. The girl was trembling all over. The white dress clung tightly to her body, outlining her breathtaking curves, yet the cold and fear made her appear all the more endearing. But in Yang Qi's eyes now, this is just a trophy he just acquired. Since you've paid for it, you have to inspect the goods. What are you still sitting there for? Yang Qi's voice was cold, without a trace of tenderness or pity. Waiting for me to pick you up? Su Qingyue seemed to wake from a dream and hurriedly tried to stand up. But the shock she had just experienced, coupled with being soaked in the rain for so long, had left her legs as weak as noodles. As soon as I stood up, my foot slipped. Ah! A gasp of surprise. Su Qingyue lunged forward uncontrollably. The expected pain did not come. A strong, large hand wrapped around her slender waist in an extremely domineering manner. In that instant, Su Qingyue felt as if she had crashed into a wall. The man's chest was burning hot, exuding a strong aura of hormones. Throwing herself into my arms? Yang Qi lowered his head, his nose almost touching her forehead, his tone flippant. Weren't you quite reserved just now? It seems the 500,000 is indeed quite effective. Su Qingyue's face turned so red it was almost bleeding. She placed her hands on his chest, wanting to struggle but not daring to use force. No. No, my legs are weak. Trouble. Yang Qi pursed his lips, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. The next second, the world spun around. Amidst the gasps of all the boys in the room, Yang Qi bent down, scooped up Su Qingyue's knees with one hand, and wrapped his other arm around her back. A standard princess carry. Ah! Su Qingyue instinctively wrapped her arms around Yang Qi's neck and snuggled into his embrace. That's so embarrassing. Being hugged like this by a boy in front of so many classmates. But for some reason, leaning against the man who had just frightened her, the despair of being surrounded by thugs vanished instantly. Instead, there was a sense of security that had never been felt before. Keep your head down and don't look around. Yang Qi commanded in her ear. I don't want others to see the expression on my face when I spend money on something. Su Qingyue stiffened, then obediently buried her face in his chest, like a well-behaved kitten. With one hand holding an umbrella and the school beauty in his arms, Yang Qi strode out of the school gate, ignoring the countless jealous gazes around him. Holy crap! Where is Yang Qi taking school beauty Su? Is that even a question? It's just a lone man and woman, and we just said I'm available anytime. Where do you want to go? You beast. My goddess. If you're so capable, why don't you come up with 500,000 yourself? The crowd automatically parted to make way. No one dared to stop them. The fate of those three thugs was still fresh in everyone's mind, and no one wanted to provoke Yang Qi at this moment. Yang Qi carried Su Qingyue and walked slowly, taking each step very steadily. With his body enhanced by the physique booster, holding a girl weighing less than 100 pounds felt like holding nothing at all. He even had the leisure to use his god-level detective eye to glance at a female internet celebrity who was live streaming on the roadside. Target: Zheng Xiaomei. Online name: Sweetheart Baby. Age: 20. Appearance rating: 78. Height: 82. Number of charging cycles: 326. Current predicament: low viewership in the live stream, desperately needing a viral topic, and is currently secretly filming the host. Yang Qi looked away with disdain. More than 300 times? So dirty. This kind of person, I wouldn't take even if you paid him. However, since she wants to ride the wave of popularity, let her ride it to her heart's content. Yang Qi deliberately slowed down so that the female internet celebrity's camera could capture his and Su Qingyue's backs more clearly. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Keep a low profile? That's something only the good-for-nothing Yang Qi used to do. He can be as high profile as he wants now. He wanted everyone to know, especially that bitch Lin Wan, that Yang Qi was someone she couldn't possibly be close to. As I walked out of the school gate, the rain subsided a little. Yang Qi did not take Su Qingyue back to that dilapidated rented house. How could such a place be worthy of his current status? He walked straight to the most luxurious 5-star hotel across from the school, the Grand Hyatt. The grand lobby was sleek and air-conditioned. The two female receptionists at the front desk were chatting together when they saw Yang Qi, soaking wet, carrying a girl in his arms. A hint of contempt flashed in their eyes. These poor students are probably here to rent rooms by the hour, right? And it's all so messy, the lobby floor is all dirty. Sir, we cannot serve you if you are not properly dressed. One of the heavily made-up receptionists didn't even look up, and spoke coldly while manicuring her nails. Yang Qi stopped, and Su Qingyue in his arms stirred uneasily. Put me down. Su Qingyue said softly, not wanting Yang Qi to be humiliated because of her. Shut up. Yang Qi gave a low shout, then looked at the female receptionist. Target: Lu Yan. Age: 24. Appearance: 65. Body size: 70. Number of charging cycles: 158. Current predicament: credit card debt of 20,000 yuan. Currently looking for a wealthy older man. Yang Qi sneered. What? When did Grand Hyatt Hotel decide that you can't live there if you have money? He walked to the counter, freed one hand, and pulled the newly issued black gold card directly from his pocket, slapping it onto the marble countertop with a thud. Presidential suite, booked for a month. The crisp tapping sound silenced the entire lobby for a second. Lu Yan's hand trembled as she trimmed her nails, and the nail clippers fell to the ground. She stared blankly at the black gold card, then looked up at Yang Qi. There are no more than 100 of these cards in the entire city of Jiangcheng. Without a net worth of tens of millions, it's simply impossible to accomplish this. How did this poor student, who looks like a drowned rat, get this kind of card? Sir, what did you say? Lu Yan stammered, her attitude instantly undergoing a complete 180-degree turn. Are you deaf? Yang Qi's eyes were like knives. I said, the presidential suite, 1 month. Swipe card, no password required. Drop. The sound of the POS machine spitting out receipts was particularly pleasant in the quiet lobby. Transaction successful. Lu Yan stared at the long string of numbers on the receipt, her hands trembling like someone with Parkinson's disease. They're really rich. And he's incredibly wealthy. The presidential suite costs 18,000 yuan a night, which adds up to more than 500,000 yuan a month. With the deposit included, 600,000 yuan was spent in one go. She actually dared to mock such a wealthy person for being improperly dressed? I'm so sorry, sir. I was blind to your greatness. Lu Yan hurriedly ran out from behind the counter, bowed deeply, and deliberately unbuttoned one button on her collar, revealing her cleavage. I'll check you in right away. Would you like me to personally escort you upstairs? I can also provide some additional room service. She emphasized the word extra, and her eyes were unabashedly seductive. Yang Qi glanced at her, his disgust undisguised. You? He doesn't even look at himself in the mirror. You think the bus, which has been running over 100 times, can stop at my stop? These words, though spoken softly, struck Lu Yan's face like a slap in the face. Lu Yan's face turned deathly pale instantly. She was filled with shame and indignation, but she didn't dare to utter a single word. Yang Qi took the room key, didn't even glance at her again, and strode towards the elevator with Su Qingyue in his arms. The moment the elevator doors closed, Su Qingyue finally couldn't help but raise her head, her watery eyes filled with shock and confusion. How do you know about her? Although Su Qingyue was naive, she understood the meaning behind Yang Qi's words. Yang Qi looked down at the beauty in his arms, a wicked smile playing on his lips. How would I know? Because I have discerning eyes, which are specifically used to identify demons and monsters. Especially someone like you, who looks innocent but is actually hiding some secrets, you little devil. As he spoke, his hand mischievously pinched Su Qingyue's thigh. It feels great in the hand. It is very elastic. Su Qingyue trembled all over, as if she had been electrocuted, and her whole body went limp in his arms. Bite. We've reached the top floor. Yang Qi carried Su Qingyue out of the elevator and swiped his card to enter the room. The presidential suite is extremely luxurious, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook the entire Jiangcheng University and even show the dormitory building where the argument just took place. Yang Qi tossed Su Qingyue onto the soft leather sofa. Su Qingyue exclaimed in surprise and tried to sit up, but Yang Qi supported her on both sides of her body and pinned her against the sofa. The two were extremely close, their breaths mingling. Su Qingyue could clearly see the water droplets on Yang Qi's eyelashes, as well as his unfathomable, aggressive eyes. Go take a shower. Yang Qi straightened up and pointed to the bathroom. Wash yourself clean. I don't like the smell of other men, not even rainwater. Su Qingyue bit her lip, her hands gripping the hem of her skirt tightly, her knuckles turning white. She knew what this meant. Having taken 500,000 yuan from someone and signed a contract of servitude, this moment was bound to come sooner or later. But it was really too fast. She wasn't mentally prepared. What? You want to back out? Yang Qi raised an eyebrow, his eyes instantly turning cold. You promised me that right downstairs just now. I didn't. Su Qingyue shook her head frantically, tears welling up in her eyes. I'll go right away. She stumbled and staggered towards the bathroom like a frightened little rabbit. Watching the bathroom door close, I listened to the sound of water coming from inside. Yang Qi sat on the sofa, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. This was something he had never touched before, because he thought it was too expensive. But now, I take a deep breath, the pungent smoke swirls in my lungs, and I exhale. It feels fucking amazing. He turned on his phone and logged into Jiangcheng University's campus forum. As expected, the forum has exploded. The bright red explosive word on the pinned post was shocking. Shocking. A mysterious tycoon appears at Jiangnan University, spending 500,000 yuan to save a damsel in distress. The post included several videos and photos. Although the lighting was poor due to the rain, Yang Qi's heroic kick that sent the bald man flying, and his final domineering princess carry, were all captured clearly. The comments below have already reached thousands of posts. Holy crap! That guy is so handsome. That kick was like Bruce Lee channeling his magic. Who is this? They look familiar. It looks like Yang Qi, a junior in the economics and management department. Yang Qi? Don't be ridiculous, that poor bastard. I heard his dad just died, and his family is dirt poor. Where would he get 500,000? Hey upstairs, is your village's China Netcom? Didn't you see that was a real money transfer? Could he be a hidden rich kid? Pretending to be poor just to experience life? Definitely. I knew Yang Qi's demeanor was unusual, that melancholy was actually a noble air. Su Qingyue has really risen to a high position this time. I also want to be taken care of by a rich second generation. Looking at these comments, Yang Qi sneered repeatedly. That's human nature. Yesterday he was a poor loser whom everyone could bully, but today, with money, he has become an aristocrat with extraordinary temperament. These opportunistic fence-sitters. Just then, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. The door opened. Su Qingyue came out wrapped in a large bath towel. Her long, wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her exquisitely beautiful face was flushed from just having bathed. The bath towel barely covered her private parts, revealing a pair of long, straight legs. Like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally beautiful without any artifice. God-level eye of exploration is activated again. Target, Su Qingyue. Current state, nervous, shy, resigned. Affection level, 10 increased from 50 to 10, based on the debt of gratitude for being saved and the desire for conquest from a stronger individual. Yang Qi stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and approached her step by step like a wolf eyeing its prey. At the same time, in Wuhan, the Michelin 3-star restaurant Cloud. In the elegant private room, candlelight flickered and a melodious violin tune filled the air. Lin Wan was wearing her newly bought Chanel dress, a new seasonal design, and was cutting a piece of Wagyu beef worth 2,000 yuan on her plate. Sitting across from her, Zhang Hao casually swirled his wine glass, while his other hand darted under the tablecloth. Lin Wan suppressed her discomfort and forced a smile. Young Master Zhang, this meat is so tender, you should try some. She forked a piece of meat and held it to Zhang Hao's mouth. Zhang Hao opened his mouth and ate it, his eyes filled with lust. The meat is tender, and the person is even more tender. Lin Wan forced a smile, but her heart was bleeding. If it were Yang Qi. Yang Qi would never treat her so frivolously, he always saves the best for her. What are you thinking about? Seeing that she was lost in thought, Zhang Hao pinched her leg with some displeasure. No. Nothing, I just feel so happy. Lin Wan quickly tried to cover it up. Just then, the phone on the table started vibrating incessantly. The messages in the WeChat group were exploding out like crazy. Lin Wan frowned and picked up her phone. It's her dormitory group chat. Wan. Have you checked the forum? Something terrible has happened. Is that Yang Qi? My God, where did he get so much money? I heard that he spent 500,000 yuan downstairs in the dormitory to save Su Qingyue. He even carried her away. There's even a video. Look at that kick, it was so cool. Lin Wan's hand trembled, and her phone almost fell into the soup. Yang Qi? 500,000? Save Su Qingyue? These keywords combined sound like something out of a fairy tale. How is this possible? Lin Wan laughed out loud, quickly tapping the video link sent in the group chat. The video is a bit blurry, it's raining heavily. But that back view of someone wearing a cheap shirt that cost only a few dozen yuan. She would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. That was Yang Qi, who had been with her for 6 years. In the video, Yang Qi kicks the big man away, makes a domineering transfer, and finally carries Su Qingyue away. The man who was usually timid and submissive in front of her, and who didn't even dare to raise his voice, was now like a king reigning over the world. Lin Wan's mind went blank. How could this be Yang Qi? His father had just died, and before the compensation money even came through, a portion of it was embezzled by relatives. The remaining amount wasn't even enough to pay off his debts. Yesterday, he begged me not to break up with him over a few hundred yuan. How could you possibly come up with 500,000 today? And it was all for that bitch Su Qingyue. What's wrong, honey? You look so pale. Zhang Hao noticed Lin Wan's expression was off, so he leaned over and glanced at her phone screen. Oh, isn't this Su Qingyue? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up as he stared intently at Su Qingyue's soaked body in the video. That figure, wow, absolutely gorgeous. Then he saw the headline. The mysterious tycoon Yang Qi. Yang Qi? Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment, then burst into a shrill laugh. Ha 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 ha. Lin Wan, is this about your penniless ex-boyfriend? That's hilarious. A super rich guy? Him? Could it be that he went to sell a kidney? Hearing Zhang Hao's mockery, Lin Wan's previously flustered heart calmed down a little. Yes. That's Yang Qi. A penniless man whose background is known to everyone. How could someone suddenly become rich? It's definitely not him. Lin Wan took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound calm. I guess it's a rich kid with the same name. Or, did he take out a loan at exorbitant interest rates? Just to show off in front of beautiful women? Although this explanation was far-fetched, it was the only reason Lin Wan could accept. If that really is Yang Qi, if Yang Qi really is rich, then wouldn't her dumping Yang Qi for Zhang Hao make her the biggest joke in the world? I knew it. Zhang Hao curled his lip in disdain and downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. That kind of good for nothing will be a good for nothing for life. Even if you borrow money at high interest rates, it's just putting on a brave face. You'll still get your legs broken in a couple of days. Unlike me, this is real strength. As Zhang Hao spoke, he took a Ferrari car key out of his bag and threw it on the table. After dinner, I'll take you for a drive. Looking at the car keys, greed once again took over in Lin Wan's eyes. Right. Zhang Hao is the real second-generation rich kid. Even if Yang Qi really is the person in that video, he must have used some shady methods or mortgaged his future. How could that false prosperity compare to the vast wealth and power of the Zhang family? Thank you, young Master Zhang, you're so kind. Lin Wan nestled into Zhang Hao's arms, her finger swiping across the screen to close the video. I just don't know why. Her heart was pounding. The feeling of unease was like a thorn, deeply embedded in her heart. At the end of the video, Yang Qi's cold and disdainful gaze sent chills down her spine, even through the screen. That look in his eyes, it seems like he really has changed. It became something that made her feel strange and afraid. It's nothing, I must be overthinking it. Lin Wan kept reassuring herself. He's a penniless wretch, he'll never turn his life around. I made the right choice in choosing Zhang Hao. Only Zhang Hao can give me the life I want. Yang Qi, you can just stay rotten in the mud and don't even think about dragging me down with you. Grand Hyatt Residences, Penthouse Presidential Suite. Yang Qi had already closed in on Su Qingyue. He extended a finger and gently hooked the edge of the swaying bath towel on Su Qingyue's body. Su Qingyue's breathing quickened, her eyes closed, her eyelashes trembling like butterflies in the wind. Please, be gentle. Her voice was choked with sobs, but she made no move to resist. Seeing her so readily available, Yang Qi's eyes blazed with fury. Rest assured. Yang Qi lowered his head and kissed Su Qingyue's trembling red lips. I will let you know that being my woman was the best decision you ever made. Chapter 3. Don't starve yourself, or you won't feel good. The next day. The morning sunlight stubbornly pierced into the room through the gaps in the curtains. An indescribable smell permeated the air. It was an atmosphere of hormones and extravagance. Yang Qi opened his eyes. This was the deepest and most restful sleep he had had in the past 3 years. No need to set the damn 5:30 alarm. There's no need to go to the breakfast shop to queue up for Lin Wan's favorite pan-fried buns. No need to work on construction sites to earn that meager living. He sat up and stretched. His bones crackled and popped, like popping beans. Strength. Explosive power permeated every muscle fiber. If the previous enhancements turned him into a special forces soldier, then now he's practically a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. He turned his head to the side. Look to your side. Su Qingyue was still asleep. She slept restlessly, her brow furrowed, as if she were having a nightmare. Her once fair and jade-like skin was now covered with bluish-purple marks. Shocking. That was Yang Qi's masterpiece left behind last night. The blanket slipped halfway down, revealing a large expanse of smooth, snow-white skin and delicate collarbones. Her long, seaweed-like hair was scattered on the pillow, exuding a messy yet beautiful charm. Yang Qi reached out and pinched it without any hesitation. Su Qingyue let out a painful murmur and slowly opened her eyes. His eyes were unfocused, with a hint of confusion from just waking up. But the next second, when she saw the face with the wicked smile in front of her, memories flooded back like a tide. Fear instantly filled my pupils. She instinctively gripped the blanket tightly and shrank into the corner of the bed. "Why are you hiding?" Yang Qi was in a good mood and wasn't angry. On the contrary, he found her frightened deer-like appearance quite amusing. He was shirtless, revealing his strong and well-defined muscles, and leaned against the headboard, lighting a cigarette. "You were yelling so loudly last night, and now you're pretending to be reserved?" Su Qingyue's face flushed bright red instantly. Shame almost overwhelmed her. Last night. It was a nightmare, yet it also carried a kind of madness that she was ashamed to talk about. This man is simply a tireless monster. "Does it hurt?" Yang Qi exhaled a smoke ring and casually asked. Although it was a greeting, there was no hint of concern in the tone. It sounded more like an inquiry about the after-sales experience. Su Qingyue bit her lip and nodded gently. "It looks like it's about to fall apart." He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. "It's supposed to hurt." Yang Qi grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Remember this is the price for being my woman. That's also where the value of your 500,000 lies." Su Qingyue lowered her head, not daring to look at him, her eyes slightly red. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Yang Qi frowned. "Enter," he shouted. The door was swung open. A room attendant in uniform pushed a food cart in. She was a young girl, and she looked like she had just started her internship. He lowered his head, looking somewhat uneasy. "Sir, this is the breakfast you ordered last night." The girl spoke very softly, and didn't even dare to look up at the scene on the bed. "This is a guest in the presidential suite. Moreover, the moment you open the door, the room is filled with this decadent atmosphere. Even a fool would know what happened last night." Yang Qi leaned against the headboard, his gaze sweeping unabashedly over the waitress. God-level eye of detection will automatically activate. Target, Wang Jiajia. Age, 19. Appearance rating, 72. Height, 75. Number of charges, 1. Current predicament: a college graduate intern is being harassed by her supervisor and urgently needs to change jobs. Only once? Yang Qi raised an eyebrow. It's much cleaner than the bus at the front desk. But that's all. If it were the old Yang Qi, he might have thought she was quite attractive. But now, having grown accustomed to the finest delicacies like those of Su Qingyue, he no longer has much of an appetite for such simple porridge and side dishes. Just leave it there. Yang Qi casually pointed to the table. "Get out of here, don't spoil my fun." Wang Jiejia shuddered in fright. Yes. "I'm sorry, sir." She hurriedly put down her plate, fled the room as if escaping, and closed the door behind her. Yang Qi withdrew his gaze and glanced at the exquisite French breakfast on the table. Foie gras, caviar, and truffle omelette. Extremely luxurious. "Let's go get something to eat." Yang Qi patted Su Qingyue's thigh. It felt smooth to the touch. "Eat your fill and then go back to sleep. Don't go anywhere today, just stay here and rest." Su Qingyue was stunned for a moment. "But, I have class this morning." She is a good student. The kind of student who never misses a class. Attend class? Yang Qi chuckled, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He reached out and pinched Su Qingyue's chin, forcing her to look up at him. "Su University's campus belle, haven't you figured out the situation yet? You are now my kept canary." "What is the canary's task?" "It's about pleasing the master. Instead of going to some bullshit class. Did you understand?" Su Qingyue looked into those domineering eyes, and her heart pounded violently. Humiliation. Yet they were powerless to resist. She finally gave in and obediently nodded. I understand. Good girl." Yang Qi released his hand with satisfaction and patted her face. "The card is right by the bedside, just swipe it to buy whatever you want. You don't need to report to me about pocket money under tens of thousands." After saying that, he threw off the covers and got out of bed naked. He didn't care at all about exposing his body in front of Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue hurriedly covered her eyes, but a little gap still slipped through her fingers, even though she tried her best to deny it. But we have to admit it. This man's physique is so perfect, it's like a sculpture from ancient Greece. It is full of masculine tension. Just as Yang Qi was about to go to the bathroom to take a shower, on the bedside table, the old, worn-out phone with a cracked screen suddenly started vibrating wildly. Buzz buzz buzz. In this luxurious presidential suite, the old cell phone looked completely out of place. That was the Redmi rice that Yang Qi had used for 4 years. The screen broke because he tripped and fell while delivering food last month while trying to buy Lin Wan that Gucci bag. When Lin Wan received the bag, she didn't offer a single word of concern. She was only focused on showing it off on her WeChat moments. But he could only use transparent tape to stick the screen shut and continue using it. Yang Qi glanced at the caller ID. Fatty. The cold smile at the corner of his mouth softened slightly. Fatty Wang. His real name is Wang Kai. His roommate was also one of his few close friends at Jiangcheng University. If you don't answer, this guy will call you non-stop. Yang Qi picked up his phone and swiped to answer. Before he could even speak, Wang Pengzi's pig-like roar came through the receiver. Old Yang. Holy shit. Where the hell have you been? That old hag is calling roll. This is a required course. A required course, bro. Old Zhang and I are covering for you, saying you have diarrhea and are squatting in the toilet. But that old hag said if she doesn't see you within 10 minutes, you'll fail the course. All your participation points will be deducted. The sound was deafening. Even without speakerphone, Su Qingyue, sitting on the bed, could hear everything clearly. Yang Qi moved his phone a little further away and picked at his ear. What's the rush? He said slowly. I'll go back right now. Fatty Wang on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting Yang Qi to be so calm. Going back already? Where the hell are you right now? Did you go queue up to buy that green tea bitch Lin Wan's trendy milk tea again? Old Yang, let me tell you, stop being such a jerk, okay? It breaks our hearts to see this. For a woman, he'd ruin himself like a dog, even giving up his degree? Come back right now. I bought you breakfast. Hearing these rude yet sincere curses, Yang Qi felt a surge of warmth in his heart. That's what brothers are all about. Even though he used to be an incurable simp, his roommates never really disliked him. Every time I skipped class to work part-time, they were the ones who helped me answer the questions. Every time they tried to save money by eating steamed buns and pickled vegetables, they would find ways to treat him to leftovers. Don't worry. Yang Qi smiled at the phone. I didn't buy milk tea. But I am indeed busy. Busy, doing big things. Fatty Wang was cursing and swearing on the other end of the line. What great thing are you talking about? Laying bricks is your great thing? Enough talk. 10 minutes. We'll be waiting for you at the back door. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Obviously, they were afraid of being discovered by the teacher. Yang Qi put down his phone and glanced at the time. 8:20. There are still 20 minutes before class starts. The school isn't far from here, just across the street. I have to go back to school for something. Yang Qi stubbed out his cigarette in the crystal ashtray and turned to walk towards the bathroom. You stay here and you're not allowed to go anywhere. Su Qingyue watched his retreating figure, wanting to say something but holding back. Then, when will you be back? She was stunned as soon as she said it. This tone, it sounds like a young wife waiting at home for her husband to return. Yang Qi paused, turned around, and gave her a half smile. How? Aren't you satisfied yet? You're so reluctant to let me go? Su Qingyue, feeling ashamed and indignant, grabbed a pillow and threw it at them. You're shameless. Yang Qi caught the pillow with one hand and casually tossed it back onto the bed. Wash yourself clean and wait. I'll come back tonight and continue inspecting the goods. After saying that, he whistled and walked into the bathroom. The sound of rushing water filled the air. Su Qingyue lay limp on the bed, looking at the luxurious crystal chandelier on the ceiling with a complicated expression. She didn't know what to do next. But she knew. Starting last night, her life trajectory has been completely changed by this man named Yang Qi. 10 minutes later. Yang Qi was dressed neatly. He was still wearing that faded, cheap t-shirt from a street vendor, and those jeans with worn-out cuffs. Although he was carrying that black gold card. Although I just slept in this room that costs 18,000 yuan a night with the dream girl of all the boys in the school. But he didn't rush to change his clothes. One reason is laziness. On the other hand, he found this contrast quite interesting. Who would have thought that beneath this impoverished exterior lay a dragon powerful enough to devour everything? They're gone. Yang Qi walked to the bedside, bent down and kissed Su Qingyue on the forehead. Overbearing. And it also carries a possessive streak. Remember to order food, don't starve yourself. It doesn't feel good to the touch when it's thinner. Su Qingyue blushed and buried her head in the blanket like an ostrich. Yang Qi chuckled, grabbed the broken phone, and strode out of the room. The elevator is going down. First floor lobby. Lu Yan, the receptionist he humiliated last night, is now standing behind the counter with huge dark circles under her eyes. When she saw Yang Qi come out, she trembled all over, as if she had seen a ghost. She didn't sleep a wink last night. My mind is filled with regret and fear. She was terrified that this mysterious tycoon would complain about her and cause her to lose her job. Good morning, Mr. Yang. Lu Yan bowed deeply, her head almost hitting the counter. His voice trembled. The button on her chest was still undone, even lower than it had been the night before. Trying to make a last-ditch effort. Yang Qi stopped and glanced at her indifferently. Target, Lu Yan. Number of charging cycles, 159. Oh. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Yang Qi's lips. One night later, and it happened again? It seems that after being humiliated by herself last night, she went to some old man for comfort again? A leopard can't change its spots. Lift your head up. Yang Qi said coldly. Lu Yan raised her head tremblingly, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Mr. Yang, what can I do for you? May I? Button up your clothes. Yang Qi interrupted her, his eyes filled with disgust as if he were looking at a pile of garbage. Don't let your stench overwhelm me. Besides, you must not divulge a single word about what happened last night, especially about that girl. Yang Qi took a step closer and gently tapped his fingers on the marble countertop. Thump, thump, thump. Each sound felt like a blow to Lu Yan's heart. I'll make sure you can't survive in this city. I mean what I say. After saying that, Yang Qi didn't even glance at her again, put his hands in his pockets, and strode out of the revolving door. Lu Yan was left alone, slumped behind the counter, her back soaked in cold sweat. The rain has stopped. The air was exceptionally fresh. Yang Qi took a deep breath of the air, which was filled with the fragrance of earth. This is the taste of new life. He strode across the road and headed straight for the magnificent gate of Jiangcheng University. Looking around at the students rushing to class. Looking at those anxious faces preparing for postgraduate entrance exams or civil service exams. Yang Qi smiled. At this moment, there were still 5 minutes before class started. Yang Qi's phone vibrated again. It was another WeChat message from Fatty Wang. Fatty, old Yang. If you didn't die on the way, get over here right now. The old hag is already in the classroom. She's flipping through the attendance list. Yang Qi replied with 2 words. Arrive. He put away his phone and quickened his pace. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. My roommates are still unaware of what happened last night. After all, the post was made in the middle of the night, and these few shut-ins who only play games would never receive the message if they didn't browse the forum. That's fine. Let me see what happens when this disguise is torn away. What fascinating expressions will this world reveal? The back door of the teaching building. 3 furtive figures were peeking out. These were Yang Qi's 3 roommates. Fatty Wang was sweating profusely and kept checking his watch. It's over, this time it's really all over. That idiot Lao Yang, he never skips class when I tell him to, but he always has to mess up in this old hag's class. Zhang Hao, who was wearing glasses next to him, note, same name, different person, here it refers to his roommate Zhang Wei, sighed. He's probably been entangled with that woman Lin Wan again. I really don't understand. What's so good about those gold diggers? Why does old Zhang have to be so fixated on one woman? Just when the group was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. A tall, upright figure walked out from around the corner at a leisurely pace. The sunlight shone on him, as if he were gilded. Yang Qi, who usually kept his head down and was timid and hesitant. At this moment, however, he held his head high and puffed out his chest, a faint, mischievous smile playing on his lips. Their temperaments are completely different. Oh, my dear ministers, is this a welcome for the emperor? Yang Qi's voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, clearly reached the ears of the three. Fatty Wan was stunned. Is this Yang Qi? How do I feel? Have you gotten more handsome? And how arrogant? Chapter 4: The Beautiful Class Monitor, taking the fat guy to the full set. What, don't you recognize me? Yang Qi put his hands in his pockets, and the wicked smile on his lips became even more unrestrained. Fatty Wang rubbed his eyes. It was indeed Yang Qi. It was still that faded t-shirt. It's still those ripped jeans. But that feeling was like a hungry wolf in sheep's clothing, who had just finished eating and was lazily licking his paws. All right, stop standing there. Yang Qi reached out and patted Wang Pengzi's fat shoulder. Didn't you say it was only 10 minutes? If we don't go in soon, the old hag will go berserk. The three of them then came to their senses. Holy crap, hurry, hurry, hurry. Fatty Wang slapped his thigh, causing his fat to jiggle. The four of them, like thieves, crouched down and slipped in through the back door of the teaching building. In the lecture hall, the room was packed with people. This is a general course for the entire department, macroeconomics. On the podium, a middle-aged woman in a gray business suit was pushing up her thick-rimmed glasses, her gaze sweeping across the room with lightning speed. Li Fengxia. Jiangcheng University is known as the Old Witch. Patients in the late stage of menopausal syndrome. She's said to have just divorced her husband and now finds no male student pleasing to the eye. Quiet down, all of you. Li Fengxia slammed her hand on the podium. Chalk dust fell down in a flurry. The previously noisy classroom fell silent instantly. Let's begin roll call. Anyone whose name is called and who is not present will have all their participation points deducted. You don't need to take the exams this semester, you can just retake the course. A chorus of wails erupted from below. Fatty Wang huddled in the corner of the last row, sweating profusely. Thank goodness I made it in time. Old Yang, you scared the hell out of me. Yang Qi, however, seemed completely unconcerned. He leaned back in his chair with his legs crossed, looking quite relaxed. His eyes roamed the classroom with unbridled abandon. He would never have dared to be so arrogant in the past. In the past, he would only lower his head, wishing he could hide himself in a crack in the ground, afraid that people would notice his poor and shabby appearance. But now? I have a system, over 9 million in my account, and I even slept with the school beauty last night. What's there to be afraid of? Everywhere you look, there are long, white legs. Summer is great. The air was thick with the restless hormones of youth. God-level eye of detection will automatically activate. Yang Qi's gaze fell on a girl applying lipstick diagonally in front of him. That's the class's arts and culture representative, Zhao Yiting. She usually dresses like a pure and innocent young lady and speaks softly. Yang Qi used to have a crush on her for a while when he was delivering food. Now, a line of light blue data appeared directly above Zhao Yiting's head. Target, Zhao Yiting. Age, 20. Appearance, 82. Body size, 80. Number of charging cycles, 34. Current predicament: I just had an abortion, my body is weak, and I urgently need money to buy nutritional supplements. Yang Qi's lips twitched slightly. 34 times? Did you just have an abortion? Is this what they call a pure and innocent girl? It seems this so-called goddess has quite a wild side in private. A hint of disdain flashed in Yang Qi's eyes. It instantly became tasteless. He now finds this kind of thing, which has been used to death, disgusting, even to look at it. Just then, Li Fengxia, standing on the podium, called out a name in a sharp voice. Yang Qi. The classroom was deathly silent. No one answered. Just as Fatty Wang was about to raise his hand and shout here, Yang Qi stopped him. Li Fengxia sneered. A cruel, gleeful look appeared on his wrinkled face. Yang Qi didn't come, right? I knew it. What else can a student like this, who's hopeless, do besides skipping classes and delivering takeout? Since you're not coming, then. Who said I wasn't coming? A lazy voice suddenly rang out from the back row of the classroom. This interrupted Li Fengxia's spellcasting. The whole class turned around in unison. Hundreds of eyes instantly focused on the corner. Yang Qi slowly stood up. Hands in pockets. A cynical smile played on his lips. There was absolutely no respect for the teacher. Teacher Li, has your glasses prescription gotten worse again? You can't see such a big, living person sitting here? Quiet. A deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yang Qi in disbelief. Is this still the same timid and impoverished student, Yang Qi? How dare you talk to an old hag like that? Did they eat bear's heart and leopard's gall? Li Fengxia was so angry that she trembled all over. The foundation on my face was almost shaken off. She pointed at Yang Qi, her fingers trembling. You. What do you mean, you? Yang Qi picked at his ear impatiently. If we've arrived, we've arrived. If we haven't arrived. Hurry up and click on the next one, don't delay everyone's class. I'm rushing to catch up on my sleep. After saying that, he plopped back down in his chair. They completely ignored Li Fengxia, who was about to explode on the podium. That's the source of our confidence. Yang Qi sighed inwardly. Having money gives you a lot of confidence. At worst, I'll get fired. Anyway, I'm not counting on this diploma to find a job. Li Fengxia took several deep breaths before she could barely suppress the anger in her heart. She glared fiercely at Yang Qi. He drew a heavy line on the attendance list. Good. Very good. Yang Qi, you just wait. If you pass the final exam, I'll write my name, Li Fengxia, backwards. She continued calling roll through gritted teeth. The atmosphere in the classroom, however, became somewhat strange. Many people began to whisper among themselves. Her eyes kept glancing at Yang Qi. Hey guys, don't you think Yang Qi's acting a little strange today? Yeah, that's pretty bold, isn't it? Daring to talk back to an old hag? I think he's given up on himself. I heard Lin Wan dumped him the day before yesterday, so he's probably traumatized. Hey, did you guys see that trending topic last night? Front row. Several stylishly dressed girls were huddled together, secretly scrolling through their phones. One of the short-haired girls lowered her voice, looking mysterious. What's trending? It's that post titled "A Tycoon Spends 500,000 to Save a Beautiful School Beauty." Holy crap, that's a really sensational headline. I heard the female lead is Su Qingyue. Really? School beauty Su? That aloof goddess? It's absolutely true. Someone took a picture, although it only showed her back, but the clothes she's wearing are definitely Su Qingyue's. Who is that man? I don't know, the man in the photo is blocked, but he looks quite tall. Some people say it happened at the school gate, where that super rich guy transferred 500,000 yuan to Su Qingyue in public to help her pay off her loan sharks. His 500,000? He just transferred it like that? That's awesome. The discussion grew louder and louder. Although he lowered his voice, Yang Qi's hearing was enhanced by the system, and he could hear it clearly. A playful smile curved his lips. It seems so. The commotion last night was quite significant. But this group of people never expected this. The mysterious tycoon who spends money like water is sitting behind them, wearing cheap clothes that cost only a few dozen yuan, listening to a boring lecture on economics. Old Yang. Fatty Wang nudged him with his elbow. He looked suspicious. What exactly did you do last night? Don't talk to me about doing big things. I think I just heard those gossipy women over there say that someone saw you at the school gate last night. Although Fatty Wang looks simple-minded, he is actually quite meticulous. Yang Qi did not return home last night. Today, his temperament suddenly changed drastically again. In addition, there are those widely circulated rumors about super-rich individuals. Even though it was outrageous, he vaguely sensed something. Yang Qi turned his head to look at his best friend. His eyes held a hint of mockery. Fatty. If I were to say that the person who spent 500,000 yuan to book a hotel room and slept with Su Qingyue, it would be me. Do you believe it? Fatty Wan was stunned for a moment. Then she rolled her eyes dramatically. He reached out to touch Yang Qi's forehead. I think you're delirious from the fever. Still sleeping with Su Qingyue? If you can sleep with Su Qingyue, I can sleep with Chang'e too. With the 2 coins in your pocket, you'd have trouble even booking a room by the hour. But Fatty Wang paused for a moment, then changed the subject. Your crazy energy today is really to my liking. It should have been done a long time ago. A man can be poor, but he can't be spineless. That old hag has been targeting us for a long time, good for her. Yang Qi smiled. There was no explanation. Some things, if said aloud, will only make people disbelieve you. Facts speak louder than words. I'll show this fat guy what real strength is later. He turned his head. My gaze was drawn to the girl on my left, across the aisle. That's Chen Shi, the class's academic representative. He has always had the aloof and academically gifted demeanor. Long, straight black hair. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Wearing a white shirt with the top button fastened, he exudes a strong sense of asceticism. At this time, she was sitting there upright, her back straight, taking notes attentively. It was as if the noise around her had nothing to do with her. Yang Qi squinted. God-level eye of detection is activated again. Target, Chen Shi. Age, 21. Appearance, 90. Body size, 88. Number of charges, 0. Current predicament, wants to pursue further studies abroad, but family financial situation is average, and is worried about tuition fees. Yearns to change their destiny through knowledge and has a strong admiration for success. Wow. Yang Qi's eyes lit up. A perfect 90-10 in looks. And it was 0 times. These days, top-quality original products like this are even rarer than giant pandas. And that figure. Yang Qi's gaze followed the white shirt downwards. Although it was wrapped up tightly, its amazing curves could not be hidden. He's really hiding his true abilities. Top quality. Absolutely top-notch. Yang Qi's Adam's apple bobbed. A primal urge to conquer surged within me. This aloof, ascetic academic genius, if. What a sight it must be when that serious expression breaks down. Hello. Yang Qi suddenly stretched out his foot and gently kicked Chen Shi's chair leg. The movements were extremely frivolous. Chen Shi frowned. I put down my pen and turned my head. Behind the glasses, her beautiful eyes held a hint of displeasure and indifference. What's up? Her voice was cold and aloof, keeping people at arm's length. Yang Qi didn't care about her cold face at all. On the contrary, I found it more interesting. He leaned closer to the aisle, getting a little closer. A faint tobacco scent mixed with a strong masculine aura instantly invaded Chen Shi's safe distance. Chen Shi subconsciously shrank back. His brows furrowed even more. It's nothing serious. Yang Qi stared into her eyes, his gaze extremely aggressive. It was as if they wanted to strip her naked. I just wanted to ask the class representative this question. Yang Qi pointed to the book that was completely blank except for the name. How do we do it? Chen Shi glanced at the brand new pages of the book. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. You haven't even opened the book, yet you're asking questions? Is this the legendary simp Yang Qi? He really is a good-for-nothing who doesn't know anything. Read books by yourself. Chen Shi coldly uttered 4 words, turned her head away, and ignored him. Talking to someone like that is a waste of your life. Tisk. Yang Qi chuckled softly. She has quite a temper. But I like. His voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough for Chen Shi to hear. Chen Shi paused slightly in his grip on the pen. The knuckles were slightly white from the force applied. Shameless. She cursed inwardly. Yang Qi did not press the matter further. That's a low-level tactic. To deal with this kind of academically gifted student who admires excellence, we need to use a different approach. For example. That's a story for another time. Now, he needs to appease the fat man next to him first. Fatty. Yang Qi withdrew his gaze and looked back at Fatty Wang. Did that old hag scare you so badly you peed your pants? Fatty Wang had a bitter face. Don't even mention it, my heart is still pounding. If I fail this course, my dad will definitely break my legs. Old Yang, we're really in deep trouble this time. What's there to be afraid of? Yang Qi pulled out a box of unopened Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket. I just bought it downstairs at the hotel. He skillfully unpacked the package, then, remembering that this was a classroom, stuffed it back in. After. Yang Qi patted his chest. His tone was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable air of dominance. I've got your back, bro. Failed the course? With just one word from me, that old hag will have to avoid you from now on. Fatty Wan looked at Yang Qi. It's like looking at an idiot. Old Yan, did you suffer too much of a shock? How about we go to the infirmary to get his brain checked? That's not how you brag. You want that old hag to take a detour? Why don't you just fly to the moon? Yang Qi laughed heartily. He wasn't angry because he was being questioned. It's normal for ordinary people to find such a huge contrast hard to accept. Don't believe me? Yang Qi raised an eyebrow. Let's make a bet. If I not only don't fail any courses this semester, but also get a scholarship. Give me your treasured 1 terabyte hard drive. Upon hearing this, Fatty Wang immediately became anxious. Protecting the school bag is like protecting one's life. Don't even think about it. That's my lifeline. But Fatty Wang's eyes darted around. If you can really do that, I'll call you daddy, let alone a hard drive. Make a deal. Yang Qi snapped his fingers. Good son, wait until you call me dad. Get out. Get out. Get out. Fatty Wan laughed and cursed. But I don't know why. Looking at Yang Qi, who was brimming with confidence, his unease actually dissipated considerably. Maybe. What extraordinary encounter did this kid really have? Alright, stop talking nonsense. Yang Qi checked the time. There are still 10 minutes left before get out of class ends. He couldn't bear to listen to even a minute of that boring lesson. My mind is filled with images of Su Qingyue's graceful figure from last night. And there's the inspection that will take place tonight. Don't leave after class. Yang Qi said in a low voice. What? Fatty Wan looked at him warily. You need to borrow money again? Let me tell you, my living expenses for this month are almost gone. Borrow money my ass. Yang Qi rolled his eyes at him. His eyes were full of disappointment and frustration. I'll take you to a nice place. Where? Fatty Wan was completely bewildered. Yang Qi leaned close to his ear and said mysteriously. Wash your feet. What? Fatty Wang almost jumped up. Washing feet in broad daylight? Besides, where would we get the money? Even the blind massage parlor near the school gate costs 30 yuan. Yang Qi sneered. Who told you went for a blind massage? I'm going. Let's go to the most expensive one in Zhangcheng. Heaven and earth. Full service. It's my treat. Fatty Wang opened his mouth wide. My jaw almost dropped to the ground. Heaven and earth? That's Zhangcheng's top-tier den of iniquity. I heard that it costs several hundred yuan just to get a glass of water inside. Old, young. Fatty Wang started stuttering when he spoke. You're not kidding, are you? If you go rob a bank, don't take me with you. Yang Qi did not answer. I just looked at Li Fengxia, who was still spitting as she spoke on the podium. His eyes were deep and unfathomable. The wicked smile at the corner of his mouth grew even more intense. Robbery of a bank? Who would do something so low level? My money. More than in the bank. Ring ring. The bell finally rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Yang Qi was the first to stand up. Amidst the astonished gazes of the entire class, he strode towards the door. As I passed the podium, he even whistled a flippant whistle at Li Fengxia, who hadn't even had a chance to announce the end of get out of class. Goodbye, Teacher Li. This lesson was really bad. After saying that, ignoring Li Fengxia's murderous roar behind him, Yang Qi grabbed Wang Pengzi, who was still in a daze. Let's go, Fatty. Let me take you to experience it. What does it mean to enjoy life like an emperor? Chapter 5 Godfather, receive a bow from your child. Stepping out of the teaching building, the sunlight outside was a bit dazzling. Yang Qi narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to shield his forehead. Wang Pengzi, who was behind him, followed up like a deflated balloon, panting heavily. His fat face was covered in cold sweat, and his features were almost squeezed together. Old Yang, slow down. Fatty Wang grabbed Yang Qi's arm, his voice trembling. You were completely insane just now. That's Li Fengxia, the infamous extinction master from the whole school. You embarrassed her in public like that, you'll definitely get no participation grade this semester. Failing the course is a certainty, and there's a good chance I'll be disciplined. Yang Qi stopped and turned around to look at his childhood best friend. The playful smile on his lips never faded. He patted Fatty Wang's trembling, fat hand. Fatty, I already said that with just one word from me, Li Fengxiao will have to beg me for everything from now on. You're doing it again, you bastard. Fatty Wang was so anxious that he stomped his feet, and the cement ground beneath his feet seemed to shake twice. What kind of time is this to still be bragging? Your pockets are emptier than your face, do you think I don't know that? Go to heaven and earth? Even if you sold your crappy second-hand phone, it wouldn't be enough to buy you a pot of tea. Hurry up, before we go too far, let's go back and apologize to Teacher Li. Maybe we can still salvage the situation. Fatty Wang started to pull Yang Qi back. Yang Qi remained completely still. Like a stake driven into the ground. He withdrew his hand and slowly took the phone with the cracked screen out of his pocket. Fingerprint unlock. His movements were fluid and graceful, exuding an inexplicable confidence. Apologize? Yang Qi scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. I will never apologize in this lifetime. Fatty, open your dog eyes and see clearly. As he spoke, he opened the mobile banking app. I tapped the screen a few times with my finger. Then he shoved the phone screen directly into Fatty Wang's nose. Look at how many digits this has. Fatty Wang was taken aback by this sudden action. He subconsciously shrank back and rubbed his beady eyes, which were covered in sweat. Look closely. On the screen was a long string of numbers. There is a 2 in front of it, followed by a series of numbers. Densely packed. It's dizzying to look at. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Fatty Wang stretched out his carrot-thick fingers and counted them one by one on the screen. The sound grew fainter and fainter. But his breathing became more and more rapid. 10,000, 1 million, 10 million. By the end, Fatty Wang's voice had turned into a sharp duck quack. 30 million? He suddenly raised his head, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. His mouth was so wide open that 2 fists could fit inside. Holy crap! Old Yang, your Photoshop skills have really improved. This is so realistic. Even the 2 decimal places are included? Even after seeing it with his own eyes, Fatty Wang still couldn't believe it. This is utter nonsense. Yesterday, he was a poor loser fighting over instant noodle soup, but today he suddenly has 30 million. Even a money printing machine can't do that fast, right? Yang Qi knew this guy wouldn't believe it easily. He put his phone away, a wicked smile curving his lips. There was no explanation. Click directly to access the transfer function. Enter Wang Pengxi's Alipay account. Enter the amount, 100,000. Click to confirm. Facial recognition passed. Byte. Less than 3 seconds. Wang Pengxi's phone vibrated in his pocket. That's the notification sound for Alipay funds arriving. The sound was particularly crisp and pleasant under the empty teaching building. Fatty Wang froze. He shakily pulled out his phone. Swipe open the screen. Alipay account received 100,000 yuan. This moment. Time seemed to stand still. Fatty Wang looked at the numbers on the screen, then glanced at Yang Qi, who looked completely calm and collected. A gurgling sound came from his throat, as if someone was choking him. It's true. Real gold and silver. 10,000 yuan, just transferred over so casually? Without even blinking? Dad. Fatty Wang didn't hesitate at all. His knees buckled, and he was about to kneel down to Yang Qi on the spot. Their movements were so practiced it was heartbreaking. Godfather. Please accept my bow. Yang Qi reacted quickly, grabbing Wang Pengxi by the back of his collar. They pulled up his fat body. Promising. Yang Qi laughed and cursed. But the smile in his eyes grew even stronger. That's the power of money. It can make your normally stingy best friend instantly kneel down and acknowledge you as their father. It can instantly turn a high and mighty goddess into an obedient bitch. Cool. That's fucking awesome. Old Yang, no, Brother Yang, Master Yang. Fatty Wang clung tightly to Yang Qi's leg, his eyes gleaming. You won the lottery? Or did they find their long-lost biological father, the richest man? Nearly 30 million. This is enough for so many meals of braised pork. Yang Qi did not answer the question. His thoughts drifted back to last night. Last night, on that 5-star hotel bed, Su Qingyue, that aloof school beauty. The system's hidden rewards have been activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully tamed the S-rank beauty, Su Qingyue. Triggering the hidden achievement of the Many Children, Many Blessings system, first battle won. Cash reward, 20 million renminbi. Reward, physical enhancement indestructible beginner. Thinking of that reward, Yang Qi couldn't help but feel a warm sensation in his waist. Su Qingyue was almost dead after a whole night of tossing and turning. He woke up this morning feeling refreshed and energetic, as if he had inexhaustible energy. That's what makes this system so amazing. They not only give money, but also physical health. It was practically tailor-made for him to be a top-tier scumbag. Don't ask so many questions. Yang Qi patted Wang Pengzi's greasy cheeks. There was a hint of evil in his eyes. Follow me, and you'll get plenty of benefits in the future. Now. Shut your mouth. Let's go have some fun. Fatty Wang nodded frantically, his face trembling. Listen to Brother Yang. Wherever Brother Yang says we'll go, we'll go. Even if Brother Yang were to bomb the school right now, I'd be in charge of handing him the lighter. The two walked out of the school gate. Yang Qi did not walk to the bus stop as usual. Instead, he stood directly on the roadside and flagged down a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Go to heaven and earth. Yang Qi opened the car door and plopped down in the leather seat. The air conditioning in the car was very strong. It has a subtle, sophisticated fragrance. Fatty Wang huddled cautiously to the side, not daring to sit properly. I was afraid that I would soil their fancy chairs with my oil-stained jeans. The driver was a middle-aged man wearing white gloves. I glanced at the two poorly dressed students in the rearview mirror. His brow furrowed slightly. Young man, the prices at heaven on earth are not low. The starting price is 5 figures. Are you sure you want to go? His tone carried a hint of disdain and skepticism. These days, there are plenty of students who try to show off. Don't let him not be able to pay the fare when we arrive at the destination, and then make him pay for the gas instead. Yang Qi leaned back lazily in his chair. He crossed his legs. That innate arrogance instantly spread out. How? Are you afraid I can't afford it? He casually pulled a wad of bright red banknotes from his pocket. That was some pocket money I took from the ATM when I left the hotel that morning. There are probably more than 10,000. With a snap, it was thrown directly onto the passenger seat. Is that enough? The banknotes were scattered, their red color glaringly bright. The driver's eyelids twitched suddenly. His previously indifferent face instantly filled with a humble smile. The speed at which they changed their expressions was faster than turning the pages of a book. Enough. Enough. The boss is so generous. Hold on tight, we're leaving now. He stepped on the gas. The Mercedes smoothly glided into the traffic. Fatty Wang watched in stunned silence. She secretly gave Yang Qi a thumbs up. Brother Yang, you're awesome. That's what it means to treat money like dirt. Yang Qi looked out the window at the scenery rushing past. A signature mischievous smile played at the corners of his mouth. This is just the beginning. With these tens of millions, and that incredible system, the entire city of Jiangcheng, and even the entire world, all of these will be his hunting grounds. Chapter 6: Heaven and Earth, the Ultimate Debauchery. Half an hour later, the car came to a smooth stop in front of a magnificent, golden building. Heaven and Earth. The most luxurious den of iniquity in Jiangcheng. The 10-meter-high gate alone exudes a breathtaking sense of luxury. 2 massive Roman columns are adorned with gilded reliefs. The entrance was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce. It's like a mini luxury car show. Compared to these cars, the Mercedes-Benz S-Class they were riding in looked rather shabby. Yang Qi pushed open the door and got out of the car. An air filled with the scent of expensive perfumes and decadent money wafted towards us. Holy crap! Fatty Wang stood by the car, looking up at the huge neon sign. My calves are cramping again. This is so luxurious. Brother Yang, if we go and dress like this, won't we get kicked out? Really? The two of them at this moment. Yang Qi was wearing a faded t-shirt and ripped jeans. Fatty Wang was dressed entirely in cheap clothes from street vendors, and even wore a pair of flip-flops. Compared to the other guests around him, dressed in suits and adorned with jewels, they looked exactly like two migrant workers who had just come back from a construction site carrying bricks. Yang Qi, however, did not care at all. He straightened his slightly disheveled collar. With his hands in his pockets, he strode towards the door. What's there to be afraid of? Remember this sentence. In the face of absolute money, any clothing is superfluous. I walked to the door. 2 rows of hostesses dressed in red, high-slit cheongsams bowed in unison. Welcome to heaven on earth. Her voice is sweet and soft. Those long, fair legs were faintly visible through the high-slit cheongsam. It's practically an invitation to commit a crime. Yang Qi slowed his pace. His gaze swept unabashedly over the hostesses. God-level eye of detection will be activated automatically. His gaze fell on the first greeter on the left, the one with the most voluptuous figure. Her breasts were so voluptuous that they almost burst the cheongsam. Target, Li Yan. Age, 22. Appearance rating, 78. Body size, 85. Number of charging cycles, 482. Current predicament, I owe 50,000 yuan in online loans and urgently need to repay them. Yang Qi curled his lip. 482 times? Is this what they call high-class reception? It's practically a mobile bus. He then looked at the one on his right who was fairly good-looking. Target, Zhang Meng. Age, 21. Appearance, 80. Height, 75. Number of charging cycles, 316. Current dilemma, I want to buy an LV bag, but I'm looking for someone to rip me off. It's all junk. Yang Qi made no attempt to hide his disdain. He'd complain about how dirty this stuff is, even if you paid him to buy it. It seems the women in this heaven on earth aren't that great. It's just a chicken dressed in a fancy coat. Sir, please wait. Just as the two were about to push their way in, a security guard in a black suit and wearing a headset reached out and blocked the way. The security guard sized up Yang Qi and Fatty Wang. His eyes were full of disdain and impatience. This is a members-only club. Those who are not properly dressed will not be received. And the security guard pointed to the sign next to him. The food delivery guy got in through connections. We don't deliver food. Fatty Wang's face turned red, and he shouted, his neck stiff. We're here to spend money. Consumption? The security guard scoffed. It was as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. Several passers-by stopped and looked at the 2 arrogant students with mocking expressions. Hey kid, do you know what the minimum charge is here? Even if you 2 were sold, it wouldn't be enough to open a bottle of wine. Get out of here, don't get in my way. The security guard reached out to shove Yang Qi as he spoke. Wang Pengzi was so frightened that he shrank behind Yang Qi. Yang Qi remained motionless. He let that hand reach towards his chest. Just as the security guard's fingers were about to touch his clothes, Yang started moving. The body, modified by the primary constitution enhancer, has an astonishingly fast reaction speed. He slammed it down with his backhand. He grabbed the security guard's wrist directly. With a little force. Snap. A crisp sound. Accompanied by the security guard's pig-like screams. Ah! The burly security guard was in so much pain that he knelt down on the ground. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. I feel like my wrist is about to be crushed. The people around immediately fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. How could this seemingly frail student possess such great strength? Disheveled? Yang Qiju looked down at the security guard kneeling on the ground. His eyes were cold, as if he were looking at an ant. How dare you judge my clothes with your dog eyes? As he spoke, he let go. They shook off the security guards like they were throwing away trash. Then he took out the newly issued black card from his pocket. That was specially expedited delivery by the bank to please him, a client with tens of millions in assets. Smack! The black gold card was thrown directly at the security guard's face. Call your manager out here. Tell him. This dog has no sense of propriety, it's time to replace it. The security guard clutched his wrist, staring at the gleaming black gold card that had fallen to the ground. His whole body began to tremble violently. As a security guard here, he naturally recognized this type of card. Centurion Black Card. There is no spending limit. There are no more than 10 people in the entire city who possess this card. Each and every one of them is a big shot who could cause an earthquake in Jiangcheng with a stomp of his foot. I actually offended such a top-tier tycoon? I'm so sorry, sir. I was blind. I didn't recognize your greatness. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his hands, the security guard frantically kowtowed on the ground. His forehead slammed shut with a loud thud. Yang Qi didn't even glance at him. Lift your foot and step over his body. He walked straight through the magnificent golden gate. Fatty Wang followed behind, his heart pounding with excitement. My back straightened instantly. He imitated Yang Qi and spat at the security guard who was still kowtowing. Pa! You snobbish jerk. Make sure the covers are brighter next time. The two entered the lobby. It's even more dazzling. A huge crystal chandelier, a marble floor as smooth as a mirror, and golden decorations everywhere. The lobby manager was a woman in her 30s. She was wearing a tight-fitting business suit. She had a voluptuous figure and still retained her charm. Seeing the commotion at the door, she had already stepped forward in her high heels to greet them. Although a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes when they saw Yang Qi in the other person's attire. But when he saw the black gold card in Yang Qi's hand, the smile on her face instantly became brighter than a flower. Oh dear, young master, I'm so sorry. My subordinates are ignorant and offended you. I'll definitely teach him a lesson later. The manager's voice was sickeningly sweet. She was practically pressed against Yang Qi. Her full, firm breasts brushed against Yang Qi's arm almost imperceptibly. Yang Qi glanced down at her. God-level eye of detection is activated again. Target, Lu Man. Age, 34. Appearance, 86. Body size, 90. Number of charging cycles, 1268. Current predicament, divorced with a child, currently seeking a long-term financial support. Yang Qi's lips twitched slightly. 1,268 times? This must have broken a Guinness World Record, right? 1,000-man kill? Is this woman made of iron? A strong feeling of nausea welled up inside me. He suddenly moved a step to the side, avoiding the manager's touch. All right, stop with the fluff. Yang Qi patted his arm, which had just been brushed against, with disgust. Give me the largest private room. Call all the prettiest girls in your family here. Remember, it needs to be clean. If you dare to try to fool me with those hundreds of times old junk. Yang Qi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. I'll just smash the store up. Lu Man's smile froze for a moment. My heart skipped a beat. This young master has a sharp eye. And the meaning behind those words, could he possibly understand it? She dared not be negligent and hurriedly nodded and bowed. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry. Absolutely the freshest resource. A group of recent college graduates just arrived these past few days, and they're also fresh-faced. I'll arrange it for you right away. Yang Qi snorted coldly. Led by Fatty Wang, they were personally guided by the lobby manager. They walked towards the golden elevator that was only available to VIP members. The moment the elevator doors closed, Yang Qi looked at his still somewhat immature face through the mirror. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips. Lin Wan. You left me for money. The wealth I possess now is more than you could earn in several lifetimes. Just wait and see. The real show has only just begun. Bite. The elevator doors opened. Top floor. The Imperial Hall. Chapter 7. The excited fatty, don't judge a book by its cover. The elevator doors slid open silently to both sides. What greets the eye is a dazzling expanse of golden yellow. The Imperial Hall. As the name suggests, everything here was built to the standards of ancient emperors. The carpet underfoot was a handmade wool rug imported from Persia, so thick it felt like walking on clouds. Above them is a huge Swarovski crystal chandelier, with tassels hanging down like a dazzling waterfall. Even the walls are covered with gold leaf and murals depicting flying apsaras. Luxurious. The ultimate in luxury. A faint scent of ambergris filled the air, indicating that top-grade incense had been used. Holy crap! Wang Ponzi had just taken one step when he was stunned by the overwhelming aura of wealth and luxury. His feet, clad in flip-flops, hung in mid-air, and he dared not step down. I was afraid that if I stepped on it, I would dirty that expensive-looking carpet. Is this the Imperial Palace? Old Jiang, are we really going to have fun in a place like this? Fatty Wang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Every ornament and every decoration here silently speaks of the arrogance of money. For a poor student like him, who has to save up for 2 days to afford a KFC meal every day, this impact is akin to Mars colliding with Earth. Yang Qi, however, remained calm. He put his hands in his pockets and strode out. The soles of the shoes made a soft thud as they stepped on the carpet. His calm and composed demeanor made it seem as if he was born to be the master of this place. Shut your mouth. Don't act like you've never seen the world before. Yang Qi walked to the large leather sofa that could comfortably seat 20 people. He sat down with an air of authority. He spread his arms out and casually draped them over the back of the sofa. He crossed his legs. His eyes were languid yet domineering. Manager Lu. Yang Qi turned his head slightly and glanced at Lu Man, who was still smiling obsequiously behind him. Don't just stand there. Bring up all your best stuff. Remember, I want the best. If you lose even one, I'll tear down this pillar. Lu Man's smile grew increasingly fawning. She figured it out. This guy, despite his tattered clothes, has the temperament and aura of a top-tier spoiled brat. He might just be some young master from a wealthy family in the capital, traveling incognito to experience life. That black gold card I just saw was the real deal. Oh, young Master Yang, don't worry. Once you're here, you're at home. I'll arrange it right away. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Lu Man swayed her voluptuous waist and ran out in her high heels. He picked up the walkie-talkie and started frantically calling for backup. Attention all departments. Attention all departments. Distinguished guests have arrived at the Imperial Palace. Call all the red cards players who have no work to do over here. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Only Yang Qi and Fatty Wang remained in the private room. Only then did Fatty Wang dare to move. She carefully shuffled over and sat down next to Yang Qi. I only dare to sit on the edge. Brother Yang, this is amazing. Just now, I saw the way that manager was bowing and scraping to you, like he was a grandson. It's so good to be rich. Fatty Wang sighed, then began rubbing his hands excitedly again. His eyes lit up. Brother Yang, later, can we really choose whatever we want? I heard that all the girls here are like big stars. I've never touched such a high-class woman in my entire life. Yang Qi glanced at him. A playful smile curved at the corner of his lips. Promising. Make sure you wipe your eyes clean later. Don't take in all kinds of trash. Trash? Fatty Wang was taken aback. Where's the trash here? Aren't they all goddesses? Yang Qi offered no explanation. He simply shook his finger slightly. Goddess? Under the god-level detective eye of this system, all the goddesses in this world will have nowhere to hide. Whether it's a pure and innocent school beauty or a cool and aloof mature woman. In his eyes, they were nothing more than a bunch of data. Less than 2 minutes later, the door to the private room was pushed open. Lu Man walked in, bringing with her a fragrant breeze. Behind him followed 2 rows of young women dressed in different styles. There are a total of 20. Young Master Yang, this is our store's current top lineup. Lu Man smiled broadly and stepped aside to make way for her. Girls, call for help. Young Master Yang, hello. 20 beautiful women bowed deeply in unison. Her voice was alluring and captivating, as if it were hooked. This bow. The scenery is absolutely spectacular. A blinding white expanse, so dazzling it made one dizzy. Fatty Wang had never seen anything like this before. They were stunned on the spot. His eyes were wide open, and drool was almost dripping down his chin. My goodness. This is too much. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Every single one of them here would be a campus beauty. The first one on the left is wearing a JK uniform and has her hair in pigtails. She looks innocent and cute, like a high school student. The third one from the right is wearing a black lace slip dress and bright red lips, exuding a strong, mature, and sophisticated aura. The one in the middle is dressed in a cosplay outfit, wearing cat ears and having a tail. It's simply a man's paradise. Brother Yang. That one. The one with the pigtails. Fatty Wang excitedly grabbed Yang Qi's arm and pointed at the JK girl. That one is so innocent. He looks about 18 or 19 years old, right? I love this kind of innocent and pure look. Can we choose her? Yang Qi remained silent. His gaze swept coldly over the row of so-called top performers. Deep within his eyes, a faint golden light flickered. The eye of exploration is activated. Their gaze fell on the JK girl that Fatty Wang had pointed to. Lines of data, visible only to him, floated in the air. Target, Chen Lulu. Age, 26. Appearance, 82 with makeup, 65 without makeup. Body size, 80. Occupation, escort personal assistance. Number of charging cycles, 1892. Special experience, once served 5 customers simultaneously, and took pride in it. Current status, just had vaginal tightening surgery, currently pretending to be innocent to hook up with rich guys. Yang Qi's lips twitched involuntarily. 1892 times? Still pretending to be a high school student? How could this be a pure and innocent school beauty? Yang Qi's eyes twitched slightly as he looked at the bright red 1892 above Chen Lulu's head. This is hardly the innocent JK high school girl look. This is clearly a scrapped pickup truck that has run 500,000 kilometers in the Greater Xing'an Mountains without any major repairs. So, you're saying that just because you've repainted the outside, you'd dare sell it as a new car? Brother Yang? Brother Yang? Wang Pangzi felt a pang of anxiety when he saw that Yang Qi remained silent. His drool was practically dripping onto the carpet. Those beady eyes were glued to Chen Lulu's legs clad in white stockings, unable to look away. Those legs, those twin ponytails. Brother Yang, if you're not going to choose, could you give it to me? I only want to be Chow Chow once in my life. No, I want to be a pure love god of war. Fatty Wang was so excited that his whole body of fat trembled. Yang Qi sneered. Lift your leg. He kicked Fatty Wang in his thick buttocks. Pure love? I think you're just looking for death. Yang Qi picked up the whiskey in front of him and gently swirled it. The ice cubes hit the side of the glass, making a crisp sound. Fatty, listen to my advice. You can't drive this car. Moreover, the odometer on this car has been tampered with. Tune the meter? Fatty Wang looked completely bewildered, not understanding the slang. What does that mean? Isn't she just a student? Yang Qi took a sip of wine, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat. His gaze swept over Chen Lulu without any attempt to hide it, with a mocking air as if he were looking at trash. Chen Lulu seemed to sense Yang Qi's gaze. Instead of dodging, they went further and further. She bit her lower lip slightly, putting on a shy and innocent expression, and twisted the hem of her clothes with both hands. Those big, watery eyes looked timidly at Yang Qi. Like a frightened little white rabbit. Elder brother. A sweet, coquettish call carries at least 4 plus signs of sugar. If it were an ordinary man, his bones would be melting by now. But under Yang Qi's eye of exploration, he clearly saw the status bar above the woman's head flashing wildly. Inner monologue, this guy's looking at me weird. Does he think I'm not sexy enough? I need to work harder. If I can get him tonight, my new Hermes bag will be a sure thing. As for that fat bastard next to me, he's disgusting. If he dares to touch me, I'll have to pay him extra, triple the price. Oh. Yang Qi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Change to another one. Yang Qi uttered 3 words calmly. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Fatty Wang was stunned. Although he was extremely reluctant, he now treated Yang Qi like his own father, so how could he dare to disobey him? Okay. If my godfather says it won't work, then he must have a reason. Fatty Wang reluctantly tore his gaze away from the JK girl's white stockings. His gaze began to wander over the remaining 19 beauties. Upon closer inspection, it was dazzling once again. Each of them, if placed in their engineering class, which was like a Buddhist temple, would be someone who could cause a bloodbath during a late-night dormitory talk. Soon. Fatty Wang's gaze was fixed on the third woman on the right. She's that mature woman in the black lace slip dress. Big, wavy hair, fiery red lips, and captivating eyes. Especially her figure. It should be convex where it should be convex, and upturned where it should be upturned. Brother Yang. That one. Fatty Wang swallowed hard, lowered his voice, and his tone revealed a lewd excitement. That was awesome. Since being innocent doesn't work, let's try something more mature. Look at that figure, that demeanor. You can tell at a glance that you know what you're doing. And it looks quite clean, not like someone who's a mess. Fatty Wang rubbed his hands together, looking at Yang Qi with anticipation. Is this all right? Yang Qi did not answer immediately. He leaned back lazily on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the leather armrest. His gaze shifted. A pale golden light flashed in his eyes once more. Target, Zhang Lily. Age, 32. Appearance, 78. Plastic surgery. Face, no makeup, 55. Body, 85. Breast augmentation. Occupation, senior escort part-time companion. Number of charging cycles, 3,415. Special conditions, syphilis secondary, latent, gonorrhea under treatment, not cured, genital warts recently removed by laser surgery, high risk of recurrence. Recent experience, just 3 days ago, I attended a large, multi-person party similar to the Hainan Rendezvous, without taking any safety precautions. Puff. Yang Qi almost spat out his drink. Goodness. They exclaimed, wow. This isn't a peach at all. This is the biological mother, isn't it? If Fatty Wang were to pounce on him, he wouldn't even have to wait until the final exams. He'd have to go to the urology emergency room next week, and it would have to be an appointment with a specialist. 3,415 times? Is this even human? This is a tireless power bank socket. And it was the kind that was covered in viruses. Brother Yang? How's it going? When Fatty Wang saw Yang Qi's strange expression, his heart skipped a beat. This won't work either? Chapter 8, Another Batch. Yang Qi put down his wineglass and looked at Fatty Wang with pity in his eyes. That fatso has an amazing eye for talent, in a way. One mine after another. They're practically experts at spotting pitfalls. Fatty. Yang Qi sighed and reached out to pat Wang Pangzi's big face. If you're tired of living, or if you don't want that thing of yours anymore, then go ahead. But don't blame me for not warning you. If you take this bite, your thing might take root and sprout, and grow cauliflower. Upon hearing this, Fatty Wang's face turned deathly pale. Although he didn't have that divine eye, the meaning behind Yang Qi's words couldn't be clearer. Long cauliflower? That's just... Holy crap! Wang Pingzi was so frightened that he slid off the edge of the sofa and fell onto the carpet. Looking at that mature woman with fiery red lips, it was as if I were looking at a man-eating monster. This is such a rip-off. It looks pretty high-end. Why are they all this kind of trash? Fatty Wang was about to cry. This heaven on earth sounds like paradise. Why are there even more pitfalls inside than on Pinduoduo? At this time, Manager Luman, standing to the side, also looked a little stiff. Although she couldn't hear what Yang Qi and Fatty Wang were whispering to each other. But judging from Yang Qi's expression, he was clearly dissatisfied. Even, it's disgust. This is the most outstanding girl under her command. Young Master Yang. Luman cautiously approached, a professional fake smile plastered on her face. Is it because these girls don't suit your taste? How about having them perform a talent? That girl, Xiaolu, who wears a JK uniform, sings really well and can even do otaku dances. That lily in the black dress has an amazing massage technique. Yang Qi ignored her. My phone suddenly vibrated in my pocket. He took out his phone. The screen lights up. It's a WeChat message. From Zhao Yuting, representative of macroeconomics class. Yang Qi Dian opened it for a look. Zhao Yuting, Yang Qi. Why did you skip class again? Teacher Wang just took attendance. Neither you nor Fatty Wang were here. Do you two still want your participation grades this semester? Zhao Yuting, also, I heard someone saw you get into a luxury car at the school gate. Are you all right? Did you get into some trouble? Looking at the words on the screen, Yang Qi pictured Zhao Yuting's delicate yet perpetually stern face. Although she was a campus beauty. But he usually acts like a good student, wearing black-rimmed glasses, which hides much of his good looks. Yang Qi's lips curled up slightly. In the past, if he had received such a life-threatening message, he probably would have panicked. But now? Class participation score? That's garbage. Yang Qi casually replied. I've already distributed them to you. I'm currently researching the diversity and pathological variations of human biological structures, so please don't disturb me. After sending, I immediately locked the screen. Toss the phone aside. The thrill of this kind of overwhelming advantage is fucking amazing. He was a poor student at school who worried about getting a scholarship. Here. He was an emperor who held the power of life and death. Only. These concubines in front of me are really disgusting. Yang Qi stood up. With his hands in his pockets and his eyes gleaming, he began a thorough scan of the remaining 18 women. Since the fat guy can't choose, let that cheater choose. He couldn't believe that such a large venue couldn't even have a single decent piece of merchandise. Eye of exploration, fully activated. Whoosh. As far as the eye can see, lines of data flooded the screen like a waterfall. Yang Qi's gaze swept across them from left to right. Target 3, Li Tsuohua. Stage name, Angela. Appearance, 60-75 with heavy makeup. Number of charging cycles, 2,100. Note, I resorted to prostitution to pay off gambling debts and just had an abortion yesterday. Yang Qi's eyelid twitched. Pass. Target 4, Sun Xiaomei cosplaying a catgirl. Appearance, 70. Number of charging cycles, 1560. Special fetish, enjoys being. 500 words of graphic description omitted. Physical condition, severe hemorrhoids. Yang Qi felt a churning in his stomach. This catgirl has severe hemorrhoids. The imagery is too vivid to bear. Pass. Target 5, Zhou Fong traditional Chinese Hanfu. Appearance, 80. Number of charging cycles, 4,200. Occupation, owner of a professional socialite group buying group. Achievement, once achieved the 100 kill streak, which he boasts about. 4,200 times? Yang Qi gasped. Is this data achievable by humans? Even the donkeys in the production team don't work like this. This woman is practically a biological and nuclear weapon. Pass. Pass. Yang Qi's face grew increasingly dark. It's getting increasingly gloomy. His gaze swept over the group of brightly dressed women. What I saw were piles of rotten data. Target 12, undergoing cosmetic surgery repair, 800 charging cycles. Target 15, a wealthy businessman's mistress, earning extra money, 600 charging attempts. Goal 19, just 3 months after undergoing gender reassignment surgery. Holy crap? Yang Qi's gaze lingered on the last model, whose figure was extremely hot, more womanly than a woman. Gender reassignment surgery? That's a man? Vomit. Fatty Wang, who was standing next to her, was about to offer some words of praise to the model. After all, those legs are really long. When he saw Yang Qi's expression, which looked like he had eaten shit, he was so scared that he quickly shut up. After scanning the entire area, I realized I had done it. There were a total of 20 people. Completely annihilated. No body is perfectly healthy. Not to mention temperament or inner qualities. It's all fake industrial saccharin. Is this what is known as the Emperor's Hall? Is this what they call the top star? Yang Qi's anger flared up instantly. This isn't just a matter of not having anything to do. This is an insult to his intelligence. Insult his system. Insulting the 30 million in his pocket. Bang! Yang Qi suddenly grabbed the crystal ashtray on the table. It slammed hard onto the marble coffee table in front of it. A loud bang. The hard crystal ashtray actually cracked the marble countertop. Glass shards flew everywhere. It startled everyone present. The women let out a piercing scream, which frightened them so much that they turned pale and retreated. Wang Pingzi was so frightened that he covered his head and huddled in the corner of the sofa, trembling with fear. Father, please calm down. Manager Lu Man was also stunned by this sudden outburst of rage. She's been in this business for so many years, what kind of storms hasn't she seen? Those who are drunk and disorderly, those who are fighting, and those who are high on drugs. But a young man like Yang Qi, who has not touched a drop of alcohol, yet exudes such terrifying pressure. This was the first time she had met him. That look in his eyes. Cold, violent, as if looking at a group of dead people. Young Master Yang. Lu Man's voice was trembling, and her legs felt weak. What's wrong with you? Did someone upset you? I'll get them out of here right now. I'll get them out of here right now. Yang Qi slowly raised his head. In those deep eyes, it seemed as if a storm was gathering. He held up one finger, pointing to the 2 rows of top performers in front of him, who were trembling with fear. A cruel, cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Manager Lu. This is what you call the best stuff? Yang Qi stood up. They gradually approached Lu Man. With each step he took, his aura grew stronger. That was the oppressive feeling brought about by the indestructible beginner physique. Like a ferocious beast awakening. Forced Lu Man to retreat repeatedly until her back slammed against the cold wall, leaving her with nowhere to go. Young Master Yang, I. Lu Man stammered, unable to speak fluently. Yang Qi stopped half a meter in front of her. He looked down at her from his high vantage point. He reached out and gently patted Lu Man's face, which was contorted with fear. The gesture was frivolous, yet full of humiliation. Listen. I don't care what method you use. Go and get me a new batch. I want it clean. Truly clean. If you're not satisfied. Yang Qi's eyes turned cold, and his hand clenched into a fist. A loud bang suddenly echoed in the air. I'll just tear down this heaven on earth. I'll throw you, the manager, into the trash heap too. Did you understand? Lu Man nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at rice. I understand. I'll go change it right now. Change it immediately. Call everyone who isn't working or is on vacation back. We will definitely make you satisfied. Lu Man practically scrambled out of the private room. His disheveled appearance was a far cry from his previous poised and skillful managerial demeanor. Inside the private room, deathly silence returned once more. Those top courtesans who were terrified by Yang Qi lowered their heads and didn't dare to breathe, and slunk out in a line. When he passed by Yang Qi, he even held his breath. They were terrified of angering this wicked star. Until everyone left. Only then did Fatty Wang dare to peek out from the corner of the sofa. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Looking at Yang Qi, who stood in the center of the carpet, his back as imposing as a mountain. His eyes were filled with admiration and a deep sense of awe. Brother Yang. You looked so damn cool just now. But. Fatty Wang swallowed hard and asked cautiously. Who, is that man who just had surgery? I didn't like that one just now. Yang Qi turned around. Looking at Fatty Wang, who looked terrified. A playful smile suddenly appeared on his previously cold face. That kind of mischievous, slightly roguish smile. How? If you like it. I'll call him back right now. So you can experience what it feels like to be a man's prey? Chapter 9. A sick mother, a gambling father. If I don't help her, who will? Vomit. Fatty Wang was still gagging, his fat jiggling. That joke about going for the man clearly dealt a massive blow to this pure love warrior. The private room was deathly silent. The only sounds were Fatty Wang's heavy breathing and the faint rustling of ice melting in the whiskey glass. Manager Lu Man has been gone for 10 minutes. During those 10 minutes, Yang Qi was also busy. He leaned back on the leather sofa, propped his feet up next to the crack in the marble coffee table, and leisurely took out his phone. On the screen, the class WeChat group, named Macroeconomics Hell Difficulty, was bustling with activity, like a bustling market during the Chinese New Year. The notification sound kept ringing, and the red dot number skyrocketed. Yang Qi casually swiped the screen open. Goodness. It's all about him. Li Chang Sports Committee member at all members, I just saw Yang Qi at the entrance of Heaven on Earth. Really? Isn't that guy someone who can't even afford instant noodles? Zhang Tingting Arts and Literature Committee member, you must be mistaken. A place like that charges 5,000 yuan for admission. He'd be better suited to be a doorman. Jia Yating class representative, Yang Qi didn't come to class today, and teacher Wang is very angry, saying she'll deduct his participation points. At Yang Qi, where did you go? Hurry back to school and explain to the teacher. Lu Wei rich second generation, drives a BMW 3 Series, probably doing a part-time job. I heard the young masters over there make a lot of money, but you have to be in good health. Yang Qi's physique probably can't handle the rich woman's pleasure balls. The group chat was instantly flooded with a row of ha emojis. The air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Even more extreme, someone posted a photoshopped picture, placing Yang Qi's head onto the body of a toilet cleaner. Yang Qi stared at the screen, his mischievous smile growing wider. These people. I've never seen him talk this much at school. Upon hearing that this poor student might be in trouble, they all swarmed around him like flies drawn to a scent. Especially Lu Wei. Because his family had a little money, he drove a BMW 3 Series and acted all high and mighty in class. Last time, he even tried to steal Yang Qi's girlfriend and pursue Lin Wan. Although Lin Wan is now a thing of the past. But Yang Qi had no intention of swallowing his anger. Pretending to be weak to deceive others? No. I'm going to skin the tiger and make a carpet from it. Yang Qi raised his phone. Facing the bottle of Louis XIII worth 188,000 yuan on the table, the Italian imported marble coffee table that had just been smashed, and the magnificent royal hall decorations in the background. Click. I took a picture. No caption. It was sent directly to the class group. The group chat, which was frantically flooding the screen with sarcastic remarks, suddenly felt like a duck being choked. It came to an abrupt end. Dead silence. A full minute passed, and there was still no new message. The high resolution of the photo was enough for them to clearly see the logo on the bottle. That's liquid gold that ordinary people can't afford to drink even a drop of in their entire lives. That's the kind of extreme luxury you only see in movies. Finally, a message popped up weekly. Wang Pengzi cited Lu Weiwei, this wine seems to cost more than the down payment for your 3 Series? Also, Yang Gu isn't here to act like a pampered young master, he's here to act like a king. Boom. The group chat completely exploded. Yang Qi stopped looking at the messages that were frantically tagging him, such as Brother Yang, please take me with you, Brother Yang, you've struck it rich, and Brother Yang, do you need any accessories? He immediately turned on Do Not Disturb mode for messages. I threw the phone back on the table. Cool. The feeling of rubbing someone's face into the ground is fucking awesome. Just then, the heavy, carved wooden door of the private room was carefully pushed open. Squeak. Manager Lu Man, her face impeccably made up but unable to conceal her panic, peeked in. She first glanced at the ashtray shards on the ground. She glanced again at Yang Qi, who was sitting with his legs crossed and a fierce look on his face. I took a deep breath. It was as if they were heading to their execution. Young Master Yang. Young Master Yang. Lu Man's voice trembled slightly, a primal fear of power. I've brought all the people with me. This time they really pulled out all the cards in our store. There are even a few new employees who have just joined the company and haven't had time to be scheduled yet. You can take another look? Lu Man stepped aside. Behind him, a group of beautiful women filed in. This time, there were only 12 people. The quantity is almost half less than last time. But the quality has indeed improved by a level that is clearly visible to the naked eye. It no longer has that gaudy, overly made-up look. The sense of weariness and vicissitude that comes with travel is gone. These 12 girls were dressed in various styles, some wore elegant cheongsams, some wore simple short dresses, and one even wore ordinary jeans and a white t-shirt. They stood in a row. Head down. I dare not look directly at the man on the sofa who exudes a terrifying aura. A faint, pleasant fragrance filled the air, no longer the pungent, cheap perfume smell. Yang Qi sat up straight. I picked up my glass and took a small sip. His gaze was like a knife. The God-level detection eye, which allows countless demons and monsters to have nowhere to hide, has been activated once again. Fatty, stop pretending to be dead. Yang Qi kicked Fatty Wang, who was still standing there in a daze. Rise and choose a concubine. Upon hearing this, Fatty Wang's previously dull, beady eyes instantly lit up like 2 light bulbs. He struggled to get up from the carpet, using both his hands and feet. He patted the dust off his bottom. She moved closer to Yang Qi, but dared not be as loud and boisterous as before. Brother Yang, will this work? I'm really afraid that if another pervert is chosen, my little heart won't be able to take it. Yang Qi ignored him. The golden stream of data was refreshing his retina once again. Target 1, Zhang Yan. Appearance, 82. Body size, 80. Number of charging cycles, 15. Occupation, kindergarten teacher currently on unpaid leave. Note, forced into prostitution due to 50,000 yuan in online loan debt. Yang Qi raised an eyebrow. 15 times? In this circle, it's practically a rare animal on par with the giant panda. And she's a kindergarten teacher? Although it's a bit, well, at least he's healthy and relatively clean. That's interesting, Yang Qi thought to himself. The gaze continued to move. Target 2, Zhao Min. Appearance rating, 78. Number of charging cycles, 32. Status, married, concealing from her husband that she's out earning quick money to buy handbags. Yang Qi's lips twitched. This guy is a real talent. To buy a bag and then cheat on her husband, that's just unbelievable. However, compared to those previous ones that were biochemical mothers thousands of times over, this one is considered good. The gaze continues to the right. Target 3, Lu Xiuwen. Appearance, 85. Number of charging cycles, 7. Identity, a minor internet celebrity in a third-tier city. Note, the top-ranked customer has absconded to maintain his lavish lifestyle, he has to operate a physical business. Yang Qi nodded slightly. This time, Lu Man was not lying to him. While these items aren't exactly pristine saints, they're at least 90% new or even 95% new quality cars. There are no junk cars that have been scrapped hundreds of times but are still sold as new. Fatty Wang was dazzled by what he saw. But he dared not speak. The only way to determine which option is viable and which is a no-go is by observing Yang Qi's micro-expressions. When Yang Qi's gaze fell on the girl in the far right corner, his gaze suddenly froze. It looked as if it was glued on. That girl. It looks out of place with the surroundings. She was wearing a light blue floral dress that had faded slightly from washing. He was wearing a pair of ordinary canvas shoes, some of which were even coming unglued at the edges. Her hair wasn't permed or dyed, it was simply long, straight, and softly draped over her shoulders. She kept her head down. Her hands gripped the hem of her skirt tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. His body was still trembling slightly. Like a little lamb that has strayed into a pack of wolves. In this imperial hall, a place of extravagance and debauchery, where sluts and cheap women abound. She was like a small white flower blooming in the mud. It was so clean it was almost blinding. But it's also so fragile that you want to destroy it. Yang Qi's eye of detection instantly locked onto her. Rows of bold red data jumped before my eyes. Target, Su Qianqian. Age, 19. Appearance, 92 without makeup. Body size, 90 extremely well hidden, the clothes are too loose to tell. Number of charges, 0. Special physique, 9 pure body undeveloped. Status, extreme fear, despair. Family background, father is a severe gambler who has absconded with high-interest loans. Mother has end-stage renal disease and urgently needs a kidney transplant costing 300,000 yuan. Younger brother is a truant and involved in crime, and recently injured someone and needs to pay compensation. Current state of mind, I'd do anything to save my mother, to get the money, even if it meant selling myself to the devil. 0 times. Yang Qi's pupils suddenly contracted. In this materialistic age. In this filthy clubhouse. Did he actually encounter a 0? And she's also a stunningly beautiful woman with a natural face, scoring 92 out of 100 in looks? This is like finding an SSR in a garbage dump. But then, that tragic family background slightly stirred Yang Qi's heart, which had originally only wanted to hunt for women. A gambling addict father, a seriously ill mother, and a good-for-nothing brother. What kind of hellish start is this? This script is way too melodramatic. She's practically the perfect template for a female protagonist in a novel. If I don't help her, who will? A sudden, inexplicable sense of responsibility welled up in Yang Qi's heart. Certainly. How much of this sense of responsibility stems from sympathy, and how much from coveting that 0 in the 9 pure body? Only God knows. After all, Yang Qi was never a gentleman. He's an ordinary person. He's also a bad guy who, after getting the system, wanted to do whatever he wanted. Hello. Yang Qi suddenly spoke. The sound wasn't loud, but it instantly froze the atmosphere in the entire private room. All the girls shuddered in fright and lowered their heads even further. Yang Qi extended his finger. That finger that almost pierced Lu Man's cheek. It pointed straight at Su Qianqian in the corner. The one in the floral dress. Raise your head. Su Qianqian trembled all over. She didn't seem to realize that she was being called until Lu Man next to her quickly gave her a push. What are you standing there for? Young Master Yang is calling you. Su Qianqian then hurriedly raised her head. What a pure and beautiful face it was. She is beautiful without makeup, yet surpasses countless others in the world. Her skin was so fair it was almost translucent, and her features were so exquisite they looked like a work of art sculpted by God. Just at this moment, those once bright and lively eyes were now brimming with tears. His eyes were filled with fear, helplessness, and a hint of resigned despair. Like a fawn shivering in a storm. It's so beautiful that one glance makes you want to. They bullied her severely. Young Master Yang, how are you? Su Chanxian's voice was barely audible and tinged with sobs. What's your name? Yang Qi asked the question knowing the answer, his gaze roaming over her body without restraint. From her delicate collarbone to her curves, which, though concealed by the loose dress, were still undeniable. Su Chanxian. How old are you? 10, 19. Is this your first time here? Yes. Yang Qi smiled. He had a wicked smile. Like a bully who has just snatched his favorite toy. Manager Lu. Yang Qi turned to look at Lu Man. I'll take this one. Upon hearing this, Lu Man finally felt relieved. God bless. This guy has finally taken a liking to me. Young Master Yang has excellent taste. Lu Man quickly flattered him, her smile practically smug. Although this girl is new and doesn't know the rules. But its advantage lies in its cleanliness, it's really clean. I just graduated from school, and my family urgently needs money. Yang Qi waved his hand, interrupting her nonsense. All right. No need for your introduction. I'm not blind. Yang Qi took out the black gold card from his pocket, held it between two fingers, and waved it in the air. Tonight, she's mine. Boom. As soon as those words were spoken, not only Su Chanxian, but also Lu Man and the other girls who were not chosen were all stunned. Mom is saved. Mom is really saved. She looked at Yang Qi, the man with fierce eyes and a cynical expression. At that moment, in her eyes, he seemed like an angel draped in holy light. Although this angel has a pair of black wings. Thank you, young Master Yan. Thank you. Su Chanxian wanted to kneel down, but was stopped by Yang Qi's sharp gaze. I don't like women kneeling. Unless it's in bed. Yang Qi gave a wicked smile, a smile full of aggression. Su Chanxian's face instantly turned bright red, the redness extending all the way to her ears. She understood. Of course she understood. Since she came here, she knew what price she would have to pay. I just didn't expect it. The first man she met was both domineering and generous. All right, Fatty. Yang Qi turned his head and looked at Fatty Wang, who was already scratching his head anxiously to the side. It's your turn. This batch of goods is all right, let's pick one quickly. Don't keep your godfather waiting too long. Wang Pengzi felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He was already seeing things too clearly. Although Su Chanxian was an absolute jerk, he was self-aware. That was my godfather's food. He wouldn't dare to rob it even if you gave him 10 times the courage. His gaze swept back and forth over the remaining 11 people. Final. My gaze lingered on the girl in the second row, who was wearing a slightly tight short skirt and had a chubby face that made her look adorably innocent. The girl looked to be in her early 20s, with a full figure, even a little chubby. This perfectly hit Wang Pengzi's XP. Yang. Brother Yang. Fatty Wang pointed at the girl and swallowed. Is that okay? That looks quite festive. Yang Qi looked in the direction he was pointing. Target, Yuan. Appearance, 75. Body size, 85, top of the slightly chubby category. Number of charging cycles, 3. Occupation, food vlogger. Note, I ate so much that I ran out of money, so I'm out earning money for food. I'm simple-minded and healthy. Puff. Yang Qi almost burst out laughing. Food vlogger? Earning money for food? This guy is a real talent. This is practically tailor-made for Fatty Wang. 2 pigs make a perfect pair. Moreover, it only needs to be charged 3 times, which is quite remarkable in this area. Okay. Yang Qi nodded and gave Fatty Wang an approving look. Good taste. She's the one. When Fatty Wang heard Yang Qi say yes, he was so excited he almost jumped up. Thank you, Godfather. Long live Godfather. Fatty Wang scurried over and grabbed the hand of the girl named Yuan. The girl wasn't shy at all. Instead, she gave Fatty Wang a sweet smile. "Brother, will you take me out for a late-night snack? I want to eat crayfish, the kind that weighs 5 pounds. Fatty Wang was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. "Eat. You have to eat. I'll take you to eat 10 pounds. Look at this pair of lively characters." Yang Qi shook his head helplessly. He stood up. He walked up to Su Chanshan. He looked down at the little girl who barely reached his chin. "Extend your hand." He put his arm around her slender waist. Su Chanshan's body stiffened, as if she had been electrocuted. Instinctively, you want to dodge. But then I thought of that 500,000 yuan, and my mother in the hospital bed. She bit her lip, trying to suppress her shame and fear. She obediently nestled into Yang Qi's arms. The faint scent of tobacco and whiskey lingered around the man's nose. There's also a strong hormonal scent. That's the scent of the strong. Let's go. Yang Qi's large hand caressed her waist, feeling its amazing elasticity. He whispered in his ear. "Tonight. I will check it carefully. Are you really worth it?" After saying that, Yang Qi put his arm around Su Chanshan and strode towards the private suite inside the room. Chapter 10 Su Mahua's Information, Mysterious Hacker? The air inside the suite was so quiet you could almost hear the dust settling on the floor. The frosted glass bathroom door was tightly closed. The sound of rushing water could be heard from inside. It's like a piece of music that's not exactly cheerful, but enough to make your heart race. Yang Qi sat on the edge of the Italian imported round bed, which was a full 3 meters wide. The mattress was so soft it felt like a gentle trap. He casually placed the half-finished bottle of Louis XIII on the bedside table. My fingertips tapped lightly on that expensive crystal lamp. Day. It has a good rhythm. Each sound was like a countdown to the approach of death or love. He wasn't in a hurry. Hunters always need patience. Especially when facing a little white rabbit that is about to walk right into a trap. To kill the damn wait, Yang Qi pulled out his phone again. The screen lights up. The red dot in the upper right corner of the class group chat, which he had previously blocked from sending notifications to, had now turned into 99+. He clicked on it and took a look. A playful, cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Really? Human joys and sorrows are not shared, but human jealousy and snobbery are surprisingly similar. The previous mockery and disdain have now all turned into flattery and probing. Li Chang Sports Committee at Yang Qi, I was blind to your greatness just now, please don't take it to heart. How about I treat you to some skewers another day? Wanghao passerby, brother Yang, I heard the masseuses at Heaven on Earth are top notch. Could you show us some photos? Send a couple of pictures, please? Zheng Tingting Arts and Literature Committee member, Yang Qi, I've always thought you have a lot of potential. You just didn't want to be too high profile before, right? By the way, would you like to come and support me at next week's arts and literature performance? Looking at these messages, Yang Qi felt nauseous. These people. Their expressions change faster than turning the pages of a book. Lu Wei, the rich second generation who had just been mocking him with photoshopped images in the group chat, was now as silent as if he were dead. He's probably looking at the picture of that bottle of wine and questioning his existence. Yang Qi ignored the messages in the group chat. His finger swiped across the screen, preparing to close WeChat. Just then, a new friend request popped up. The profile picture is a very artistic black and white profile photo with the school library in the background. The nickname is simple, ink painting. Yang Qi raised an eyebrow. He recognized the profile picture. Or rather, every male student at Jiangcheng University knows him. She is recognized as the most beautiful of the 4 campus beauties at Jiangcheng University. Aloof goddess. Sumo's painting. That icy beauty who never even glances at boys and walks with an aura of coldness. He is also a legendary figure who, despite countless wealthy second-generation heirs driving sports cars and displaying flowers downstairs, only to be met with a cold, indifferent back view. Why did she add me? Yang Qi paused for a moment, then accepted the friend request. Almost the next second, a message came through immediately. Ink painting, Yang Qi? Very aloof. Even the punctuation marks exude a cold indifference that keeps people at arm's length. Yang Qi smiled. He didn't rush to reply. Instead, it directly activated the God-level eye of detection. Even if it's through a screen. even if it's just a profile picture. As long as a target has a causal relationship with Yang Qi, the system can still capture information. A golden stream of data flashed before Yang Qi's eyes. Target, Su Mahua. Appearance, 96. Body, 93. Number of charges, 0. Occupation, junior student at Jiangcheng University. Mysterious hacker. Special physique, extremely intelligent and highly sensitive. Current favorability level, 10. Curious. Note, because of the photo you posted in the group, she noticed that the crack on the coffee table was the work of a master of internal martial arts, which made her suspicious of your identity. Yang Qi was stunned for a moment. Holy crap? Is this person a trained martial artist? Or someone who knows the stuff? And what on earth is this mysterious hacker's profession? Are all school beauties this curvy these days? Not only is she good looking, but she also has amazing skills? But what satisfied Yang Qi the most was that glaring zero. In this era where fast-paced romance is rampant, it's a miracle that such a stunning goddess can still maintain her factory settings. Yang Qi licked his lips. What started as just a casual game suddenly turned into a sense of curiosity and excitement. Since you've come to my doorstep, then I won't be polite. Yang Qi typed rapidly. Yang Qi, what's up? Even more aloof than her. She was even more sparing with words than him. If you're going to play the fool and take advantage of others, then you have to put on a good show. The other side clearly didn't expect Yang Qi to respond like that. A full half-minute passed before the second message arrived. Ink painting, did you take that photo? Yang Qi, so what if it is? Ink painting, that coffee table was cracked by a sudden, powerful blow. Do you know ancient martial arts? Yang Qi's eyelids twitched. This girl has a sharp eye. His basic indestructible Vajra technique, while primarily defensive, does indeed enhance strength and power generation techniques. I did use brute force to crush the security guard's wrist and smash the coffee table. I didn't expect her to see through it. Yang Qi, what's it to you? Yang Qi replied with 4 words. Simple. Rough. There was no pity or tenderness shown towards the woman. If it were the old Yang Qi, he probably would have become a lapdog and fawned over this goddess long ago. But now? Feel sorry. I have a cheat code. I am the master. After sending the message, Yang Qi tossed his phone aside. To lure someone in at the first sign of trouble, one must feign indifference. This tactic is often more effective than sending flowers or bags when dealing with a haughty, self-important goddess. Just then, the sound of water in the bathroom suddenly stopped. Yang Qi's heart skipped a beat. They've arrived. The entire suite seemed to fall into an ambiguous silence for a moment. Only the exhaust fan was still making a slight humming sound. Click. The bathroom door lock made a crisp sound. The doorknob turned slowly. A warm, humid steam, accompanied by the cheap yet pleasant scent of shower gel, seeped out from under the door. The first thing to emerge was a small, white, bare foot. The toes were round and cute, and slightly curled up because of nervousness. Immediately afterwards, Su Chanxian came out. She kept her head down. Her long, wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with water droplets still dripping from the ends. Water droplets slid down her hair, dripped onto her collarbone, and then slid into the deep, unfathomable cleavage. She was wrapped in a white bathrobe, a standard hotel item. But this bathrobe, which would fit an average person perfectly, looked exceptionally large on her petite frame. It's like a child who has stolen and put on an adult's clothes. Chapter 11. I'll do whatever young Master Yang tells me to do. That bathrobe was far too big. It hung loosely on Su Chanxian's slender yet surprisingly well-endowed body. The neckline is slightly open. It's not just white. Rather, it is a sickly pallor, a kind of paleness that has never seen sunlight. Her hands gripped the collar of her bathrobe tightly. The knuckles turned white from exertion. My whole body was trembling slightly. Yang Qi's smile deepened. He did not get up immediately. Instead, he picked up the expensive Louis XIII glass and gently swirled it. The amber-colored liquor left ambiguous streaks on the glass. Come over. Yang Qi's voice wasn't loud. It carried an unquestionable air of authority. In the empty and quiet presidential suite, it was like a thunderclap. Su Chanxian's body trembled violently. She slowly raised her head. Those once bright and lively eyes were now filled with fear and helplessness. There was still a hint of determination. For that debt of 300,000. For my mother who was still in the hospital waiting for money to save her life. She had no other choice. Day. Bare little feet tread on thick, expensive Persian carpets. No sound was made. But every step she took felt like stepping on her own heart. A distance of a few meters. It felt as if she had lived for a century. Finally, she stood in front of Yang Qi. Because she was looking down, Yang Qi could only see her long, slender neck. And that faint pink blush that rose from nervousness. That was an extremely shameful physiological reaction. Yang Qi put down his wine glass. Extend a hand. With slender fingers, he gently lifted Su Chanshan's chin. This forced her to look up. Their eyes met. The aggression in Yang Qi's eyes was undisguised. His gaze roamed freely over her face. Name. Yang Qi asked the question knowing the answer already. Su Chanshan. Her voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's hum. It had a distinct vibrato. How old are you? 10, 19. Yang Qi clicked his tongue. 19 years old. Are you still a freshman? This should be the age to enjoy youth on campus and have a sweet, innocent romance. But now, for the sake of money, she's standing in front of a man she's only known for less than an hour. Pick as you please. This messed up world. But Yang Qi liked it very much. Only those with absolute power and money can do whatever they want in this messed up world. Do you know who I am? Yang Qi's fingers did not leave her chin. Instead, it gently slid downwards along that smooth skin. It finally stopped at the edge of the bathrobe collar. Su Chanshan's breathing instantly became rapid. His chest heaved violently. It stirred up a breathtaking wave. I know. You are young Master Yang. Yes, the most distinguished guest here. Su Chanshan closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled incessantly. 2 lines of clear tears finally slid down her cheeks, unable to be held back. Why are you crying? A tear glistened on Yang Qi's finger. I put it in my mouth and tasted it. Salty. It was bitter too. I spent so much money not to come and watch you mourn. Yang Qi's tone turned colder. He had a touch of the domineering nature typical of spoiled brats. I'm sorry, young Master Yang. Su Chanshan opened her eyes in a panic. She hastily wiped the tears from her face. She dared not offend this man. Manager Lu Man once said that. This man could destroy this club with just one sentence. Not to mention her, a mere bar hostess. If you anger him, not only will I not get that 100,000 commission, but I will also lose it. They might not even have the chance to establish themselves in this city. I don't like to force others. Yang Qi withdrew his hand. I leaned back and sank into the soft mattress. He looked at her with amusement. If you don't want to, you can get out now. The door is over there. Su Chanshan was stunned. She glanced instinctively in the direction of the door. That is the exit to freedom. But it is also an abyss of despair. As long as you go out. She was still that poor wretch burdened with enormous debt, constantly at risk of being kidnapped by loan sharks to pay off her debts. Mother's medication will be stopped. That shattered home will completely collapse. No. We can't leave. Su Chanshan bit her lip. Even when her lips were bitten until they bled, she was completely unaware. She took a deep breath. It's as if some major decision has been made. The fear in his eyes was slowly replaced by a tragic obedience. I'm not leaving. I am young Master Yang's man. I'll do whatever young Master Yang tells me to do. After saying that, she reached out her hand, trembling. Slowly, he untied the belt around his waist. Splash! The white bathrobe slid down her smooth skin. It piled up at my feet. Like a blooming white lotus. That instant, the air seemed to freeze. Yang Qi's pupils contracted slightly. The divine eye of detection truly lives up to its name. That figure. This skin. It's simply a gift from the Creator. There are no traces of artificial carving. Pure, natural jade. although he was slightly thin due to malnutrition. But the parts that should have meat are not lacking at all. Especially those legs. Straight. Slender. Is this the true value of zero charging cycles? Yang Qi felt a surge of heat rush to his head. What aloof school beauty, Su Mahua. What ex-girlfriend Lin Wan. At this moment, they all paled in comparison to Su Chanqian. Come over. Yang Qi spoke again. This time, his voice became hoarse. It was filled with an irrepressible passion. Su Chanqian's body stiffened. Yang Qi grabbed her slender waist. Where to start? Warm and smooth like jade. His amazing elasticity made him love it. Su Chanqian let out a short gasp. She fell into Yang Qi's arms. The masculine aura instantly enveloped her. That's the aroma of Louis XIII, mixed with the scent of cologne. There is another type. The aggressive aura that made her legs go weak. Young Master Yang. She cried out in a panic. He placed his hands on Yang Qi's chest. I wanted to push him away, but I didn't dare to use force. Call me husband. Yang Qi lowered his head. He leaned close to her ear. Husband, husband. The sound was as faint as a whisper. With a mix of shame and ingratiation. Good girl. Yang Qi smiled. A system notification sounded in my mind. Yang Qi simply chose to ignore it. At times like this, who the hell cares about the system anymore? He lowered his head. He kissed those cherry-like lips. Yang Qi's hands were not idle either. Su Chanqian suddenly tilted her head back. She bit down on Yang Qi's shoulder. Tears streamed down her face. 2 hours later, Yang Qi leaned against the headboard. I lit a cigarette afterward. Wisps of smoke rose into the air. His handsome yet somewhat wicked face was blurred. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully tamed Su Chanqian. Reward received, 10 million in cash. Reward received, Physical Enhancement Agent Intermediate X1. Reward obtained, Skill, Golden Kidney Warrior, Passive, increases recovery by 300%. Yang Qi squinted. Looking at the virtual panel in front of me. Cool. That was fucking awesome. He not only slept with girls who were top-tier school beauties. He also got 10 million and a set of amazing skills for free. This is hardly about spending money to have fun. It's practically a money-making machine. The skill of the Golden Kidney Warrior really caught Yang Qi's eye. Yang Qi stubbed out his cigarette. His gaze fell once again on Su Chanqian beside him. What just happened? This young lady seems to have gained a touch of allure. That allure of a newlywed is simply irresistible. Especially the corners of her eyes, still streaked with tears. It makes you want to bully her again. Yang Qi felt. A surge of heat was flowing through his dantian. The stamina I had just used was recovering at an alarming rate. Not enough? Yang Qi's lips curled into a wicked smile. Su Chanqian stared wide-eyed in horror. Young Master Yang. I can't take it anymore. It really won't work. She was genuinely scared. That could really kill people. No? A man can't say no. Women can't say no either. Yang Qi forcefully silenced her with a kiss. Just then, a sudden cell phone ringtone sounded. The vast sea laughs, the tide surge on both shores. The old and jarring ringtone. He seemed out of place in this luxurious presidential suite. It was even somewhat comical. Yang Qi paused. His brows furrowed. The frustration of having an arrow on the bowstring but being cut short made him very unhappy. Whose call was it? He asked coldly. Su Chanqian hurriedly pushed Yang Qi away. I picked up the old cell phone with the crack screen that was on the bedside table. I glanced at the caller ID. His face turned deathly pale instantly. It's my mom. It was a call from the hospital. She looked up. She looked at Yang Qi with pleading eyes. Young Master Yang, please, let me answer this phone. My mom is still in the hospital, something might have happened. Yang Qi looked at her pitiful appearance. The desire in my heart subsided a bit. Although he was a pervert. But it's not that they're inhumane. Moreover, now that she's become his woman, then her affairs are naturally his affairs as well. Helping his woman solve her problems. This is the perfect opportunity to boost favorability and demonstrate the authority of the sugar daddy. Catch. Yang Qi rolled over and lay back down on the bed. Place your hands behind your head. He uttered a single word softly. Su Chanxian felt as if she had been granted a pardon. With trembling hands, he pressed the answer button. And he habitually turned on speakerphone. Because the earpiece of that old phone was broken, you couldn't hear anything without using speakerphone. Hello? Auntie? Su Chanxian's voice was trembling with tears. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged woman's anxious, tearful roar could be heard. Qian. Where are you? Come to the hospital quickly. The doctor just said, if you don't pay the full amount for your mother's surgery soon, they'll have to stop her medication. That's money that could save a life. Those damned debt collectors are here again. They even pulled out the oxygen tubes from the hospital. Qian. Auntie is really at her wit's end. Please think of something. Wa'ada. The crying on the other end of the phone was desperate and heartbreaking. Su Chanxian's tears flowed instantly. My hand holding the phone was trembling violently. Auntie, don't worry. I'm trying to think of a way. I've already borrowed the money. When the phrase borrowed money is mentioned, Su Chanxian subconsciously glanced at Yang Qi beside her. His eyes held a complex expression. You borrowed it? You really borrowed it? How much did you borrow? The voice on the other end of the phone instantly rose in volume. It was like grasping at the last straw. 300,000. Su Chanxian said, biting her lip. 300,000? That's great. That's great. However, Chanxian, the doctor just said that further treatment will require imported medication, which will cost another 200,000. That'll be 500,000 in total. Can you think of another way? Su Chanxian froze. 500,000? Her commission was only 100,000 yuan in total. She just received 200,000 yuan and doesn't know where to find a solution. Where can I get another 200,000? Are we going to have to sell our kidneys too? A profound sense of powerlessness overwhelmed her completely. Just as she was about to say, there's nothing I can do, a large hand. Suddenly it reached out. He snatched the phone from her hand. Hello. Yang Qi's voice was languid and deep. The other end of the phone went silent instantly. She was clearly startled by the sudden male voice. Who are you? I am Su Chanxian's man. Yang Qi glanced at Su Chanxian, who was staring in disbelief. A playful smile curved at the corner of his lips. Chapter 12. A call from the hospital. You don't want your mother to be unable to afford medical treatment, do you? I am Su Chanxian's man. This sentence, even through a distorted, broken phone receiver, it also carries an undeniable air of dominance. On the other end of the phone, the middle-aged woman, who had been wailing and lamenting, fell silent instantly. A deathly silence. It was as if even breathing had stopped. 5 or 6 seconds passed. A gasp of disbelief came from the other end. Sharp. Harsh. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. A man. When did Qianqian start dating? That brat. Why hasn't she ever told the family? Immediately afterwards, the woman's voice changed. It was no longer the despair and wailing of before. Instead, it carries a shrewdness unique to ordinary people. There was also a hint of greed. Like a hyena that has smelled blood. He pressed on urgently. Hey! You there! You said you're a shallow man? Do you have any money? You heard what I just said, didn't you? 500,000. Do you have 500,000? Su Chanxian's face turned deathly pale. She listened to her aunt's blunt question. I felt a surge of shame rush from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. That's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. She felt like a product placed on a shelf. My family is eagerly trying to sell me something. Even if it's for sale. We need to get a good price for it. Stop talking. Auntie, please stop talking. Su Chanxian cried and tried to snatch the phone. She didn't want Yang Qi to see this unbearable side of her. Her pitiful self-esteem. In front of this man. It has already been trampled into the mud. If even this last shred of fig leaf is torn off, she really didn't know how to live anymore. Smack. Yang Qi easily dodged her hand. A backhand slap. It lightly patted her firm, round buttocks. The sound was crisp and clear. It feels great in the hand. Behave yourself. Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Yang Qi glared at her. His eyes held a mixture of mockery and warning. Su Qianqian trembled. That newly emerging thought of resistance. It was instantly shattered by that slap. She shrank her neck. Like a startled quail. She could only bite her lip and look at Yang Qi with teary eyes. Yang Qi put the phone back to his ear. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. 500,000? A lot? The woman on the other end of the phone paused for a moment. They seemed stunned by Yang Qi's casual tone. Are there many? That's 500,000. For ordinary families. That was several years' worth of savings. How could this man say that? It's as easy as saying $5? You have money? The woman's voice was trembling. That was exciting. Send me your card number. Yang Qi was too lazy to waste words. The order was issued directly. Yet it possesses an irresistible magic. Ah. Oh. Okay. I'll send it right now. Qianqian is such a lucky girl. I knew this girl was pretty and would definitely find a good husband. I was just cursing her as a brat. Now it has become good fortune. That's how fast they change their tune. It's comparable to Sichuan opera. Yang Qi ignored the compliments from the other end. He hung up the phone immediately. I casually tossed my phone onto the bedside table. Ding dong. Almost the next second. A text message came through. It's a bank card number. Obviously. That so-called aunt had already memorized this card number perfectly. Or perhaps it was prepared long ago. We've been waiting for this moment. Yang Qi picked up his phone. Open the bank's app. Enter your card number. Enter the amount, 500,000. Fingerprint verification. Transfer successful. The whole process. Flowing like clouds in water. It didn't even last a minute. Yang Qi showed Su Qianqian his phone screen. The screen displays the words "transfer successful" in large letters. It stung Su Qianqian's eyes. It turned around? Su Qianqian was stunned. She stared blankly at the screen. He looked up at Yang Qi again. My mind is a complete mess. 500,000. Just like that, you gave it to me? They didn't even write an IOU? They didn't even ask what the aunt's name was? This man. Just how rich are they? Just then. The old cell phone rang again. It's still that comical "a laugh in the vast sea." Su Qianqian answered the call in a flustered manner. Before I could even speak. Then, my aunt's hysterical screams came from the other end of the phone. That was a scream of extreme excitement. Received it. Qianqian. Oh my God. It really is 500,000. Not a penny less. Your boyfriend is amazing. He's so rich. The doctor said that with this money, your mother can not only have surgery, but also use the best imported medicines. Your mom is saved. She's really saved. You'd better serve them well. Do you hear me? A husband like this is hard to find even with a lantern. Su Qianqian listened to the voice on the phone. Tears welled up again. This time. No longer tears of despair. Instead, it was excitement. It's fortunate. It is also a profound complexity. Mom is saved. The mountain weighing on her heart. They finally moved out. But. She looked at the man in front of her who had a half smile on his face. But a sense of indescribable panic welled up inside me. This money. It's too hot to handle. She hung up the phone. He gripped the sheets tightly with both hands. The knuckles are turning white. Young Master Yang. Why? She finally asked the question. His voice was hoarse, with a strong nasal tone. Why should you help me? That's 500,000. I don't know. I can no longer serve you like I did before. She is naive. But I also know. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The transaction just now. It's over. This is 500,000. It's extra. It was a debt of gratitude she could not bear. Yang Qi looked at her conflicted and fearful expression. I just found it funny. He leaned forward. He grabbed Su Chanxian's delicate chin. This forced her to raise her head. Those deep, dark eyes looked directly into her eyes. It was as if they could see right through her soul. Can't pay it back? Then I'll spend my whole life paying for it. Yang Qi's voice was very soft. Yet it carries an undeniable domineering air. As for why I helped you. Yang Qi leaned close to her ear. I took your virginity. You are my woman. This is Lao Tzu's rule. My woman. Except in bed. Anywhere else, anytime. No one is allowed to cry. Did you understand? Su Chanxian's pupils suddenly contracted. My heart felt like it had been hit hard by something. This is an extremely domineering and absurd argument. This kind of unreasonable possessiveness. What she heard at that moment. I actually felt a damn sense of security. Just like in this turbulent world. She finally found a big tree that could shelter her from the wind and rain. Although this tree, somewhat evil, it's somewhat dangerous. But they truly protected her. But Su Chanxian was still somewhat hesitant. That was because she was a poor student. One last bit of perseverance. 500,000 is too much. I'm not worthy. Shoo. Yang Qi pressed his finger against her lips. It interrupted her self-deprecation. Is it worth it? I'm in charge. We'll see. Yang Qi's eyes turned cold. There was a hint of threat in his tone. You are rejecting me now. You want me to get this money back? And then just watch helplessly as the hospital stops your mother's medication? Watching your family completely fall apart? This sentence. It's like a sharp knife. It precisely struck Su Chanxian's vital point. Su Chanxian's face turned pale. He shook his head frantically. No. No. Please, don't come after them. I need to save my mom. You wouldn't want your mother to be unable to afford medical treatment, would you? Yang Qi released his hand. I leaned back against the headboard. He acted as if he had her completely under his thumb. Su Chanxian looked at him. The struggle in his eyes. It slowly disappeared. Instead, it's a kind of resigned obedience. There's still a sliver left. A dependence she herself was unaware of. I'll be obedient. From now on, I will listen to young Master Yang. Su Chanxian lowered her head. Like a completely tamed kitten. Clever. Docile. Yang Qi nodded in satisfaction. On the system panel. Su Chanxian's favorability rating. It is soaring at rocket speed. Ding. Target Su Chanxian's favorability has increased to 90, completely devoted. Extra reward triggered. Reward, God-level driving skills Akina Mountain God Edition. Reward, 5 million renminbi in cash. Yang Qi almost burst out laughing. See? This is what investing is all about. Throw away 500,000. They got 5 million in return. In addition, there is unwavering devotion. There is also a God-level skill. This deal. They made a killing. The saying goes, simps never get a good death. That's a penniless sycophant. Someone like him. This is called a gift from the sugar daddy. Yang Qi was in a great mood. He reached out and pulled Su Chanxian into his arms. This time, Su Chanxian did not resist at all. Instead, she rested her head against his chest. It's like searching for a warm harbor. Yang Qi played with Su Chanxian's soft, long hair with one hand. He took the phone with his other hand. I randomly opened WeChat. In the class group chat. It's incredibly lively right now. The messages were scrolling by incredibly fast. These are a bunch of freshmen. It's a time when you have boundless energy and nowhere to release it. Holy crap! Did you guys hear? There's a Rolls-Royce parked in front of our school today. Really? A Rolls-Royce? Even a lousy college like ours has rich kids? I have pictures to prove it. Although I didn't get a clear picture of the face, the license plate number is definitely real. A blurry photo was released. It was the same car Yang Chi had just been in. TCH, who knows which godfather is here to pick up his goddaughter? The speaker was a person with the ID charming and debonair young Master Wang. Yang Chi recognized this guy. The rich kid in the class. My family owns a factory. He's always been one to show off. He had been pestering Lin Wan for a while. Even before Yang Chi broke up with his girlfriend, this guy was already making sarcastic remarks quite often. At Lin Wan, this car isn't here to pick you up, is it? You're the only one in our class with this kind of style. Young Master Wang sent another message. He was clearly using this opportunity to curry favor with the goddess. Lin Wan replied instantly. Don't talk nonsense, I'm still in my dorm. That car is really cool, I wonder what the owner looks like. Between the lines. They all have a green tea flavor. Obviously. She was talking to the owner of that Rolls-Royce. It was also filled with curiosity and longing. Yang Chi looked at the screen. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. Lin Wan, oh Lin Wan. If you knew. This car is like a piece of cake for me. What kind of expression would you make? It must be amazing. Yang Chi didn't rush to show off in the group. The current situation is a slap in the face. Too low level. A real slap in the face. It has to wait until tomorrow. Or it could be a specific occasion. In front of everyone. Give them a lesson they'll never forget. But that doesn't stop him from disgusting these people now. Yang Chi tapped his finger lightly. I sent a message. Yang Chi, it's just a Rolls-Royce. It's not much different from sitting in one. It's not even as breathable as a shared bike outside the school. The group chat exploded instantly. Yang Chi? Are you fucking drunk? So bragging doesn't cost anything, huh? Sitting here is fine, but have you ever actually sat down? Young Master Wang went even further, directly mocking. Hey, isn't this our talented Yang? Did he go crazy from the shock of just being dumped? If you don't have money for food, just tell me, and I'll treat you to a meal at the cafeteria. Stop daydreaming. Below is a series of ha 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 emojis. Lin Wan also posted a message. Yang Chi, don't do this. Even though we've broken up, I still hope you can be more down to earth. Don't lie like this just to save face. It's childish. Looking at these messages, Yang Chi was not angry at all. Instead, he burst out laughing. Laughter reverberated in his chest. Even Su Chanxian in his arms raised her head. She looked at him blankly. Young Master Yang, what's wrong? Fine. Yang Chi put down his phone. He lowered his head and kissed Su Chanxian's smooth forehead. I watched a group of monkeys perform. It's quite interesting. After saying that, he turned over to look at Su Chanxian. His eyes burned with passion again. Since the money has already been transferred, then shouldn't you keep your promise? Since it's still unclear. Then, Su Chanxian's face instantly turned red to the roots of her neck. Of course she knew what Yang Chi was going to do. But this time, she did not dodge. Instead, she shyly closed her eyes. Chapter 13, Canary Number 2? An unexpected encounter with an extremely beautiful woman. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the heavy blackout curtains. They stubbornly squeezed in. A blinding spot of light was cast on the carpet. On the king-size bed in the suite, the air was filled with an indescribable scent of photinia flowers. Yang Chi slowly opened his eyes. My mind went blank for a moment. Immediately afterwards, memories of last night flooded back like a tide. From subduing Su Qingyue, they beat up the security guard. Then they went to the Imperial Hall to select concubines. At last. It's the one in my arms. He lowered his head slightly. He looked at Su Chanqian, who was curled up in his arms. That pretty face without any makeup. She was blushing with satisfaction. I'm sleeping very soundly. It felt like a beautiful dream. A few stray strands of hair clung to her cheeks. It adds to the sense of heartbreaking fragility. The blanket barely covered the vital parts. Yang Qi's lips curled into a wicked smile. A thought crossed my mind. The eye of exploration. A pale blue virtual panel that only he could see. It instantly appeared above Su Chanqian's head. Name, Su Chanqian. Age, 19. Appearance, 96 campus beauty level. Body, 95 excellent. Affection level, 90 completely devoted. Status, extremely tired, happy. Weaknesses, mother, lack of money, gentle personality. Number of charges, 1 marked as host exclusive. Look at the number of charges column. Yang Qi nodded in satisfaction. This system. That's so thoughtful. Even this kind of data is recorded very clearly. It seemed to sense Yang Qi's gaze. Su Chanqian let out a soft moan. Her long eyelashes trembled a few times. He slowly opened his eyes. Those once clear almond-shaped eyes. It still carried a hint of grogginess from just waking up. When he saw Yang Qi's face so close to his, her pupils focused instantly. Memories returned. Everything that happened last night. That blush-inducing scene. And that huge sum of 500,000. It instantly filled her mind. Young Master Yang. Su Chanqian's voice was a little hoarse. With a hint of shyness. More. It is a deep-seated reverence and attachment. She instinctively tried to get up. But I felt a sudden soreness. How? Want to do it again? Yang Qi propped his head up with one hand. With his other hand, he unceremoniously slipped under the covers. This girl. She looks thin and frail. This is surprisingly informative. Ah. No. Don't. She quickly grabbed Yang Qi's mischievous hand. His eyes were full of pleading. Young Master Yang, I can't take it anymore. It really hurts. Looking at her pitiful appearance. Yang Qi chuckled softly. I didn't bother her anymore. After all, there is ample time. This is my own personal canary. It needs to be nurtured slowly. Take your time. All right. Just kidding. Yang Qi withdrew his hand. He slapped her hard on her shapely buttocks. Get up and wash up. I'll take you back to school later. Su Chanqian nodded obediently. Endure the physical discomfort. I forced myself to get up. That fleeting glimpse of spring light. Yang Qi's eyes darkened again. But he held back. As a super rich person, you must learn to control your desires. Although not many. Half an hour later, the two tidied themselves up. Su Chanqian changed back into the clothes she wore last night. Although inexpensive. But it was worn by her. Yet it has a pure and natural beauty, like a lotus emerging from clear water. Yang Qi took out his phone. Open WeChat QR code. He handed it to her. Scan me. Su Chanqian was stunned for a moment. He was then flattered and took out the phone with the cracked screen. I swept it carefully. Drop. Friend added successfully. Yang Qi casually changed the note to shallow canary number 2. Then I looked up. His gaze turned serious. It exudes an undeniable air of dominance. Listen. Starting today, you're not allowed to go to places like heaven on earth anymore. Even working as a waiter is not an option. My woman. There's no need to go to those kinds of places and show your face. You've embarrassed me. Su Chanqian's body stiffened. He then nodded vigorously. Her eyes were a little red. I understand. I will never go there again. If you don't need money. Who would want to go to a place like that and be looked down upon? Who would willingly trample on their own dignity? Besides, Yang Qi reached out and pinched her chin. It forced her to look at herself. If you need money in the future, just tell me. She stood on tiptoe. Muster your courage. She gave Yang Qi a light peck on the cheek. "Thank you, young Master Yang. I will be obedient. I will be good." Yang Qi raised an eyebrow. This girl. They're quite savvy. Favorability 90. It's definitely true to its name. Then she started to offer kisses. The two stepped out of the elevator, arriving at the hotel lobby. Far away. Then I saw a round figure slumped on the sofa. It was Fatty Wang. At this moment, Fatty Wang. He looked haggard. Dark circles under the eyes. But in those small eyes? Yet it shone with an extremely excited light. They saw Yang Qi come out. Fatty Wang felt like he had seen a savior. It was as if I had seen a god. He sprang up from the sofa with a whoosh. Those agile movements. It doesn't match his weight of 200 pounds at all. Godfather. This loud roar. Full of energy. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the lobby. The receptionists were all covering their mouths and giggling. Yang Qi's lips twitched slightly. That fatso. That's so damn shameful. But he didn't refute it. He truly deserves the title of Godfather. Fatty Wang came running over excitedly. She glanced at Su Chanxian, who was as obedient as a cat beside Yang Qi. His eyes were full of envy and admiration. Thumbs up. A lewd grin spread across his face. Godfather, you're awesome. That energy and spirit. Look at that complexion. They must have been on a killing spree last night. And they still make them so obedient. Hi. That's brilliant. Yang Qi kicked him in annoyance. Stop being so cheeky. How was last night? Didn't that round thing kill you by sitting on it? Speaking of Yuan. Wang Ponzi's round face instantly scrunched up. It's painful again. It's a memory to savor. Don't mention Godfather. I feel like my back is going to break. But it smells so good. That heavy sense of oppression. TSK. The three of them talked. They walked out of the hotel. The hotel manager had already arranged a private car. It was still that black Rolls-Royce Phantom. After all, they are major clients. Service must be provided effectively. Looking at the luxury cars parked at the entrance, Fatty Wang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise again. Holy crap! Godfather, is this car still a gift for us? Isn't that incredibly prestigious? I've never ridden in a Rolls-Royce back to school in my entire life. I have to post this on WeChat moments later to show off. Yang Qi, on the other hand, remained quite calm. Open the car door. Let Su Chanxian sit down first. Then I sat down myself. Fatty Wang then consciously climbed into the passenger seat. The car started moving slowly. It drove smoothly on the road. Inside the train carriage. Quiet yet luxurious. This was Su Chanxian's first time riding in such a luxury car. He seemed a little cramped. She gripped the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands. I dare not move. They were afraid of getting anything dirty. Yang Qi noticed her nervousness. He reached out and took her small hand in his. His thumb gently stroked the back of her hand. It conveys warmth and strength. Su Chanxian turned her head. She gave him a grateful look. The tension in my heart. It dissipated considerably in an instant. As long as he's there. It seems like there's nothing to be afraid of. The car arrived at the entrance of Jiangcheng University very quickly. It was the peak time for morning classes. People come and go at the school gate. They were all vibrant college students. The black Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up to a stop at the side of the road. That kind of inherent aura. It instantly quieted down the surrounding noise. Countless gazes were cast upon them. I feel envious. There is jealousy. I'm curious. Wow. A Rolls-Royce. It's that car again. I saw it yesterday. Which important figure has come to inspect the area? Or is it some rich kid causing trouble in the street again? To everyone's astonishment, the car door opened. Yang Qi was the first to get off. Dressed in casual clothes. Although it's not a big brand. But his demeanor has undergone a complete transformation. In addition, he stepped out of a Rolls-Royce. Even if you're just wearing baggy shorts, others would also think it's a limited edition Balenciaga item. Immediately afterwards, Su Chanxian also came down. She kept her head down. Her face turned bright red. Clearly, they were not used to being the center of attention. But that pure and exquisite beauty, it still caused a stir. Holy crap! Isn't that Su Chanxian from the art department? The commoner's school beauty. How did she get out of the Rolls-Royce? Oh no, has my goddess fallen for me too? Who is this man? I've never seen him before. He looks familiar. Doesn't he look like Yang Qi from our department? Yang Qi? That simp who got dumped by Lin Wan? Discussions rose and fell. Yang Qi, however, did not care at all. He turned to look at Su Chanxian. In front of everyone, he reached out and pinched her cheek again. The actions were intimate. To assert sovereignty. Go back and get some rest. Remember what I said. Su Chanxian nodded, blushing. I'll head back now. Goodbye, young Master Yang. After saying that, she looked like a frightened little rabbit. He turned and ran into the school gate. He left everyone with only a captivating silhouette. Godfather! Wait for me. At this moment, Fatty Wang also rolled out of the passenger seat. He looked like he wanted more. These seats are genuine leather, and they're so soft. The two walked into the campus side by side. Along the way, the return rate is 100%. Yang Qi's current perception is far beyond that of ordinary people. Those who point fingers and whisper. He heard it perfectly clearly. But he just sneered. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? A bunch of losers who can only live by fantasizing. Where do they know the joy of having a system? Walking. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking on the ground came from ahead. Da-day-day. Crisp. Powerful. It has a very strong sense of rhythm. Yang Qi subconsciously looked up. A woman in a business suit walked towards us. She looks to be in her mid-20s. White shirt. Bodycon skirt. Black stockings. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Her long hair was tied up at the back of her head. He was holding a stack of folders. She exudes an aura of intellect, aloofness, and unapproachability. Especially her figure. It made that business suit look completely full. Yang Qi's eyes lit up. Absolutely amazing. Chapter 14: The Beautiful Counselor. She's adopted 2 more godsons. That aura. Completely different from Su Qingyue's aloofness and Su Chanxian's fragility. It's a sense of asceticism with a mature charm. It makes you want to tear off her disguise. A thought crossed my mind. The eye of exploration is activated. Name, Xin Bing. Age, 25. Occupation, counselor graduate student. Appearance, 94 Ice Queen. Body size, 93 curvy. Favorability rating, 10. I strongly dislike students who don't focus on their studies. Status, anxiety, performance evaluation, stress, premenstrual symptoms. Weaknesses, strong ambition, craves recognition, secretly passionate. Number of charging cycles, 0. Undeveloped. It turns out she was a counselor. Shen Bing. The person is as their name suggests. It was as cold as ice. Yang Qi stopped in his tracks. He deliberately blocked her way. Shen Bing frowned. Stop walking. He pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Those beautiful eyes hidden behind the glasses. She gave Yang Qi a cold glance. His eyes held a scrutinizing gaze. There was also a hint of undisguised disgust. Of course she knew Yang Qi. That person who made outrageous remarks in the class group chat. A troublesome student who said Rolls-Royce is not as good as a shared bicycle. And there was also a faint smell of alcohol and perfume on him. Even after a night, you can still smell it. It's obvious they just came back from some shady place. Yang Qi, classmate. Shin Bing's voice was cold. It's like pearls falling onto a jade plate. But without a trace of emotion. It's class time now. You're not only late. and his clothes were disheveled. Where are we going? Yang Qi was not afraid at all. Instead, it took a step closer. The distance between the two people. It shrank instantly to only a dozen centimeters. He could even smell the faint, cool fragrance emanating from Xinbing. That's the scent of Chanel No. 5. Teacher Shen. Yang Qi's lips curled into a wicked smile. His gaze swept over her without restraint, especially lingering on those tightly tucked shirt buttons for a few seconds. I just got back to school. I was just getting ready to go back to my dorm to study. But it's you, teacher. Have you been under too much pressure lately? I see you have a furrowed brow. His forehead is dark. You should be careful about hormonal imbalances. Would you like me to help you regulate your body? You. Xinbing was furious. That pretty face that was originally as cold as ice. A thin layer of anger instantly settled over him. This student. That's incredibly bold. How dare you flirt with a teacher in public? Treatment? Is that proper treatment? She's not stupid. Yang Qi. Watch your words. Do you want to get a demerit? Xinbing took half a step back. Create distance. His chest heaved violently. Yang Qi's eyes burned even hotter at this sight. A demerit? Teacher Shen. Don't scare students all the time. I'm timid. Yang Qi shrugged. He acted like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. But if the teacher really needs help, you can contact me anytime. That's me. The most helpful person. After saying that, he even winked at Xinbing on purpose. Then he swaggered past her. He left with Fatty Wan looking on with admiration. Xinbing stood still. He stared intently at Yang Qi's back. The folder in my hand was crumpled and deformed. Asshole. This Yang Qi. How did you suddenly become so thuggish? The timid and submissive person from before. Where did Yang Qi, who only knew how to follow Lin Wan around like a lapdog, go? How could it have happened overnight? It's like a completely different person? And just a moment ago, I was being stared at by his extremely aggressive gaze. She felt a strange panic. That feeling. It felt like being targeted by a wild beast. Boys' dormitory. Room 404. I pushed the door open. A familiar smell wafted over. It smelled like a mixture of instant noodles, feet, and old cigarette butts. This is the unique hormonal atmosphere of a university men's dormitory. The curtains in the dormitory were drawn. It was extremely dark. The dim light emanating from the two computer screens. It reflected two excited faces. Go! 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 AD, do you even know how to play? Cut off the back row. Are you a pig? Holy crap! We lost again. Those were Yang Qi's other two roommates. The tall, thin man's name is Zhang Zhao. He was wearing thick glasses. He's a typical STEM guy. He was typing furiously on the keyboard at that moment. The other one had a buzz cut. Wearing a basketball jersey. The muscles are clearly defined. His name is Li Qing. He's a sports student. He's also a gaming addict. I heard the door open. Neither of them turned around. Still staring at the screen. Oh, what a rare guest. Is our Casanova back? Li Qing was operating the mouse. He joked. His tone carried a hint of mockery. Obviously. The news of Yang Qi's breakup. They already knew. After all, there was such a commotion in the group last night. What's wrong? I didn't go back to the dorm last night. Did you go to the rooftop for some fresh air? Did you go to some corner to secretly wipe away your tears? Zhang Zhao pushed up his glasses. They finished the job. In their view, Yang Qi, a poor loser, was dumped by his goddess. It's definitely going to be a matter of life and death. As for what Yang Qi said in the group, the statement Rolls-Royce is not as good as shared bicycles is misleading. They simply took it as Yang Qi's ramblings due to excessive stimulation. Or perhaps they're just putting on a brave face for the sake of their pitiful pride. Bang! Fatty Wang kicked the door shut. He threw the few cigarettes he was holding onto the table. It made a loud bang. This commotion. Finally, they shocked the two internet-addicted teenagers who were addicted to games. The two turned around and looked. They were immediately dumbfounded. All I saw was on the table. 5 or 6 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes were prominently displayed. Bright red packaging. It stung their eyes. Holy crap! Fatty, are you going to rob someone? So many Chinese cigarettes? You struck it rich? Li Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. He reached out to take it. But Fatty Wang slapped him away. Go! 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 This was a gift from my godfather. Godfather? The two looked completely bewildered. Following Wang Ponzi's gaze, she looked at Yang Qi, who was slowly walking to sit down beside her bed. Yang Qi crossed his legs. Light a cigarette. Take a deep breath. Exhale a perfect smoke ring. That posture. That expression. Where is there even a trace of heartbreak and despair? It's like a big shot returning to his village. Fatty Wang chuckled. He cleared his throat. He plopped down in the chair. The poor chair let out a pitiful creak. It was as if they were protesting the unbearable weight of life. Listen carefully. Don't scare yourself so much you wet your pants. Last night, me and my godfather, they went to heaven on earth. What? Zhang Zhao and Li Qing exclaimed in surprise at the same time. His eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. Heaven and earth? That was the most notorious den of iniquity in Jiangcheng. It said that even a glass of plain water costs several hundred yuan inside. Even playing casually can cost tens of thousands. That's a place that poor students like them can only dream of. Fatty, are you fucking bluffing? Just the two of you? Even if you sold both of you, it wouldn't be enough to cover one night's expenses there. Li Chang looked incredulous. That is. Yang Qi was just dumped yesterday, how could he be in the mood to go to a place like that? And where did he get the money? Did she go wash the dishes? Zhang Zhao echoed this sentiment. Fatty Wang scoffed dismissively. He looked at his two roommates with the eyes of someone looking at country bumpkins. Washing dishes? You've narrowed your perspective. Too small. I'll tell you. Last night, my godfather not only took me there. We went to the Imperial Palace again. That's the highest class private room. Minimum spending requirement, 880,000. Hiss. The two of them gasped. 880,000? What does this mean? They can buy a house in their hometown now. And Fatty Wang got more and more excited as he talked. Spit flew everywhere. They danced with joy. It was as if they wanted to vent all the shock of last night. 20. A full 20 stunning beauties. Wearing a cheongsam. Arranged in 2 rows. Take your pick. That scene. TSK TSK TSK. It's practically like an emperor choosing his concubines. I also benefited from it. I chose a food vlogger. That night. This is absolutely amazing. As he spoke, he also took out his phone. I dug out a few photos that I had secretly taken. Although the light was dim. But you can still clearly see the luxurious decor. And those rows of long legs. The evidence is conclusive. Li Qing and Zhang Zhao looked at the photos. I was completely dumbfounded. His Adam's apple bobbed laboriously. This is it true? Is this still the Yang Qi they know? Yang Qi, the guy who even drinks the soup from instant noodles? Yang Qi. Is what the fat man said all true? Li Qing was stuttering when he spoke. His eyes were filled with awe. There was also a hint of undisguised fervor. Yang Qi flicked his cigarette ash. His expression was calm. It was as if they were talking about a trivial matter. It's nothing. Just going to relax. After all, we just broke up. You always have to find some fun. Only 880,000. It's just a little watering. That's quite a show-off. Absolutely perfect. The entire dormitory fell into a deathly silence. Only Fatty Wang had an expression of adoration on his face. And then there were the looks of utter disbelief on Li Qing's and Zhang Zhao's faces. Just then, Yang Qi seemed to remember something. Take out your phone. I sent a red envelope in the dormitory group chat. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. All three of their phones rang at the same time. They clicked on it instinctively to take a look. Moment. The whole dormitory erupted in chaos. Holy crap. 10,000? A single red envelope worth 10,000? Godfather. Li Qing slid off the chair and knelt down on the ground. The movements were incredibly smooth. Without any hesitation. Godfather, please. Please accept my bow. Zhang Zhao's hands were shaking. 10,000 yuan. This is his living expenses for a year. It was just posted like that. Is this the world of the super rich? Is this what the simple and unpretentious life of a rich second generation is like? Brother Yang, no, Godfather. From now on, you'll be my real father. Who would dare say a bad word about you? I, Zhang Wei, will be the first to disagree. Looking at these two roommates who switched sides in an instant, Yang Qi smiled. He was laughing very happily. This feels like being showered with money. That's fucking awesome. All right. Get up, everyone. I'm not used to having so many sons. Yang Qi waved his hand. Go. Open the curtains. Clean up this doghouse. Throw away all that junk food. This afternoon. This young master is treating. It's also king crab level takeout. Each person will be charged at the standard rate of 2,000. Add more if it's not enough. The words had barely left his mouth. A cheer erupted in the dormitory. Long live Godfather. Godfather is awesome. Looking at my three roommates bustling around. Yang Qi leaned against the headboard. Squinting. Through the slowly drawn curtains. Looking at the bright sunshine outside. A playful smile curved at the corner of his lips. Ding. Host detected engaging in group bragging, and with outstanding results. Reward, plus 10 enhancement points. Plus 1 million in cash. System notification sound. It rang out at just the right time. Chapter 15, Allocating Enhancement Points. The air in the dormitory. With Yang Qi's words, 2,000 standard. It was completely boiling over. Fatty Wang's beady green eyes widened in surprise. Holding a phone in his hand. It's like holding the key to a new world. 2,000? Godfather, you're not kidding, are you? 2,000 per person? The four of us make 8,000. This could bankrupt Mate 1, right? Yang Qi leaned against the headboard. He lazily exhaled a smoke ring. His eyes held a hint of nonchalant mockery. How? Afraid of spending money? Who was it that just said they wanted to eat king crab? Give me some. Not just king crab. What Boston lobster? What Australian abalone? And that M9 Wagyu beef. As long as it's expensive. As long as it looks delicious. Arrange them all for me. Don't try to save me money. Saving money means you look down on me. Fatty Wang swallowed hard. That kind of nouveau riche vibe. It almost drowned him. Understood. Godfather, just you wait and see. I'm going to make the whole boys' dormitory cry from the smell of today's takeout. Fatty Wang's chubby fingers flew across the screen. One side. They were announcing the names of the dishes. His mouth was practically drooling. Typhoon Shelter style king crab, 3 of them. Each one weighs 3 pounds. Holy crap, one of them costs 1,200. 4 servings of pan-fried foie gras, please. Braised pork belly with abalone and black truffle, please. Sashimi platter, the Supreme Deluxe version, 2008. 2 more bottles of mutai, please. Li Cheng and Zhang Zhao listened with trepidation. The two were also holding brooms and rags. At this point, everything froze. Is this ordering takeout? This is burning money. Fatty. Let's just forget about the mutai. Let's just have some beer. Zhang Zhao pushed up his glasses. His voice was trembling. although I received 10,000 yuan in red envelopes. But this meal cost tens of thousands. It was still beyond the cognitive limits of this science and engineering guy. Yang Qi glanced at him. He flicked off his cigarette ash. His tone was calm yet domineering. Point. Use the leftovers as a mouthwash. Or use it to water the flowers. Whatever you say. As long as you're happy. Money is nothing. The three of them were completely convinced. Is this the realm of the super rich? They regard money as dirt. Rinse your mouth with mutai. This kind of sophistication. This is simply outrageous. The three of them looked busy and excited. Yang Qi's lips curled up slightly. I'm in a great mood. It feels like I have money. Very nice. Problems that can be solved with money. That's not a problem at all. Happiness that can be bought with money. That was true happiness. While Fatty Wan was ordering food, Yang Qi's thoughts sank into his mind. System. Open the properties panel. That group of people just now were showing off. However, I was rewarded with 10 enhancement points. This is good stuff. Money is such a thing. He has plenty now. And all it takes is getting women. Or it's a case of showing off and getting slapped in the face. There will be a continuous stream of them. But this thing called enhancement points. But it can genuinely improve physical fitness. This is the fundamental point. After all, whatever you do, it's better to avoid any trouble in the future. A powerful physique. That is the foundation of revolution. Host, Yang Qi. Physical fitness, 25 average person, 10. Mental strength, 18 normal person, 10. Charisma, 20 average person, 10. Skills, God level detective eye, God level driving skills, golden kidney warrior passive. Remaining upgrade points, 10. Looking at the data on the panel, Yang Qi stroked his chin. After being treated with basic and intermediate physical enhancement agents, his physical condition has reached 2.5 times that of an average person. This is already a terrifying number. This is why he was able to easily crush the security guard's wrist. He could torment Su Chanshan several times in one night. The reason why I was still energetic the next day. But that's not enough. System. How should I allocate these enhancement points? Are there any special rules? Ding. Respond to host. One enhancement point increases an attribute by 1 point. Physical constitution determines strength, speed, endurance, recovery ability, and that aspect of stamina. Mental state determines the intensity of perception, reaction, willpower, and skill execution. Charm determines appearance, temperament, and attractiveness to the opposite sex. Yang Qi seemed to be deep in thought. What kind of stamina? This system. The implication is quite obvious. Although we now have the passive skill Golden Kidney Warrior. Kidneys are unbeatable. But the overall quality still needs to keep up, right? After all, in the future. How embarrassing is it if you can't keep up with your physical fitness? And charisma is also important. He's handsome. She has a good temperament. Those women will come to you on their own. That way, I won't have to go through the trouble of chasing after him. Okay. Then divide it equally among me. Yang Qi pondered for a moment. A decision has been made. Physical constitution increased by 5 points. Add 2 points to spirit. Charm increases by 3 points. No matter when. Health is the most important thing. Can we fight? Can it withstand it? It all depends on physical condition. Add 3 points to charm. That was to make it easier to select concubines in the future. As for the spirit, just add a little bit. Anyway, I don't plan to become a great scientist. That's enough. Ding. Allocation successful. Intensifying. The words had barely left his mouth. A warm current. It erupted instantly from the heart. Along the blood vessels. It flowed throughout the body. Yang Qi couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. That feeling. It's like soaking in a hot spring. It's like countless tiny hands massaging the muscles all over the body. It felt incredibly comfortable. The bones made a soft crackling sound. The muscle definition became firmer and smoother. The abs were already perfect thanks to the enhancement agent. At this moment, its edges and corners are even more distinct. It is full of explosive power. The skin became whiter and smoother. But it doesn't look effeminate. Instead, it exudes a jade-like texture. Her facial features also appear to have undergone minor adjustments. It has become more profound and three-dimensional. Especially those eyes. Pitch black as ink. It is bottomless. It's as if I could just take a look. It can steal a person's soul. The strengthening process lasted for about a minute. When the warm current disappears, Yang-Chi slowly opened his eyes. That instant, it was as if a glint of light flashed by. The whole world. Everything changed in his eyes. It's clearer now. They could hear it from further away. Even the dust floating in the air. Everything is clearly visible. He clenched his fist. Feel the surging power within my body. A satisfied smile curved his lips. This is him now. He could probably kill a bull with one punch. Even if that Tyson guy came. I doubt they could withstand one of his punches. Cool. Yang-Chi gave a low shout. This feeling of becoming stronger. It's even more addictive than that. Wang Pingzi, who was ordering takeout, heard the noise. I glanced back instinctively. Upon closer inspection, they were completely stunned. I almost dropped my phone. Holy crap. Godfather. You seem even more handsome now? When I came in just now. Although I feel that Yang-Chi's temperament has changed. But it still falls within the human realm. But right now. Why does it feel like you're glowing? It's like having a level 10 beauty filter applied. Especially that kind of devilish and arrogant temperament. He's practically walking hormones. Li Qing and Zhang Zhao were also stunned. This is faster than any plastic surgery could ever do. It's only been a few minutes? Why does it look like you got a new head? Yang-Chi touched his face. He gave a wicked smile. How? Have you fallen in love with your dad? Get lost. I'm not gay. The three of them. Although I was scolded. But I don't know why. Looking at Yang-Chi now, I can't even get angry. On the contrary, I feel. Well said. Is this the power of charm? Even men can be influenced? Just then, there was a sudden knock on the dormitory door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was urgent. It even carried a hint of anger. What are the people inside doing? Can you please be quiet? The whole hallway could hear you guys shouting about king crab. Besides, why does the smoke smell so strong? Is this a dormitory or a crematorium? A crisp and pleasant sound. A woman's voice, however, carried a hint of shrewishness. Chapter 16: The Troubles of the Beautiful Class Monitor. Is this really true? Immediately afterwards, the doorknob was turned. With a click, the door opened. A person wearing a white t-shirt, skinny jeans, a girl with a high ponytail. He stormed in. He was also holding a notebook in his hand. Make sure you can see who it is. Wang Pingzi, who was just being so loud and boisterous a moment ago. It instantly felt like a duck being choked. There was no sound. Li Cheng and Zhang Zhao were so frightened that they quickly threw their cigarette butts on the ground. Smash it with your feet. They all hunched their necks. Like a primary school student who has made a mistake. Only Yang-Chi. He still sat on the bed with an air of nonchalance. He crossed his legs. He had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He looked at the girl who barged in with a half smile. He knows this girl. Not only do we know each other, we're still quite familiar with each other. Certainly. It's Yang-Chi, the simp from before. Chen Yufei. Their class monitor. She is also one of the most beautiful girls in the Department of Economics and Management. He was known for his incorruptibility. She has a fiery personality. They can't tolerate any flaws. They've deducted points from their dorm room quite a bit. The Yang Qi of the past. Seeing her is like a mouse seeing a cat. They didn't even dare to speak loudly. But now. Yang Qi squinted. He stared at the beautiful class monitor without any restraint. It has to be said. This girl is really good looking. Although not as aloof and arrogant as Su Qingyue. She is not as delicate and charming as Su Chanxian. But its appeal lies in a healthy beauty that is full of youthful vitality. Legs encased in tight jeans. Straight and slender. Her hips are rounded and full. Underneath a white t-shirt. It cannot be concealed. With her angry breaths. It's dizzying to look at. A thought crossed my mind. The eye of exploration. Open. Name, Chen Yufei. Age, 20. Occupation, student class monitor. Appearance, 95 energetic and charming. Body, 94 long legs, peach-shaped butt. Affection level, 20 extremely disgusted, thinks he's a hopeless and incompetent student. Status, angry, anxious class funds were stolen, and I'm worried about how to make up for it. Weaknesses, overly responsible, obsessed with saving face, and short of money urgently needing to cover class fund deficits. Number of charges, 0 undeveloped. I saw the news that class funds were stolen. Yang Qi raised an eyebrow. That's interesting. This little chili pepper. Even you have worries? No wonder you're so angry. It turns out the money was lost. Chen Yufei entered the room. I coughed twice because of the smell of smoke filling the room. She waved. His brows were furrowed. In those beautiful big eyes. Full of disdain. When I saw him sitting on the bed. Yang Qishir, with a roguish look on his face. The anger in my heart surged even higher. It's Yang Qi again. It's one thing if they don't study normally. They're still gathering in the dorm and smoking together. It's made a complete mess. They're a cancer in the class. Yang Qi. Put out your cigarette. This is a student dormitory. This is not your private smoking room. Believe it or not, I'll deduct your dorm's participation points? Chen Yufei walked to Yang Qi's bedside. Hands on hips. She stared down at him. Those two murder weapons. With the movement. It became even more prominent. Yang Qi did not put out the cigarette. Instead, he took a deep breath. Then, looking at Chen Yufei's pretty face, flushed red with anger, he slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Yufei was caught off guard. I got sprayed all over my face. He suddenly started coughing violently. Tears welled up in my eyes. Yang Qi. You bastard. She was so angry that she was trembling all over. Pointing at Yang Qi. He can't even speak properly anymore. From childhood to adulthood. Who would dare treat her like that? Which guy wouldn't be polite to her? This is Yang Qi. Did they eat the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard today? Yang Qi looked through the swirling smoke. Looking at her furious expression. I just think it's cute. Even. There's also an urge to bully her mercilessly. He leaned forward. Suddenly, he moved closer to Chen Yufei. That face is so handsome it's unfair. It instantly magnified in her pupils. The two were nose to nose. The distance was only a few centimeters. Chen Yufei could even see Yang Qi's individual eyelashes clearly. And those eyes, so deep they were like black holes. Her heart beat. Suddenly, I missed a beat. The curses that were on the tip of my tongue. It got stuck in my throat. That bastard. How did you suddenly become so handsome? And the smell on him. Although it has a tobacco flavor. But it didn't have that disgusting stench. Instead, it carries a subtle scent of male hormones. It smells wonderful. Class monitor. Yang Qi's voice was deep and magnetic. With a hint of amusement. Don't get so angry. It's prone to wrinkles. I see a dark aura around your eyes. Have you encountered some difficulties? For example, you lost money? Upon hearing those two words, Chen Yufei's pupils suddenly contracted. My body stiffened instantly. How did you know? The class funds were stolen. She hasn't dared to tell anyone yet. I've been trying to raise the money to make up for it. After all, she was the class monitor. It was her responsibility to fail to store it properly. But this amount of money is a full 5,000 yuan. For her, as a student. That's not a small amount. This is Yang Qi. How would you know? Could it be? Did he steal it? Thinking about this, Chen Yufei's eyes instantly became wary. It's you? Did you steal it? Looking at her frightened, deer-like appearance, Yang Qi chuckled softly. There was no explanation. He simply took out his phone. Open WeChat. I looked in the class group chat. Find Chen Yufei's profile picture. Click to transfer money. Enter the number. 10,000. Confirm. Fingerprint payment. Byte. Chen Yufei's phone rang. She picked it up instinctively and took a look. He froze instantly. WeChat transfer. 10,000 yuan. From Yang Qi. Note, class fund sponsorship plus compensation for emotional distress. This. Chen Yufei's eyes widened. Look at the numbers on the screen. She glanced at Yang Qi, who looked completely calm and collected. My brain completely shut down. 10,000? He transferred 10,000 to me? That's incredibly extravagant. Is this still the same Yang Qi who always takes so long to pay his class fees? Don't misunderstand. Yang Qi leaned back against the headboard. He said lazily. I heard the class is short of money for activities. As a member of the class, I should do my part too. The extra ones. Consider it a treat for everyone to have milk tea. Oh, right. And compensation for the emotional distress caused by the second-hand smoke you just inhaled. Chen Yufei's hands were shaking as she held her phone. Her face flushed red and then turned pale. Another shock. I felt ashamed again. She had just suspected that he had stolen the money. As a result, they immediately gave me 10,000 yuan as a sponsorship. This is a slap in the face. It came too fast, like a tornado. And this is 10,000 yuan. It not only filled the gap in the class fund. There's still 5,000 left. This is a godsend. Even if you know he's showing off. But at this moment, a feeling of gratitude welled up in Chen Yufei's heart. Even looking at that roguish, wicked grin, I actually think. Is he kind of handsome? Ding. Chen Yufei's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 20. So, she's actually interested? I heard the system notification tone. Yang Qi's lips curled into a wicked smile. That's right. Woman. That's the way it has to be treated. That. Yang Qi. Chen Yufei bit her lip. The sound was so soft it was like a mosquito humming. The previous aggressive demeanor had completely vanished. Instead, it's a coy, girlish manner. Thank you so much. I'll put this money in the class fund account. As for the extra, who cares about your compensation for emotional distress? After saying that, she glared fiercely at Yang Qi. But that one glance, however, it was completely harmless. Instead, it carried a hint of coquettishness. That's the power of money. It can turn a tigress into a little wildcat. All right. If there's nothing else, then you may leave now. We're going to eat. Yang Qi waved his hand. It's like shooing away flies. Chen Yufei was furious. That bastard. Give them a little leeway and they'll start a business. How dare you tell your class monitor to kneel down? But looking at the 10,000 yuan transfer record in my hand, she could only swallow her anger. Snort. Don't think that just because you have money you can smoke as much as you want. If I catch you again, I'll confiscate your tools of the crime. After saying that, she blushed. It felt like there were wolves chasing us. He ran out of the dormitory as if he were escaping. It leaves only a faint fragrance. TSK. Godfather. Awesome. Fatty Wang came over. His face was full of admiration. You even managed to manipulate the thorny rose that is the class monitor? That little look in his eyes just now. It's almost stretchy. That 10,000 yuan was well spent. Yang Qi smiled. He didn't say anything. 10,000 yuan? That was just a stepping stone. The favorability rating is only 20. It's still a long way off for that. No rush. These are small chili peppers. It's more fun when you train someone slowly. There will be plenty of fun to do later. Just then, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Yang Qi took it out and looked at it. It was a WeChat message from Su Qingyue. This was once a proud and aloof school beauty. She has now completely fallen for his number one canary. I went to the hospital to take care of my dad. I have already checked out of the hotel room. I was thinking, that would be too expensive. Every little bit helps. After all, your money didn't grow on trees. I will be a good girl. Please don't be angry, okay? It was followed by a cat begging for mercy emoji. Looking at this message, the smile in Yang Qi's eyes deepened. Have a look. That's the difference. Shen Yufei, that fiery girl, is still worrying about a few thousand yuan. And Su Qingyue. They've already started to understand how to save money for themselves. I was even worried that he would be angry. This kind of understanding. This kind of humility. This kind of wholehearted dependence. This greatly satisfied Yang Qi's chauvinistic mentality. Although this 10 million is really no different from something blown in by the wind. But this is the heart she has. Yang Qi was very pleased. He moved his fingers slightly. He replied with a single word. Simple. Yet it was full of pampering and control. Good. Sent. He sent another emoji of patting someone's head. Put down your phone. Yang Qi felt even more cheerful. Just then, suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Immediately afterwards, it was a gasp of surprise. Holy crap! Who ordered this takeout? Why are there so many? That's a king crab? And mutai? The dormitory door was pushed open again. Several food delivery guys in yellow uniforms. They were carrying large and small bags. He stood at the door, panting heavily. In everyone's hands. They were all carrying top-quality ingredients that were quite valuable. The entire dormitory. Instantly, I was filled with a rich aroma of food. Fatty Wan's eyes lit up. He jumped right up from the chair. Shout loudly. Godfather! Our imperial cuisine! Arrive! Chapter 17, I shared some with my neighbor, and he reported me. The delivery guys filed in. Not one. Instead, it's a team. There were 8 young men in yellow uniforms. Each person carried a thermal box with the words Imperial Cuisine Pavilion printed in gold lettering. That was quite a spectacle. It's even more impressive than a leader's inspection. Those boys who were already peeking around in the hallway. This completely caused an uproar. Their eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. Holy crap! Royal Cuisine Pavilion? Isn't that the ridiculously expensive seafood restaurant in the city center? I heard it starts at 3,000 per person. Did they just empty out the whole kitchen? Who just said Yang Qi was a show-off? He's a real tycoon. The air was filled not only with the aroma of food. It's also the damn sweet scent of money. The sweetness of king crab. The aroma of Wagyu beef fat. And there's that faint, lingering aroma of mutai sauce. Mixed together. This is simply the cruelest blow to these college students who are used to eating instant noodles in the cafeteria. More and more people gathered in the corridor. Even the students from the neighboring dormitory building came running over after smelling the odor. Just then, a piercing sound suddenly rang out. It carried a hint of acerbic sarcasm. Cut. A bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. The person speaking was wearing an Armani t-shirt. A boy with slicked back hair. His name is Lu Kai. He's also a second-generation rich kid. He often showed off his BMW 3 Series in the department. Now. He crossed his arms. leaning against the door frame. His face was full of disdain. But his eyes held a deep jealousy. You actually trust this kind of takeout? The Imperial Cuisine Pavilion's takeout is delivered by a dedicated company. How could they possibly use a Mate-1 delivery box? We'll see. M9 Wagyu beef? You can't eat that in a rundown dorm room. I think so. This is dead seafood from some wholesale market. And then there's Mutai. I guess it's the 9.9 yuan shipping deal from Pinduoduo? I'm just fooling you poor bastards. These words were spoken. The envious voices around them immediately quieted down considerably. Many people looked at each other in bewilderment. His eyes became suspicious. Really? Yang Qi used to be a notoriously poor student. How could someone suddenly become so rich? Is he really just putting on a brave face? Buying counterfeit goods just to show off? Inside the dormitory, Fatty Wang was about to stuff a huge Australian abalone into his mouth. Upon hearing this, he was so angry that the flesh on his face trembled. That son of a bitch. Sour grapes. I'm going out there and yell at him until he's dead. Yang Qi, however, remained calm. He reached out and stopped Fatty Wang. A playful smile curved at the corner of his lips. There was a wicked glint in his eyes. What's the rush? If a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back? That would be too degrading. He glanced at the mountain of lunchboxes piled on the table. So much stuff. Even if the four of us stuffed ourselves, we still couldn't finish it. Fatty. Go. Give me those sashimi platters. And those Boston lobsters. Take it out. Distribute it to the guys in room 403 next door. Just say it was a gift from your father. Let them have a taste. Fatty Wang was taken aback. I understood immediately. A lewd smile appeared on his face. He. My godfather is wise. This move. Absolutely amazing. This is going to slap Lu Kai's face to death. Fatty Wang was carrying a bright red lobster in each hand, holding a beautifully arranged sashimi platter in one hand. He walked to the door with a proud and confident stride. That body full of fat. At this moment, everything seemed to radiate a sacred light. That guy. Is Chen Dashuang from room 403 here? And Li Ergu. Get out here right now. My godfather said so. We ordered too much food and can't finish it. I'm afraid it will spoil and go to waste. Here, have a taste. This is a genuine Boston lobster. And the belly of this bluefin tuna. Don't be shy, everyone. Dormitory 403 is right next door. He usually gets along all right with Yang Qi and the others. Several boys heard this. His eyes turned green. Regardless of what Lu Kai had just said, they rushed out directly. Holy crap! Fat brother is awesome. Brother Yang is awesome. This is so extravagant. Chen Dazhuang grabbed a lobster claw. Take a bite with a crunch. The tender juices burst open instantly. That firm and bouncy texture. It made him groan out loud. Ugh! This taste. It's so fresh. This was definitely killed alive. Compared to this, the frozen goods in the supermarket are simply garbage. Another boy named Li Ergu. I picked up a slice of tuna sashimi and put it in my mouth. His face instantly lit up with a look of ecstasy. It melts in your mouth. The aroma of this oil. I've had a slice of this at a Japanese restaurant that cost 80 yuan, and it wasn't even this good. Genuine. It's definitely genuine. If this is fake, I'll eat the plate right now. Facts speak louder than words. As the group of 403 people devoured their food. And that exaggerated yet genuine praise. The wind direction in the corridor changed instantly. All eyes were on them. They all turned to look at Lu Kai, who had just been making sarcastic remarks. That look in his eyes. It's like watching a clown. He. Who was it that just said it was dead seafood? Does your face hurt? Some people can't get it themselves. Just say that their stuff is fake. It tastes sour. You can smell it from 2 miles away. Brother Yang is truly generous. Give away dishes worth several thousand yuan without a second thought. Why? Why wasn't I assigned to the same class as Brother Yang? If only I could be Brother Yang's lackey. I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Lu Kai's face instantly turned a deep liver color. It alternated between green and white. He stared intently at the lobster in Fatty Wang's hand. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. That's because they're greedy. I was angry too. He has a little money. But I can't bear to waste it like that. This takeout meal. That's enough to cover his living expenses for 2 months. Snort. What's so great about it? The face of a nouveau riche. Lu Kai gritted his teeth. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He slunk back to his dormitory. They didn't even dare to close the door. They were afraid of being ridiculed again. Ha ha ha. Cool. That was awesome. Fatty Wang returned to his dormitory laughing. Close the door. He gave Yang Qi a thumbs up. Godfather. You didn't see the expression on Lu Kai's face just now. It's like eating shit. That's quite a show of bravado. Round and smooth. Yang Qi smiled. I neither agree nor disagree. He casually picked up a bottle of mutai. Unscrew the bottle cap. Instantly. A rich and mellow aroma of wine wafted through the air. All right. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. We won't leave until we're drunk tonight. Anyone who dares to leave a bite. They just look down on me, Yang Qi. Come. Fill it up. 4 paper cups. It was filled with a crystal clear liquid. Yang Qi raised his cup. His eyes swept over his 3 roommates. This glass of wine. A toast to the brotherhood of us in 404. I used to be poor. I've had plenty of meals off you guys. After. As long as I, Yang Qi, have a bite of meat to eat, you will definitely get a sip of soup. These words were spoken. Li Cheng and Zhang Zhao's eyes immediately reddened. Although they are science and engineering students. Not good at speaking. But they knew exactly what was going on. Yang Qi is this person. We can get along. He didn't get arrogant after becoming rich. I still remember the friendship we had in the past. These are true brothers. Brother Yang. I'm not saying anything more. It's all in the wine. Let's drink to our heart's content. The 4 of them looked up. The spicy and mellow liquor went down smoothly down my throat. It's very hot. Yet it makes one feel completely comfortable. Eat the vegetables. Eat the vegetables. This foie gras is so tender. This Wagyu beef is amazing. Fatty, leave me a pair of pliers. In the dormitory. They clinked glasses and exchanged toasts. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Yang Qi peeled the shrimp shells. They were enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. I occasionally turn on my phone. Take a look at WeChat. Su Qingyue sent photos of herself accompanying her child at the hospital. She was barefaced. Yet she remained beautiful and charming. Su Chanxian sent a selfie of herself in her pajamas. The neckline is slightly open. That was a classic case of feigning reluctance while simultaneously inviting. Yang Qi had a smile on his lips. They each replied with a few words. It maintains its mystery. It also subtly stirred the hearts of the 2 women. This feeling of having everything under control. It's absolutely addictive. After several rounds of drinks, the dishes had 5 flavors. All 4 of them were slightly tipsy. Fatty Wang's face was flushed red from drinking. He lifted his t-shirt up. His belly was showing a lot of fat. He was patting his belly and bragging. Belch. Godfather. You don't know. That old maid, Counselor Shinbing. The way I looked at you at the school gate. TSK TSK TSK. That's like they want to eat you alive. Yang Qi squinted. The image of Shinbing appeared in my mind. She is indeed a stunning beauty. Especially that serious and old-fashioned air. If only we could break her mask somewhere else. It must be very fulfilling. Bang! Just then. A loud bang suddenly rang out. The dormitory door. It was kicked open violently from the outside. That kick was extremely powerful. The door slammed against the wall. It emits a teeth-grinding, vibrating sound. The laughter and chatter in the dormitory came to an abrupt halt. Fatty Wang shuddered in fright. The crab legs in my hand fell to the ground. Li Qing and Zhang Zhao stood up as if by reflex. He stared at the doorway with a look of terror on his face. There were 5 or 6 people standing at the door. They were all wearing the same student council uniforms. They were wearing red armbands. The words Discipline Inspection Department were written in large characters on it. The boy who was in charge. He is tall. He's fairly good looking. But his face bore a nauseating arrogance and ruthlessness. He was the head of the Discipline Inspection Department of the Student Union. Xiao Feng. And behind him, there was also a girl with him. Wearing a well-fitting white shirt. Black bodycon skirt. Her legs were covered with thin black stockings. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was holding a notebook. Her long hair was tied up. She appeared capable and aloof. Xiao Feng pinched his nose. He waved his hand with a look of disgust. It's as if the air here is poisonous. His gaze swept over the mess on the table and the 2 bottles of Mutai liquor. At last, the image was frozen on Yang Qi's nonchalant face. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Okay. Dormitory 404. Group drinking. Making a great fuss. A serious violation of school rules and regulations. Who's in charge? Step forward. Zhao Feng's voice was very loud. He exuded official arrogance. They're obviously here to cause trouble. That Lu Kai from earlier. He was one of his henchmen. I already complained to him on WeChat a long time ago. They said Yang Qi was showing off in the dormitory. Let him come over and show Yang Qi his power. While you're at it, confiscate those 2 bottles of good wine. Wang Pangzi and his friends usually avoid student council members when they see them. At this moment, he was startled by Zhao Feng's shout. I'm half sober now. They all hunched their necks. I dare not speak. Only Yang Qi. He remained seated in his chair with an air of nonchalance. He didn't even move his buttocks. He slowly took a cigarette out of the cigarette pack. It lit with a pop. I took a deep breath. Then, looking at Zhao Feng's arrogant face, exhale a perfect smoke ring. Which temple are you from? Don't you know how to knock before entering? Didn't your parents teach you manners? Yang Qi's voice was not loud, but it exuded a chilling aura that made one's heart tremble. Zhao Feng's expression changed. Obviously, they didn't expect this well-known impoverished student. How dare you talk to him like that? Yang Qi. Don't be so arrogant. This is a school. This is not a place for you to run wild. Someone reported you for drinking and causing trouble in the dorm. Caught red-handed. Where did this wine come from? Was it stolen? Confiscated immediately. And you lot too. Everyone, come with me to the dean's office. I'm going to give you all a major demerit. Zhao Feng said. He was about to reach out and grab the half-empty bottle of Mutai on the table. This is Fei Tian Mutai. A bottle costs several thousand yuan. He usually can't even get a drink when he wants to. Today, we can take advantage of the pretext of confiscation. Take it home and enjoy it yourself. However, his hand hadn't even touched the bottle yet. He was gripped tightly by a large hand, like an iron clamp. Ah! Zhao Feng let out a scream. I felt like my wrists were about to be crushed. The pain was so intense that I was sweating profusely. Let go, let go. Yang Qi. How dare you lay a hand on someone? Do you want to be expelled? Yang Qi exerted a little force. Zhao Feng immediately bent over in pain. My knees buckled. I almost knelt on the ground. Hitting someone? I'm teaching you how to be a person. Someone else's stuff. Without permission. Don't touch it. It's easy to break your hand. Yang Qi gave a cold smile. He tossed it casually. Zhao Feng looked like a tattered sack. He staggered back several steps. It crashed into the door frame behind it. In a sorry state. You. Zhao Feng clutched his wrist. He was in so much pain that he kept hissing for breath. His eyes were filled with resentment and malice. But he dared not go forward again. That last moment. This made him deeply realize Yang Qi's terrifying power. That kid. How can it be so strong? At this moment, the aloof girl who had been standing silently at the back walked up. She pushed up her glasses. She looked at Yang Qi with a cold gaze. His brows furrowed slightly. This student. Please calm down. Violence cannot solve problems. You have indeed violated school rules. Drinking alcohol in the dormitory is strictly prohibited. Please cooperate with our work. This girl has a very nice voice. It's like a clear spring in the mountains. It carries a cool and aloof charm. Although it was an accusation. But it doesn't make people feel disgusted. On the contrary, it evokes a desire to conquer. Yang Qi turned his head away. His gaze roamed over her body without restraint. Chapter 18 added the beautiful deputy minister's personal WeChat. Those long legs encased in black stockings. Under the dim yellow light of the corridor. It gleamed with an extremely alluring luster. There is no excess fat. Yang Qi's gaze was undisguised. It could even be described as reckless. It all started with those exquisite black high heels. It glides across the firm curves of her calves. Above the knee. Ultimately, it lingers on the alluring, absolute territory beneath the bodycon skirt. Even through the lens. Lin Xingxue could also feel the burning intensity of that gaze. Normally, encountering that kind of thuggish gaze, she had already turned around and left. Or he might give a cold reprimand. But at this moment, facing this ruthless man who had just crushed Zhao Feng's wrist with one hand, she felt a strange palpitation in her heart. It's not fear. Instead, it was a strange sense of oppression that I had never experienced before. A playful smile curved Yang Qi's lips. A thought crossed my mind. A god-level eye for exploration. Activated instantly. A pale blue light curtain that only he could see. It slowly unfolded above Lin Xingxue's head. Name, Lin Xingxue. Age, 21. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 95 best girl in the department. Body size, 94 exquisite S-shape. Favorability, 5 slight aversion due to the group causing trouble, but intimidated by the host's domineering aura. Weakness, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Extremely dislikes hypocritical and pretentious man. Has a latent desire to explore strong and mysterious women. Number of charges, 0. See that conspicuous 0. The smile in Yang Qi's eyes deepened. And she has this cool, aloof, mature woman vibe. Just looking at those cool eyes behind those gold-rimmed glasses. It can ignite a strong desire to conquer in people. Just thinking about it is exciting. Hello. Have you seen enough? Lin Xingxue felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. He subconsciously brought his legs together. He held the notebook to his chest. He tried to block that extremely aggressive gaze. Between the eyebrows, a hint of embarrassment and annoyance crept in. Yang Qi slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Amidst swirling smoke, his handsome face had a somewhat sinister look. I haven't seen enough. After all, such beautiful legs. In our engineering college, which is like a Buddhist temple. But it's a scarce resource. That's a blunt and flippant remark. The onlookers gathered around. Their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Holy crap! Brother Yang is awesome. In front of the discipline inspection department. Openly flirting with this famously aloof beauty? That's incredibly brave. Everyone knows that Lin Xingxue is notoriously difficult to deal with. It's common for rich kids to send flowers and gifts. I can't even get a smile in return. Zhao Feng had just recovered. He covered his swollen, red wrist. He was in so much pain that he grimaced. Upon hearing this, he was so angry that he was practically fuming. He has been pursuing Lin Xingxue for almost a year. I don't even dare to say a harsh word normally. He didn't even touch her hand. This is Yang Qi. How dare she flirt with his goddess right in front of him? Yang Qi. Watch your mouth. This is our deputy director of the Discipline Inspection Department. This is sexual harassment. Your crime is compounded. Zhao Feng roared hysterically. His eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment. If looks could kill, Yang Qi is probably already torn to pieces by now. Yang Qi didn't even glance at him. He merely glanced at Lin Xingxue indifferently, leaning slightly forward. That intense aura of male hormones. They closed in instantly. Vice Minister? No wonder you have such a good temperament. Much better than some dogs that only bark. Lin Xingxue heard this. Her pretty face, which had been tense, was now taut. It actually loosened slightly. Although she disliked Yang Qi's frivolous attitude. But she hated Zhao Feng's sycophantic and arrogant attitude even more. I usually work in the student council. Zhao Feng abused his family connections to act arrogantly and domineeringly. I caused her a lot of trouble. At this moment, they saw Zhao Feng suffer a setback. She felt a secret sense of pleasure. This student. Please watch your words. Although Minister Zhao's attitude just now was somewhat impulsive. But it is also a fact that you violated regulations by having a meal together in the dormitory. The department head is still in his office. This matter must be dealt with. Please cooperate. Lin Xingxue took a deep breath. She tried her best to maintain that aloof, businesslike demeanor. But the tone. It's noticeably softer than before. Yang Qi stubbed out his cigarette. A casual flick. The cigarette but traced a precise parabola in the air. It landed precisely in the corner trash can. Okay. Since the beautiful vice minister has spoken up. This is a matter of face. I have to give it. After saying that, he stood up. He is 1.85 meters tall. A perfectly enhanced physique. It instantly brought a huge sense of oppression to the small dormitory. He turned his head. He waved to his three roommates who were still in a daze. Fatty. Old Li. Old Zhang. You guys keep drinking. It's nothing. I'll handle it. Don't wait for me. Remember to save me a crab leg. That nonchalant attitude. It was as if they weren't going to accept punishment. Instead, they went to attend some kind of tea party. Fatty Wang was still holding half a lobster in his hand. He looked worried. Godfather. This. Are you all right? How about we go together? The law doesn't punish everyone. Yang Qi smiled. He patted Fatty Wang on the broad shoulder. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Eat yours. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets. He strode towards the door. As he passed by Zhao Feng, his steps paused slightly. Zhao Feng trembled with fear. I instinctively took 2 steps back. The pain of that severed hand. But it is unforgettable. He was genuinely afraid that Yang Qi, that madman, would strike him again. Oh. Waste. Yang Qi uttered 2 words with disdain. The sound wasn't loud. But it felt like a resounding slap in the face. He slapped Zhao Feng hard across the face. Zhao Feng's face instantly turned a deep liver color. His fists were clenched so tightly they cracked. But they didn't dare utter a single word. They could only watch helplessly as Yang Qi walked out of the dormitory. Lin Xingxue watched this scene unfold. A glint of something unusual flashed in her beautiful eyes. In this campus filled with flattery and hypocrisy, Yang Qi is domineering and forceful. A boy who doesn't play by the rules at all. Really? It's very special. Let's go. Beautiful Vice Minister. Do I need to treat you? Yang Qi stood in the corridor. He turned to look at Lin Xingxue. He had that signature wicked grin on his face. Lin Xingxue came to her senses. She quickly put on her high heels and followed. As for Zhao Feng, I could only grit my teeth and bear it. He followed behind with a few of his men, looking rather dejected. They looked like a group of defeated roosters. In the corridor, the students who were watching automatically made way for them. His eyes were filled with awe and reverence. Awesome! He assaulted the head of the Discipline Inspection Department. He can still be this carefree? That's a real man. Look at Zhao Feng, he's such a coward. Aren't you usually very arrogant? Why did you stop barking? Listening to the discussions around me. Zhao Feng was furious. He stared intently at the two figures walking side by side ahead. He roared wildly in his heart. Yang Qi! You just wait. They arrived at the department head's office. I'll make you regret this. I will make sure you drop out of school. At this time, Yang Qi didn't take Zhao Feng behind him seriously at all. He deliberately slowed his pace, walking side by side with Lin Xingxue. The two were very close. He was so close that he could even smell the faint, cool fragrance emanating from Lin Xingxue. Like plum blossoms after a snowfall. Cold and desolate. Yet it is intoxicating. Why? I said, Vice Minister. It's so late and you still have to work overtime. This is student council work. Isn't this too much exploitation? Yang Qi turned his head to the side. His gaze fell once again on Lin Xingxue's delicate profile. It has to be said. This woman is really beautiful. Her skin is fair and delicate. Even at such a close distance. There wasn't a single flaw to be seen. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Like a startled butterfly. Lin Xingxue kept her eyes straight ahead, holding a notebook. They tried to keep their distance. This is my duty. Since he is in that position, we must plan and govern accordingly. The voice remained cold and detached. But they were clearly not as resistant as before. TSK. Such high level of awareness. He doesn't resemble the Zhao Feng. In his position, they only care about their own personal gain. I saw him like that just now. You want to take my wine back and drink it yourself, don't you? Yang Qi mercilessly exposed his shortcomings. Lin Xingxue pursed her lips. Although no words were spoken. But the disdain in her eyes betrayed her thoughts. Obviously. She noticed it too. Oh, right. Have you not yet asked your name? I can't keep calling you beautiful Vice Minister, can I? Although you are indeed very beautiful. Yang Qi then changed the subject. He immediately switched to flirting mode. Lin Xingxue paused slightly. She glanced at him with a hint of helplessness. Lin Xingxue. Oh. A gentle breeze under the trees. Plum blossoms proudly blooming in the snow. A good name. A person's name reflects their character. It's a bit cold. But I like. Yang Qi said with a grin. His eyes held a blatant flirtation. Lin Xingxue's ears turned slightly red. This person. Why are you so glib? Normally, those boys would talk to her. Which one wasn't cautious? I was afraid of upsetting her. But it was Yang Qi who was involved. He talks nonsense. Yet, it's impossible to dislike them. Yang Qi, classmate. Please have some self-respect. We are on our way to receive disciplinary action. It's not a blind date. Lin Xingxue said with a stern face. Trying to regain some authority. Disciplinary action? That thing is useless to me. Just like the weeds by the roadside. It doesn't matter at all. In comparison, I'm more concerned about whether I can add the beautiful Lin on WeChat. Yang Qi said. He immediately pulled out his phone. I clicked on the WeChat QR code. It was handed to Lin Xingxue. Come. Scan 1. The movements were fluid and graceful. Confident and self-assured. It's as if this is something that's taken for granted. Zhao Feng, who was following behind, witnessed this scene. His eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. Holy crap! That's outrageous. Stealing someone's job right in front of him? And this happened right after he was slapped in the face? This is practically rubbing his face in the ground. Lin Xingxue. Ignore him. What a scoundrel. How can I add you on WeChat? Zhao Feng couldn't help but shout it out. His voice trembled slightly. That's a sign of being furious. Lin Xingxue was still hesitating. But then they heard Zhao Feng's gesturing and pointing. His brows furrowed instantly. That slight rebellious streak. It immediately piqued my interest. She disliked Zhao Feng's controlling nature from the start. It was as if she were his private property. Furthermore, Yang Qi was looking at Zhao Feng with a provocative gaze. Then he turned his head away. He winked at her. Look. The dog is barking again. If you don't add me. This dog probably thinks you're afraid of him. This sentence. That was absolutely a killer move. Lin Qingxue couldn't help herself. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. A very faint smile appeared on his face. That instant. It was as if the ice and snow were melting. Flowers are in full bloom. It's breathtakingly beautiful. Put. She chuckled softly. Although it was quickly brought back to its original state. But that touch of charm. Yang Qi still managed to capture it accurately. Ding. Target Lin Qingxue's emotional fluctuation detected. Affection plus 10. Current affection, 5 slight affection. The system notifications sounded at the appropriate time. Yang Qi felt secretly pleased. It seems so. This iceberg isn't that hard to melt. Lin Qingxue inexplicably took out her phone. Only this once. This will not be repeated. This is to make it easier, to notify you of the processing results later. She came up with a lame excuse. It was as if he was trying to convince himself. Drop. QR code scan successful. That crisp sound. It sounded particularly jarring in the quiet night. Especially to Zhao Feng. It was like the death knell of death. His heart. It broke. It shattered into pieces. The goddess actually added him? I've been trying to add this person on WeChat for a year, but I haven't been able to. This scoundrel I've known for less than 10 minutes. They actually added it? Why? On what grounds? Zhao Feng felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. His chest heaved violently. My vision went black for a moment. If it weren't for someone supporting him. He's probably so angry he'll faint. Thanks. I'll treat you to a big meal later. Not the kind found in cafeterias. Imperial Cuisine Pavilion. Enough is enough. Yang Qi waved his phone. Friend verification approved. I casually changed the note to Iceberg Reserve. Then I sent a cheeky emoji. Lin Qingxue looked at the panda head wiggling its butt on her phone screen. I was both annoyed and amused. This guy. He's a real scoundrel. But I don't know why. I'm with him. That oppressive and suffocating feeling. It seems to have dissipated quite a bit. The two continued walking forward. Although they didn't hold hands. There were no intimate gestures between them. But that ambiguous atmosphere, which was neither here nor there. But it was like a wall. This isolated Zhao Feng in another world. Yang Qi walked along. He casually recounted some funny stories from the dormitory earlier. Certainly. It's mainly meant to mock Lu Kai, that pretentious jerk. There are also Zhao Feng's various ugly behaviors. His language is humorous and witty. He had a slightly roguish air about him. Yet it always manages to hit the funny bone. Lin Qingxue tried her best to restrain herself. But I still laughed several times. That kind of genuine smile. It looks especially charming under the streetlights. Zhao Feng followed behind. Looking at their backs. Listening to the cheerful laughter coming from ahead. I felt like I was walking on a knife's edge with every step. My heart is bleeding. This is hardly a place to accept punishment. This is clearly the two of them flirting. And him. It's like a pitiful stray dog. All I can do is follow behind and eat dog food. I also had to endure excruciating pain in my wrist. Yang Qi. You just wait. We've arrived at the department head's office. I'll ruin your reputation. Zhao Feng cursed viciously in his heart. His eyes were extremely sinister. Finally, the group arrived at the administration building. The department head's office is on the 3rd floor. At this time, only the 3rd floor of the entire building had its lights on. In the stillness of the night, it seemed somewhat somber. Yang Qi stopped in his tracks. I looked up and glanced at the lit window. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Department head? That bald old man named Wang Jiangwo? I heard he's a snob. He receives quite a few gifts regularly. Perfect. I packed it all up today. How? Scared? Lin Qingxue saw him stop. I thought he had finally learned to be afraid. He couldn't help but ask. His tone was somewhat teasing. Yang Qi turned his head. Looking at her face, which became even more beautiful and charming in the night, he suddenly leaned close to her ear. His warm breath sprayed onto her sensitive earlobe. Lin Qingxue's body stiffened. I got goosebumps all over my body. My instinct was to try to get away. But then they heard Yang Qi's deep and magnetic voice. Afraid? In my dictionary, there is no such word as fear. I was just thinking. What if I scare you, my beautiful ice queen, later? Am I obligated to pay some compensation for emotional distress? For example, offering yourself in return or something? Lin Qingxue's face. It became an instant sensation. Like a ripe apple. It makes you want to take a bite. You. Rogue. She glared at him angrily. He turned around in a panic. I walked quickly towards the stairwell. High heels stepped on the stairs. It made a rapid sound. He was clearly confused. Ding. Target Lin Qingxue's shyness detected. Affection +5. Current affection, 10. Quite interested. Yang Qi watched her slightly flustered back. A smug, mischievous smile curled at the corner of his lips. He put his hands in his pockets. He followed slowly. As he passed by Zhao Feng, she didn't even glance at him. Ignore it completely. This disregard. It is more deadly than any humiliation. Zhao Feng stared intently at Yang Qi's retreating figure. His teeth were grinding together. Pack. Keep pretending. I'll see Director Wang later. Let's see if you can still laugh then. He took a deep breath. He endured the excruciating pain in his wrist. He quickly followed. He couldn't wait to see Yang Qi weep and beg for mercy on his knees. At that time, he insisted on doing it in front of Lin Qingxue. Shame this ignorant and arrogant poor bastard. We must make up for the loss of face we just suffered. We'll get it back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Third floor. Department head's office. The door was ajar. The faint sound of teacups clinking could be heard from inside. Zhao Feng beat into it. He rushed to the door. They didn't even knock on the door. They pushed the door open and entered. His face instantly changed to an expression of utter injustice. The sound was shrill and mournful. With a sob in her voice. Uncle! You have to stand up for me. That Yang Qi. He not only engaged in group drinking. They even hit someone. Look at my hands. He interrupted us all. In the office. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle is holding a teacup. I was startled by that sudden shout. Tea splashed all over me. Ouch. Hot. 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 Wang Jiangwo frantically wiped the water off his body. He raised his head with a displeased expression. He was about to reprimand them. But what I saw was Zhao Feng's wrist, which was swollen like a pig's trotter. His expression immediately changed. Although Zhao Feng is useless. But after all, he is his nephew. On this small plot of land. How dare someone hit his people? This is like beating a dog without considering its owner. What happened? Who did this? This is outrageous. Wang Jiangwo slammed his teacup heavily onto the table. He exuded official arrogance. Zhao Feng was about to embellish his story and make a false accusation. At the entrance, a lazy voice drifted over. Oh. So you're calling him uncle already? Wasn't it the department head? So that's the relationship. No wonder he's so arrogant. Yang Qi put his hands in his pockets. He strolled in slowly. Lin Qingxue, with a complicated expression, followed behind him. He looked at Wang Jiangwo, whose face was full of anger, behind the desk. There was no fear on his face. Instead, it carried a mocking smile. His eyes swept over the nameplate on the table. Divine Eye of Detection, activated. Name, Wang Jiangwo. Position, department head. Dirty accusations, accepting bribes totaling 1.8 million yuan, having an improper relationship with female counselor Zhang, embezzling public funds. Looking at that series of shocking red characters, the smile in Yang Qi's eyes deepened. Chapter 19 Director Wang's Weakness. Yang Qi's smile grew whiter and whiter. In that smile, with a hint of sarcasm, 3 parts playful. There are also 4 points that are unfathomable and difficult to understand. Those strings of shocking red characters. It danced in his line of sight. It was as if it were a death knell for this hypocritical department head. Laugh? How dare you laugh? Wang Jiangwo looked at Yang Qi's nonchalant and carefree demeanor. I was furious. He slammed his hand on the table. The teacup lid was shaking violently. It makes a crisp ding-dong sound. Yang Qi, right? I've seen your file. His grades are usually average. A mediocre performance. I never expected him to be a hidden troublemaker. Openly drinking alcohol in the dormitory. Assaulting student council officers. We're now in my office. Still acting like a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water. Don't you want to miss it anymore? Believe it or not, I'll expel you from school right now. Wang Jiangwo was spitting as he spoke. He exuded official arrogance. The face beneath that Mediterranean hairstyle. The fat trembled with excitement. Zhao Feng stood to the side. He clutched his swollen wrist. A smug, sinister smile spread across his face. Dismissed. He must be fired. Once you lose your student status. Yang Qi is a social idler. At that time, he wanted to figure out how to kill him. Just kill him however you want. Lin Qingxue stood at the door. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although she was somewhat moved by Yang Qi's domineering behavior just now. But this is a school after all. The department head has immense power. Once you actually face punishment, they might even be fired. Then Yang Qi's life would be ruined. She opened her mouth. I wanted to say a few words in Yang Qi's defense. Director, actually. However, Yang Qi suddenly raised his hand. He made a shushing gesture. He interrupted Lin Qingxue. He took long strides. He walked step by step toward his desk. His steps were steady. Not in a hurry, not slowly. Every step felt like stepping on everyone's heartbeats. What are you going to do? Don't do anything reckless. This is the administration building. There are surveillance cameras. Wang Jiangwo saw Yang Qi approaching. I felt a sudden, inexplicable panic. He subconsciously shrank back into the boss's chair. The look in this kid's eyes. That's really weird. He doesn't seem like a student who made a mistake. It's more like a judge who controls life and death. Yang Qi walked to the desk. Placed both hands on the table. Leaning slightly forward. That handsome face with sharp features. They closed in on Wang Jiangwo in an instant. The distance between the two people. Less than 10 centimeters. Wang Jiangwo could even smell the faint tobacco scent on Yang Qi. And that suffocating sense of oppression. Director Wang. Don't get so angry. I'm getting old. It can easily cause blood vessels to burst. Yang Qi said with a smile. The voice was not loud. Yet it exuded a chilling aura. You're threatening me? Wang Jiangwo's eyes widened. He roared, his voice fierce but his heart weak. Yang Qi shook his head. A hint of pity flashed in his eyes. He tilted his head slightly. He leaned close to Wang Jiangwo's ear, which was covered in scraggly hair. Use a voice that only 2 people can hear. He said softly. It's not a threat. I just wanted to remind Director Wang. When the bidding process was underway for the construction of the new campus cafeteria. That 1.8 million hardship fee. Is it easy to spend the money? Boom. This sentence. It was like a bolt from the blue. It struck Wang Jiangwo hard on the top of his head. His face, which had been flushed, was now red. It turned deathly pale in an instant. Completely bloodless. The pupils contracted violently. It was like seeing a ghost. That instant. His heart felt as if it had stopped beating. A chill ran through me. It rushes straight from the soles of your feet to your forehead. How did he know? This was done with extreme secrecy. Only he and that contractor knew. He even kept it a secret from his wife. This poor student. How could you possibly know so much? Even the amount is exactly the same? You're talking nonsense. That's slander. I can sue you for defamation. Wang Jiangwo's voice trembled. His gaze was shifty. Cold sweat trickled down his bald forehead. It flowed down with a rushing sound. He wanted to slam his fist on the table and stand up. But he found that his legs were as soft as noodles. It's impossible to exert any force at all. Yang Qi looked at his panicked appearance. The curve of her lips became even whiter. He held up one finger. He tapped lightly on the table. De. The rhythmic tapping sound. In the deathly silent office. Like a death knell. Is this nonsense? Doesn't Director Wang know what's going on? Would you like me to recite the account numbers from the transfer records to you now? China Construction Bank. The last 4 digits of the license plate are 8,899. Isn't the account holder your distant cousin from the countryside? Yang Qi's voice remained languid. Yet every word was piercing to the heart. Wang Jiangwo's body trembled violently. I almost slipped off the chair. It's confirmed. This is absolutely confirmed. He even knows these top secret details that only he knows. That kid. Who exactly is this person? Could it be an undercover agent sent by the Discipline Inspection Commission? That's impossible. He's just an ordinary student. Fear. It engulfed Wang Jiangwo like a tidal wave. His mouth was open. He was panting heavily. Like a dying fish on the shore. However, Yang Qi's offensive. It's not over yet. A glint of investigative light flashed in his eyes. They once again caught another secret hidden in Wang Jiangwo's glint of eyes. Oh, right. There's one more thing. I think Director Wang probably doesn't want others to know. Yang Qi paused for a moment. Their gazes became somewhat ambiguous. That's a look that every man understands. That beautiful counselor in our department. Teacher Zhan Lu. She is indeed a beauty. Her figure is undeniably stunning. Especially those legs. He's on par with Vice Minister Lin. TSK Tisk. Director Wang. You old bones. He's really still going strong for his age. Every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon. Room 403, Fanglinwen Hotel. Isn't it romantic? If the bribery incident just mentioned was a heavy blow. So, what about the sex scandals we see now? It was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Wang Jiangwo's mind went blank. It completely exploded. If this gets out, not only was his political career over, his tigress at home would tear him to shreds. He will be utterly disgraced. I have nothing. Stop talking. Please stop talking. Wang Jiangwo could no longer hold on. There was a hint of pleading in her voice. That arrogant, high-ranking official attitude. It collapsed instantly. At this moment, I just want to shut Yang Qi up. No matter the cost. He subconsciously looked up at Zhao Feng and Lin Qingxue standing at the door. His eyes were filled with terror. Yang Qi's voice was soft just now. But what if even a single word is overheard? That would be utterly devastating. Especially that Lin Qingxue. That's the Discipline Inspection Department. If she finds out, I'm completely finished. Uncle. Director Wang. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Zhao Feng looked at his uncle, who was covered in sweat and had a deathly pale face. Completely bewildered. It was fine just now. Why did Yang Qi mutter a couple of things? My uncle looks like he has epilepsy. Could it be that Yang Qi just threatened to kill someone? Roll. Get out of here, all of you. Wang Jiangwo suddenly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He screamed hysterically. He suddenly grabbed the documents from the table. It was thrown towards Zhao Feng and Lin Qingxue. Go out. Without my permission. No one is allowed to come in. Zhao Feng was stunned by the shout. The document fell on him. It fell all over the floor with a crash. Uncle is not the director. This kid hasn't been dealt with yet. He hit me. My hand is broken. Zhao Feng felt extremely wronged. This script is wrong. Shouldn't it be the uncle who slammed his fist on the table and stood up? Yang Qi should be dismissed immediately. Then let yourself humiliate him severely? Why are you now turning your back on me? I told you to get lost. Can't you understand human language? That's an order. Immediately. Right now. Wang Jiangluo's eyes were red. The veins on his neck bulged. It looked like it was about to devour someone. He was genuinely scared. He was afraid that Yang Qi would say another word. His past has been completely exposed. The area must be cleared. We must talk about this separately. Zhao Feng shrank his neck, despite being filled with doubts and resentment. But at this moment, I give him 10 times the courage. He didn't dare to risk this misfortune. All he could do was glare fiercely at Yang Qi. He gritted his teeth and turned around. Lin Qingxue also looked bewildered. In those clear, cold eyes, it was full of exploration. She took a deep look at the man standing in front of the desk. Hands in pockets. A man with a nonchalant expression. That sense of mystery in my heart. It's getting stronger and stronger. What exactly did he say? It's amazing that the usually imposing department head could be so easily persuaded. How did he suddenly turn into this terrified expression? This man. How many secrets is he still hiding? Ding. Detected strong curiosity and increased desire to explore Lin Qingxue. Affection +5. Current affection, 15. Quite concerned. A pleasant system notification sounded in my mind. Yang Qi glanced at Lin Qingxue without making a sound. He winked his left eye at her. She blew a kiss. Frivolous. Yet he possessed an inexplicable charm. Lin Qingxue blushed. She hurriedly avoided his gaze. He turned and walked out of the office. He then closed the door behind him. Bang. The sound of the door closing rang out. In the office, only Yang Qi and Wang Jiangluo remained. Air. It seemed to have frozen. Wang Jiangluo slumped into a chair. It was as if all their energy and spirit had been drained away. He shakily took a pack of Zhenghua cigarettes from the drawer. I want to smoke one to calm my nerves. But my hands were shaking so badly. I lit the fire several times. Neither of them caught fire. Smack. A slender hand reached out. He pressed the lighter. The pale blue flames flickered. It illuminated Wang Jiangluo's face, which was covered in oil and sweat. Yang Qi had a freshly lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. She looked at him with a half smile. Director Wang. Don't be nervous. Have a smoke. Let's talk slowly. Wang Jiangluo leaned closer, trembling. I took a deep breath. The pungent smoke entered my lungs. This allowed him to regain some consciousness. He looked up, looking at the young man in front of me. His eyes were filled with an extremely complex expression. Fear, anger, doubt, compromise. A mix of emotions. What, exactly do you want? Wang Jiangluo's voice was hoarse. It's like a broken bellows. He figured it out. This kid isn't here to accept punishment at all. This is here to kill him. I'm just an ordinary student. I just want to study hard. Get a scholarship. And maybe find a romantic partner. I don't want to be disturbed. Yang Qi exhaled a smoke ring. Smoke billowed in front of him. This made his handsome face appear even more devilish. He casually pulled over a chair. He sat down opposite Wang Jiangluo with an air of authority. He crossed his legs. That posture. It was as if he were the master of this place. About tonight's events. Wang Jiangluo tentatively began to speak. Tonight? Is there anything planned for tonight? I just had a seafood feast with my roommate in the dorm. Let's celebrate our friendship. That makes sense, doesn't it? Yang Qi countered with a question. His eyes were sharp as knives. Wang Jiangwo nodded quickly. It nodded its head like a chick pecking at rice. That makes sense. That makes sense. Perfectly reasonable. Young people, you know. It's perfectly normal to have a meal together. As long as it doesn't disturb other people's rest, it's fine. That Zhao Feng. Making a mountain out of a molehill. Using a trivial matter as a powerful command. I'll definitely give him a good talking to later. To protect his official position. Wang Jiangwo sold his own nephew without hesitation. Yang Qi nodded in satisfaction. He flicked off his cigarette ash. Those grayish-white powders. It landed directly on Wang Jiangwo's expensive mahogany desk. Wang Jiangwo didn't dare utter a single word. Instead, they have to put on a smiling face. The matter of beating up student leaders. Wang Jiangwo asked cautiously. Beating? Director Wang. You can eat whatever you want. You can't just say things carelessly. That was a friendly exchange. Zhao Feng's skills are inferior to others. I have osteoporosis in my wrist. What does this have to do with me? We'll see. As the department head. You wouldn't want a scandal involving student brawls in our department, would you? If this gets out. It affected our department's evaluation for excellence. That responsibility. Yang Qi drawled out the last syllable. He looked at Wang Jiangwo with a playful expression. Wang Jiangwo understood instantly. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. A friendly spar. It's a friendly spar. Zhao Feng twisted his ankle by accident. Chapter 20. Unless you become my girlfriend. It has nothing to do with you. It's absolutely okay. This moment. Wang Jiangwo felt like a mouse being toyed with by a cat. They were completely powerless to fight back. They have leverage over us. They told him to say it was a friendly exchange. That is to exchange skills. Even if you say that Zhao Feng smashed it himself with a hammer. He has to admit it. Sensible. Yang Qi clapped his hands with a smile. Stand up. Now that everything is clear. Then I won't disturb Director Wang's work any longer. After all. Whether it's infrastructure construction. I'd rather be a counselor. Director Wang is quite busy. This sentence. This made Wang Jiangwo's face twitch violently once again. This is a blatant warning. He watched as Yang Qi turned to leave. Wang Jiangwo hesitated for a moment. He still gritted his teeth and said. Yang. Yang classmate. These words tonight. I don't want to hear it in a third person's ears. Otherwise. We're ready to fight to the death. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Wang Jiangwo was afraid. But I also know that I have to make my stance clear. Yang Qi stopped in his tracks. He did not turn back. He simply turned his back to Wang Jiangwo. He let out a contemptuous sneer. If you don't want anyone to know. Unless you do it in the first place. Director Wang. As long as you don't mess with me. I can't be bothered with your nonsense. But if there's a next time. Whether it's you or not. It's still your good-for-nothing nephew. If you dare to reach out your claws to me again. Then don't blame me for being uncivilized. After saying that. He flung open the office door. He strode out. Outside the door. A cold wind blew in from the corridor. The faint smell of smoke on him dissipated. But it couldn't dispel his soaring arrogance. Zhao Feng remained standing guard at the door. He pressed his ear against the door, trying to eavesdrop. Suddenly, the door was pulled open. I almost fell flat on my face. He staggered 2 steps. Steady your body. Looking up, I saw Yang Qi's smug, cheeky face. You. Zhao Feng glanced inside. Uncle Wang Jiangwo was slumped in a chair. He looked as if he had aged 10 years. The imposing manner they had displayed earlier was completely gone. No order was given to arrest anyone. There was no notification of Yang Qi's dismissal. This is. What's going on? You just let him go like that? Zhao Feng pointed at Yang Qi's back in disbelief. He shouted at Wang Jiangwo inside. Uncle! He hit me! You're just going to let him go like that? Wang Jiangwo was furious at the moment. Hearing Zhao Feng's wailing and howling, I was extremely frustrated. He grabbed the ashtray on the table. It slammed hard onto the ground. Smack! Glass shattered everywhere. Shut up! If you dare to provoke him again, I'll break your legs first. This roar. It penetrated the entire corridor. The echoes reverberated in the empty administration building. Zhao Feng was completely dumbfounded. Open your mouth wide. Transfixed. He just couldn't understand it. In just a few minutes. What exactly happened? That poor loser, Yang Qi. What kind of spell did they cast on their uncle? It was surprising that even his usually protective uncle would do that. Instead, should we break his legs? Yang Qi walked ahead, listening to the sounds behind me. The smile on his lips deepened. He put his hands behind his head. He started whistling. That's the posture of a victor. Lin Qingxue stood at the top of the stairs, watching that figure gradually disappear into the night. That figure. It's not particularly generous. But at this moment, it resembles a majestic mountain. It's something that people can only look up to. That scene just now. Although she didn't know exactly what had happened, but she could sense it. Yang Qi won. This man. Lin Qingxue muttered to herself. He reached out and pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Behind the lenses, in her beautiful eyes, it shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Name, Lin Qingxue. Affection level, 20. Developed strong interest and wanted to find out more. Current state, heart racing, thoughts in disarray. Yang Qi had gone far away. But the system notification sound in my head. But it put him in a great mood. Not only did they manage to deal with Wang Jiangwo, this troublesome individual, he also managed to gain some goodwill from the Ice Queen. This wave makes a killing. System. Check out Zhang Lu's information. Yang Qi went downstairs. He silently recited it in his mind. Although it was just meant to scare Wang Jiangwo. But since she is a stunning beauty, even used cars, even if the mileage is a bit high, it's always good to learn about it. What if it comes in handy someday? After all, many children bring many blessings. The system doesn't stipulate that it has to be an original product. As long as the quality is up to standard. It's nice to change things up occasionally. With a thought, a screen of light unfolded before his eyes once again. But this time, the woman who appeared was someone I had never seen before. Name, Zhang Lu. Age, 28. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Still attractive. Body size, 92. Curvy. Occupation, counselor. Number of charges, 156. Main targets, Wang Jiangwo, ex-boyfriend, etc. Weaknesses, greed, vanity, extreme desire for material satisfaction, and high demands. Looking at that high demand, Yang Qi couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's interesting. It seems that old bastard Wang Jiangwo is the reason. To feed this woman, I've taken quite a few blue pills. No wonder he looked like that just now. It's so empty, it's like nothing at all. Yang Qi. Just then, a cold voice came from behind. Yang Qi stopped in his tracks. He turned around. Lin Qingxue was standing on the steps of the next level, looking down at him. The streetlights cast a dim yellow light. It stretched her shadow very long. Those long legs encased in black stockings. It appears exceptionally long and straight under the lights. Even from this angle of death, her looks remain impeccable. How? The beautiful Lin can't bear to part with me? Want to come back with me for lobster? It's a pity, though. That lobster has probably already been eaten by Fatty and his gang. Yang Qi shrugged. He said with a regretful expression. Lin Qingxue ignored his banter. Instead, he walked down quickly. The high heels made a crisp sound on the steps. Until they reached Yang Qi. She then stopped. Those beautiful eyes. He stared intently into Yang Qi's eyes. It was as if they wanted to see through his heart. What exactly did you catch Director Wang doing wrong? She asked directly. There was no beating around the bush at all. That's just part of her personality. Straightforward. I don't like to hide things. Handle? Yang Qi raised an eyebrow, leaning slightly forward. This brought the two of them closer once again. That strong masculine aura. It instantly enveloped Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue instinctively wanted to back away. But then he discovered that there was a wall behind him. There was no way to retreat. This is a secret between men. Woman knows too much. It's not a good thing. It's prone to wrinkles. Yang Qi reached out his hand. He seemed to want to touch Lin Qingxue's cheek. Lin Qingxue turned her head to dodge. A hint of wariness appeared in his eyes. Fine, I won't say. Rare. She snorted coldly. Although that's what they say. But the curiosity in my heart. But it felt like a cat's scratch. It's getting itchier and itchier. But if you really want to know, it's not impossible. Yang Qi suddenly changed the subject. His signature wicked grin spread across his face. As long as you agree to one condition. What are the conditions? Lin Qingxue asked subconsciously. Be my girlfriend. I'll tell you. Yang Qi said with a grin. His gaze swept over Lin Qingxue's alluring red lips. It is characterized by undisguised aggression. Lin Qingxue was stunned for a moment. Her pretty face immediately flushed red. You're dreaming. Rogue. She glared fiercely at Yang Qi. Then I pushed him away forcefully. They fled in panic. Looking at her slightly flustered back view, Yang Qi did not give chase. Just standing still. He touched his chin. Are you shy? It seems so. This iceberg. It's already starting to melt. As long as you swing the hoe well. There's no corner that can't be dug down. This is Lin Qingxue. Sooner or later, it will be Yang Qi's for the taking. As for Zhao Feng. He's just a clown who provides emotional value. Yang Qi whistled. I walked out of the administration building in a cheerful mood. The night was deep. The campus was quiet. But Yang Qi knew. Starting tonight. The sky of this polytechnic. Things are about to change. And he, Yang Qi. That's the person who stirred up the storm. When I got back to the dormitory building, Yang Qi suddenly saw a familiar figure. In the shadows under the streetlights, there stood a girl wearing a white dress. Long hair draped over her shoulders. She appeared somewhat frail. Su Qianqian. At this moment, he was carrying a thermal box. He was pacing anxiously downstairs. Seeing Yang Qi return, her eyes lit up instantly. They ran over quickly. Young Master Yang. She called out timidly. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of ingratiation. Yang Qi was stunned for a moment. He then laughed. The power of this many children, many blessings system. Wow, it's really big. They just came to us on their own initiative? Looks like tonight. It's destined to be a sleepless night. Why are you here? Yang Qi walked over. He naturally put his arm around Su Qianqian's slender waist. His palm gently caressed her soft waist. Su Qianqian's body trembled slightly. But there was no resistance. Instead, she obediently leaned into his arms. Her cheeks were flushed. I heard it from Fatty. You've been taken to the administration building. I'm worried about you. So I made some late-night snacks. I'll bring it to you. She held up the insulated box in her hand. His eyes were full of concern. That appearance. They're so well behaved it's heartbreaking. Yang Qi's heart stirred. A divine eye of perception swept over. Name, Su Qianqian. Affection level, 92 completely devoted. Number of charges, 1 captured. Current status, craving comfort, extremely dependent. TSK. Affection level of 92. It's definitely different. This is truly a sweet and considerate daughter. Unlike that Lin Qingxue. Still putting on airs. But each has its own unique flavor. To conquer that high mountain flower. That's when you feel a greater sense of accomplishment. Isn't that right? Walk. I'll take you somewhere. Yang Qi took the insulated box. He held Su Qianqian's hand. He turned and walked towards the school gate. Where to? Su Qianqian asked, somewhat bewildered. Let's go get some late-night snacks. But it's not what's in this box. It's about eating you. Yang Qi leaned close to her ear. He said in a low voice. Hot air is sprayed. Su Qianqian's face. It became an instant sensation. She kept her head down. The sound was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Chapter 21. Don't call me young Master Yang, call me husband. Where to? One hand naturally rested on Su Qianqian's thigh. That thin layer of stockings. It couldn't stop the heat from the palm of my hand at all. Su Qianqian's body trembled violently. But they did not dodge. Her face just turned even redder. Young Master Yang. Call me husband. Yang Qi interrupted her domineeringly. Su Qianqian bit her lip. The sound was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Husband, husband. That one word, husband. The sound made Yang Qi's bones melt. The power of a 92-point favorability rating. It truly lives up to its reputation. This is obedience. That's the thrill of conquest. Good girl. Yang Qi nodded in satisfaction. Speak. We're going to the Hilton. Should we go to the Marriott? The beds there are very big. Enough for us to roll around in all night. Yang Qi spoke in a flippant tone. His eyes were full of aggression. Su Qianqian heard this series of luxurious place names. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Although she loves money. Also vain. But deep down, she's still that insecure Cinderella. That kind of magnificent, golden place. It made her feel a strange pressure. And her mind is now completely occupied with the 500,000 yuan surgery fee. I have no interest in enjoying those things at all. No. Don't go to the hotel. Su Qianqian shook her head. She mustered her courage and looked at Yang Qi. That's such a waste of money. And I don't like that kind of place. I always feel unclean. Yang Qi raised an eyebrow. Somewhat unexpected. This little girl. She's quite good at managing her finances. Where to? Inside the car? The sound insulation of this car is quite good. The shock absorption is also very good. No one will ever find out. Yang Qi said with a wicked smile. His hand movements became even more unrestrained. Su Qianqian turned pale with fright. He quickly grabbed Yang Qi's mischievous hand. No. Not in the car. Someone will see it. She looked at Yang Qi pleadingly. Her eyes were filled with tears. It's like she might burst into tears at any moment. Let's go to my house. She took a deep breath. He finally said those words. Your home? Yang Qi was stunned for a moment. Then a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Compared to a cold, impersonal hotel. At home. There is obviously a greater sense of accomplishment. And this means she has completely opened her heart to you. She's willing to let you into her private space. Are you sure? Is no one home? Yang Qi asked with a half smile. Su Qianqian's expression darkened. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes. No. Nobody's here. My dad got hooked on gambling. I haven't been back for several years. My mom. Mentioning his mother. Her voice choked up. She had a heart attack. He is still in the hospital. It will be a few days before you can be discharged from the hospital. So, I live alone at home. After saying that, she lowered her head. She dared not look Yang Qi in the eye. She was afraid he would despise her broken family. However, the next second, a warm, large hand. He gently patted her head. That's perfect. A world for two. No one is bothering us. We can do whatever we want. In Yang Qi's voice, there was not the slightest hint of disdain. Instead, it carries a reassuring sense of certainty. Su Chanqian suddenly looked up. But that heart. But they got even closer. 20 minutes later. Dim streetlights. And the road surface is full of potholes. This is a slum in Zhangcheng. It is a corner forgotten by the hustle and bustle. In the air. The air was thick with the stench of sewage. And the smoky atmosphere of cheap barbecue. At this point, there were also quite a few shirtless burly men drinking and playing drinking games by the roadside. There were also heavily made-up streetwalkers soliciting business. Turn left just ahead. Su Chanqian nervously pointed out the way. They stood somewhat awkwardly under the streetlights. This building. The exterior walls are mottled. It was covered in ivy. The motion-activated light at the entrance of the building is also broken. It was pitch black. It's like a gaping maw ready to devour anyone it chooses. Compared to that luxurious Rolls-Royce from earlier, it's like two different worlds. That. My home is very small. And it's a bit messy. It's still a walk-up building. On the 6th floor. Su Chanqian twisted her fingers. Head down. She dared not look at Yang Qi's expression. She was afraid to see the disdain in Yang Qi's eyes. I was afraid he would turn around and leave. After all, he's the kind of rich young master who can casually throw away millions. How could anyone possibly endure such an environment? Fine. Yang Qi walked to her side. He naturally took her hand. The size of the house is not important. As long as the bed is sturdy enough, it's fine. As for whether it's chaotic or not. Anyway, later. We'll mess it up too. Yang Qi leaned close to her ear. He blew a puff of air with a wicked grin. Don't you think so? Su Chanqian's face instantly turned red to the roots of her neck. You're so bad. Let's go. Lead the way. Yang Qi pulled her along. I walked into that dark stairwell. In the stairwell, there was a damp, musty smell permeating the air. There's also the smell of cooking oil left over from each household. The steps were quite steep. There are no handrails yet. Su Chanqian was wearing high heels. It was very difficult to walk. Yang Qi saw this. Without saying a word. Bending over directly. He scooped her up in his arms. Ah! Su Chanqian exclaimed in surprise. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Yang Qi's neck. No, put me down. I can walk by myself. The stairs here are very dirty. Don't get your clothes dirty. That's the expensive haute couture shirt Yang Qi was wearing. If it gets dusty on the wall, she'll be heartbroken. Shut up. Holding his own woman. What's dirty about it? Yang Qi let out a domineering low roar. His arms were like iron clamps. He steadily supported her body. The steps beneath my feet. Lightweight yet stable. Even if it's just holding a living person. I went up to the 6th floor in one go. He didn't even blush or pant. This is a body that has been systematically enhanced. This is a bit of a burden. It's nothing at all. Su Chanqian nestled in his arms. Listened to his strong heartbeat. I could smell the faint scent of tobacco and cologne on him. I felt incredibly at ease. Is this what it feels like to be pampered? If only time could stop at this moment. How wonderful that would be. Finally, we arrived at the 6th floor. In front of a security door with a faded good fortune character pasted on it. Yang Qi put Su Chanqian down. Opened the door. Su Chanqian blushed. He took the keys out of his bag. My hands were still trembling slightly. Click. The old lock cylinder turned. It made a dry, rattling sound. The door opened. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted over. That smells like jasmine. It smells wonderful. It completely masked the odor in the hallway. Yang Qi followed Su Chanqian inside. The scene before my eyes. This surprised him somewhat. It is indeed very small. It's only about 40 square meters. A typical one-bedroom apartment. The furniture was also very old. The sofa was even somewhat dented. Yet it was unusually clean. The floor was polished to a shine, although there is some wear and tear. But it was spotless. The table was covered with a floral tablecloth. Several potted succulents were placed on the windowsill. Several simple landscape paintings hung on the wall. Everything was arranged in an orderly manner. Even if the space is small, it was also neatly organized. It wasn't chaotic at all, as Su Chanxian had described. Instead, it exudes a warm and cozy atmosphere. It seems so. This girl is someone who knows how to live a practical life. You call this chaotic? Yang Qi looked at her with a half smile. It seems that the campus belle of Suzhou University has a specific definition of chaos. They're quite different from ordinary people like us. Su Chanxian stuck out her tongue shyly. She quickly changed into a pair of pink slippers. Then squat down. Take out a pair of men's large slippers from the shoe cabinet. It was brand new. They didn't even cut off the tags. This is what I bought before. Thinking about what if I get a boyfriend in the future. You can wear it, she explained in a low voice. His eyes darted away. Yang Qi's heart stirred. The divine eye of perception swept over it again. These slippers. It is indeed new. And look at the style. It's just a regular supermarket item. But under these family conditions, it's good to have this on hand. This shows what she's thinking. She had always longed for a man to support the family. They fit perfectly. Yang Qi changed into slippers. I took a few steps. Then he hugged Su Chanxian from behind as she was pouring water. His chin rested on her fragrant shoulder. I won't drink the water. I'd like to drink something else. Through the fabric, you can still feel its astonishing scale. Su Chanxian's water glass wobbled slightly. A few drops of warm water spilled out. It landed on the back of her hand. No. Don't do this. The curtains aren't drawn yet, she said somewhat flusteredly. His voice trembled slightly. Then let's pull it up. She struggled to run over. They drew the two somewhat worn curtains tightly shut. The light inside the room. It instantly became dark and ambiguous. Only that warm yellow floor lamp. It emits a soft halo. I'm going to take a shower. You're covered in sweat. It smells awful. Su Chanxian turned around. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Yang Qi. She genuinely felt like she had just been running up and down. I broke out in a sweat from nervousness. She was afraid Yang Qi would dislike her. Together. Yang Qi didn't give her a chance to refuse. He simply took her hand. I walked toward that small bathroom. No. The bathroom is too small. There's no room. Su Chanxian exclaimed in surprise. But she protested. In front of Yang Qi. Like water off a duck's back. Squeeze it in. It's warmer. Bang. The frosted glass door to the bathroom was closed. A short while later, the sound of rushing water could be heard from inside. In a cramped space, water vapor spread rapidly. A layer of white mist covered the mirror. Young Master Yang. Call me husband. Husband, husband. Just as the two were lost in their passion. Just as they were about to break through the last line of defense. Sudden. Click. A crisp metallic clang. It rang out in the quiet room. That was the sound of a key being inserted into a lock. Immediately afterwards. That's the sound of the lock cylinder turning. Squeak. An old security door. It was pushed open from the outside. That sound. In the bathroom filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. It was like a bolt from the blue. Su Chanxian froze instantly. His pupils contracted to their maximum size in an instant. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. Even the blush on her body had faded. Those eyes, which were originally dreamy. The moment was filled with terror. Who? She instinctively covered her mouth. I tried not to make a sound. My heart was pounding wildly. It almost shattered his chest. How is that possible? This time of year. There shouldn't be anyone home. Mom is still lying in the hospital. Even after being discharged from the hospital. It's impossible for him to come back at this time. Could it be a thief? Is it still that bastard father who hasn't come back for years? Yang Qi also stopped moving. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The lust in his eyes vanished instantly. Instead, it was a sharp, cold glint. He could feel Su Chanxian trembling in his arms. That was the ultimate fear. Shoo! Yang Qi extended one finger. It pressed against Su Chanxian's trembling lips. He made a shushing gesture. Then, he turned off the shower. The entire room. A deathly silence fell instantly. Only the sound of their breathing could be heard. And outside, the heavy footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. That was the sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor. Step by step. It's very slow. It's very heavy. It's like stepping on someone's nerves. Accompanied by footsteps. There was also the sound of a man's heavy breathing. And a faint smell of alcohol. Along the crack in the door. He went into the bathroom. Su Chanxian's body trembled even more violently. She gripped Yang Qi's arm tightly. The fingernails were embedded in the flesh. His eyes were filled with despair. She could tell. The sound of footsteps. This cough. It was that nightmare. The man who had repeatedly beaten her and her mother while drunk. That beast who sold all the valuables in his house to gamble. Her nominal father Su Daxiang. He's back. At this very moment when we should never have returned. Yang Qi looked at Su Chanxian's expression, as if she had seen a ghost. A divine eye for exploration. Through the frosted glass door. Instantly, they spotted the figure outside rummaging through drawers and cabinets in the living room. Ding! Target detected. Name, Su Daxiang. Age, 48. Occupation, unemployed gambler. Status, drunk, extremely short of money, irritable. Combat strength, 5 utterly weak, his body has been weakened by alcohol and women. Weaknesses, greedy, cowardly, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Current intention, to find valuables to sell if the daughter is found at home, to carry out violent extortion. Looking at this series of data. The chill in Yang Qi's eyes intensified. Turns out he was just a piece of trash who came to his doom. Perfect. This fire tonight. There's nowhere to vent yet. He gently patted Su Chanxian's smooth back. He leaned close to her ear. He spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Don't be afraid. Put your clothes on properly. In this house. From now on. Only I can bully you. The others. Even if it's the Heavenly King himself. You'll have to kneel down for me. After saying that, he casually grabbed a bath towel. It was casually wrapped around the waist. That strong, muscular upper body. The muscles are clearly defined. It is full of explosive power. He did not go out immediately. Instead, he stood behind the door. Through the crack in the door. Looking at the man who was rummaging through the living room like a mouse. It's like a cheetah poised to pounce. They are watching their prey. Outside the door. Su Daxiang kept cursing and swearing. He dumped everything out of the drawer onto the floor. Oh shit. Where's the money? Where did that damned woman hide the money? I clearly saw that money loser make money by doing live streaming. They must have money. If I can't get over it. Wait for that brat to come back. I'm going to break her legs. He picked up the photo frame that Su Chanxian liked best from the table. That was the only photo of her and her mother together. It slammed hard onto the ground. Smack! The sound of glass shattering. In the quiet of the night. It was extremely jarring. In the bathroom. Su Chanxian heard this voice. Tears welled up instantly. Yang Qi watched the scene unfold. A smile at the corner of his mouth. It has become even more cruel. He put his hand on the doorknob. Turn it gently. Click. The bathroom door. It's open. A plume of white steam. It was accompanied by a chilling murderous aura. They flooded into the living room. Who? Su Daqiang is bending down to pick something up. I heard a noise. He turned around abruptly. He was still holding half a piece of broken glass in his hand. He roared with a fierce expression. However, when he saw the man emerging from the white mist, he was completely stunned. He was a young man wearing only a bath towel. He is tall. His eyes were disdainful. That innate air of authority. Let him, this gambler who languished at the bottom of society. I subconsciously felt a pang of heart palpitation. Especially those eyes. Cold. Ruthless. It's like looking at an ant that you could crush at any moment. Who are you? Su Daqiang asked, stammering. The alcohol had sobered him up by the fright. Who I am is not important. Yang Qi walked towards him step by step. Bare feet stepped on broken glass. Yet it seemed as if it were completely unaware. The important thing is? What you just did. You scared my woman. This debt. We need to do some serious calculations. Chapter 22. His teeth were knocked out. What are you muttering about over there? A playful smile curved Yang Qi's lips. He casually straightened the bath towel around his waist. Those deep, dark eyes. They resemble two ancient wells. Calm and undisturbed. Yet it is also unfathomable. Su Daqiang felt uneasy under that gaze. But his old, cloudy eyes. When he touched the Patek Philippe on Yang Qi's wrist, it suddenly lit up. It was like a hungry wolf seeing meat. It was like a fly smelling blood. Greedy. The fear was instantly overwhelmed. Although he was a gambling addict. But he had spent many years in casinos. They do have that much insight. That watch. He had seen it in the casino's VIP room. Only those billionaire bosses can afford to wear it. It said that one piece costs millions. Good boy. Millions. If I could get my hands on it. Then why do we still need to pay back high interest loans? We can go to Macau again to try and win back our losses. Maybe I can even hire a young model. Su Daqiang's Adam's apple bobbed violently. His back was originally hunched. It miraculously straightened up a bit. His face had that roguish look. It instantly turned into a nauseating flattery. Since they are rich. That makes things easier. In this world. As long as you have money. There's no deal that can't be reached. Especially for someone like him. Daughter? Those are just goods waiting to be sold at a higher price. I was worried that no one would want that money-losing product. Unexpected. I actually caught such a big golden turtle. Hey. Su Daqiang rubbed his hands, which were covered in grime. He revealed a set of rotten teeth, stained yellow from smoking. This, boss? Young master? He tentatively called out twice. His eyes never left Yang Qi's wrist. It seems so. That brat is actually quite capable. I never imagined I could climb such a high branch as you. Su Daqiang said. He was looking at the goods with that appraising gaze. He scanned Yang Qi up and down. The more I look at it, the more satisfied I become. Look at that build. That aura. He looks like the kind of person who spends a lot of money. Since we're all inside now. She even took a shower. It seems. Has the deed been done? Su Daqiang gave a lewd smile. His eyes held a lewdness that any man would understand. I'm the father of that money-losing brat. My biological father. He specifically emphasized the words biological father. It seems like those two words. It was the imperial sword in his hand. That's what he uses to blackmail others. Since you are her boyfriend. Or benefactor? Whatever it is. Since you slept with my daughter, Su Daqiang's daughter. This debt. We need to do some serious calculations. Yang Qi raised an eyebrow. He did not speak. I just quietly watched this clown-like man perform. God-level detection at hand. Su Daqiang's dirty scheme. It's practically written all over their faces. Everything is clearly visible. Ding! Target Su Daxiang has been detected engaging in psychological warfare, attempting to use his father status for moral blackmail and extortion. Suggestion to the host: directly slap them in the face. The system's cold, impersonal notification sound. This won Yang Qi's favor. Settle the accounts? Yang Qi finally spoke. The voice was languid. Yet it carried a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. How do you want to calculate it? Upon hearing this, Su Daxiang. They were overjoyed. It's good that they're willing to talk. If they're willing to talk, it means there's something to be gained. He thought Yang Qi was feeling guilty. Or perhaps he's a wealthy young man who still cares about his reputation. They were afraid things would escalate. After all, these wealthy people are most afraid of scandals. Hey. Readily. I love dealing with straightforward people like my boss. Su Daxiang plopped down on the worn-out sofa. He crossed his legs. He had the air of a head of the household. Since the boss is being so direct, then I won't beat around the bush. He stretched out a hand. 5 withered fingers. It swayed in the air. That good for nothing. Although he's a bit stubborn. But her face. That figure. In our Jiangchang. That's one of the best. To raise her. I put in a lot of effort. Provide her with food. To provide for her to wear. We also supported her through university. Now it's finally tamed after all this hard work. This debt. Shouldn't you at least give me some compensation for my trouble? Su Daxiang was spitting as he spoke. He completely forgot how he had treated the mother and daughter over the past few years. I've forgotten how he gambled away all the family's money. I've forgotten how he forced his sick wife to borrow money. In his mouth. He has become a devoted and loving father. 500,000? Chapter 23. You don't deserve to be a father. Yang Qi was looking at his 5 fingers. He asked casually. A mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth. It's getting thicker and thicker. 500,000? Su Daxiang was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He suddenly jumped up. The sound was sharp and piercing. Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? This girl is a virgin. Even if it means selling it. Even a virgin's first time shouldn't cost this much, right? Not to mention. Look at your watch. Look at your impressive attire. 500,000 is just the cost of one meal for you, right? Su Daxiang stared greedily at Yang Qi. That look in his eyes. They wished they could pounce on him and snatch it. 5 million. Not a single penny less. Just give me 5 million. This girl is yours from now on. I will not hesitate. And as long as the money is in place. I'm leaving right now. We'll make room for you. Foul language. It gushed out of Su Daxiang's mouth like a spit of feces. Every single sentence. They are all challenging the bottom line of human morality. Every single word. They're all like a knife. It was piercing the heart of the girl behind the door. Yang Qi looked at the man in front of him, who was spitting as he spoke. The chill in his eyes. It has already solidified into a tangible substance. This is Su Chanqian's father? Is this the root cause of her feeling inferior and unable to hold her head up at school? Is this the nightmare that nearly drove her to desperation? Really? It's disgusting. Are you done talking? Yang Qi suddenly took a step forward. That invisible pressure. Su Daxiang was interrupted halfway through his sentence. It got stuck in my throat. Forehead. I'm done talking. Boss. Look. This transfer is still. Su Daxiang was still dreaming of 5 million. I thought Yang Qi was going to pay up. His face was plastered with that nauseating smile. They came closer. I have the card number here. Cash is fine too. However, he was greeted. It's not a bank card. It wasn't cash either. It is a palm. A fair-skinned, slender one. Yet, it contains a palm with terrifying power. In Su Daxiang's sight, the hand rapidly enlarged. With the sound of whistling wind. With a fury as fierce as thunder. Hard. It landed on his wrinkled old face. Smack. A loud bang. It exploded in the cramped living room. This slap. It's too heavy. That's too ruthless. It was even crisper than the sound of glass shattering. It also needs to be loud. Su Daxiang as a whole. It's like a spinning top that's been whipped into the air. It spun around in place 2.5 times. Then, with a bang, it slammed heavily onto the coffee table next to it. Splash. The coffee table was already rickety. It fell apart instantly. The debris was scattered all over the ground. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered. It came out of Su Daxiang's mouth. He covered his face. He rolled on the ground in agony. Half of the face. It swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looks like a steamed bun. It's a deep purplish red. It emitted an eerie glow. Puff. He opened his mouth and spat it out. He spat out a mouthful of blood. In this blood, a yellowed front tooth. It lay all alone on the ground. That was just now. It was forcibly knocked off by Yang Qi. Pain. Excruciating pain. Su Daxiang felt like his brain had been shaken to its core by that slap. My ears are ringing. It looked like 10,000 flies were buzzing around. Seeing stars. The world spun around. He lived half his life. He caused trouble outside. I've been beaten up. He was also beaten up by his creditors. But never once. Like today, so ruthless. That's amazing. This slap. I almost sent him away. You dare hit me? Su Daxiang covered his swollen face. He struggled to get up from the ground. In those cloudy eyes, it was full of unbelievable things. There was also a deep-seated resentment. I'm her father. You slept with my daughter. Fine, don't pay me then. You dare hit your father-in-law? Is there no law anymore? I want to call the police. I'm going to sue you. I'll ruin your reputation. He screamed hysterically. Like a mad dog. I'm trying to do it this way. To cover up their inner fears. To reclaim that pitiful bit of dignity. However, Yang Qi simply looked down at him. His eyes were indifferent. It's like looking at a pile of non-recyclable garbage. He slowly pulled a tissue from the coffee table. She wiped her hands gracefully. It was as if I had just touched something dirty. Father-in-law? You dare to challenge me? Yang Qi's voice was not loud. Yet it carries an undeniable domineering air. I'm going to hit you. As a father. He doesn't think about supporting his family. Instead, they sold their daughters for personal gain. Being a man. Not thinking of standing tall and upright. On the contrary, they only bully orphans and widows. You piece of trash. Living is a waste of air. Death is a waste of land. Yang Qi casually tossed a dusty tissue at Su Daxiang's face. Besides. Watch your mouth. That's my woman, Yang Qi's woman. You can't just insult me like that. Let me hear another swear word. It'll fall next time. It's not just a tooth anymore. It's your tongue. Yang Qi's tone was very calm. It's like talking about a trivial little thing. But there was murderous intent within it. But it's absolutely true. A body that has been systematically enhanced. The aura it exudes. This is simply not something a street scoundrel like Su Daxiang could handle. He shuddered. The curses that were on the tip of my tongue. He swallowed it back down. He was scared. I'm really scared. The young man in front of me. He's a ruthless character. He's a ruthless character who's really willing to take action. And, judging by that posture, kill him. It's as easy as killing an ant. Just then. Squeak. The bathroom door. It was pushed away again. A trembling figure. He came out from inside. It's Su Qianqian. She was already dressed. It was a white shirt. And a black pleated skirt. That was something Yang Qi bought for her before. It fits perfectly. She possessed an inherently pure and lovely temperament. It makes her even more charming and beautiful. Just at this moment, her hair was still wet. Stick it on your cheek. Water droplets dripped down the ends of her hair. The fabric on her shoulders was wet. The pink bra straps were faintly visible underneath. Yang Qi's gaze fell on her. The system panel popped up at the right time. Name, Su Chanqian. Appearance, 95. Body, 93. Affection level, 92. Deeply affectionate. Number of charges, 1. Initial development. Status, extreme fear, shame, heartache for the host's hands, dependence. Looking at the number of charges, 1. A satisfied smile curved Yang Qi's lips. Although I was interrupted just now, we didn't get to enjoy it enough. But that time at the club, the system recorded it exactly. And look at this girl's state. Even in the face of such a situation. What I was thinking was that I felt sorry for my hands. She's such a silly, adorable woman. Is this the absolute obedience and admiration that comes with high favorability? Although she is prettier than the others in the class. But their thoughts were different. The female classmate who is still observing. For example, there's Chen Yufei, the class monitor who always pretends to be aloof. Su Chanqian is standing in front of me. They are undoubtedly even more pitiful. Young Master Yang. Su Chanqian didn't even glance at Su Daqiang on the ground. Instead, he walked straight to Yang Qi's side. She stretched out her pair of icy little hands. He grasped Yang Qi's large hand tightly. Then, they carefully picked it up. I put it to my lips and blew on it. His eyes were full of heartache. Does it hurt? His hands are all red. That person has such a thick skin. Your hand hurts from hitting me. Her voice was very soft. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears. They completely ignored their own father who was vomiting blood on the ground. This scene. This left Su Daqiang, who was lying on the ground, completely dumbfounded. I was furious. Is this the daughter he raised for 20 years? Is this the same timid, submissive girl who always grovels in front of him? I got beaten so badly my teeth fell out. He's almost half dead. You're not going to help me up, fine. Are you going to feel sorry for the assailant who beat someone, wondering if his hand hurts? Is this even human? What an ingrate! A surge of evil fire. It went straight for Su Daqiang's forehead. It made him temporarily forget the pain. They forgot their fear. Su Chanqian. You brat! Are you blind? Su Daqiang suddenly jumped up from the ground, pointing at Su Chanqian's nose. He started swearing and cursing. I'm your father. I got beaten up. You won't help me get revenge. Still here whispering sweet nothings with some random guy? You shameless slut. You money loser. Just like your short-lived mother. They're all despicable bastards. You can't resist walking past rich men, huh? You'd even disown your own father for money, huh? I shouldn't have given birth to you in the first place. We'll provide you with food and clothing. I raised you all these years. You're here to drive me crazy? You ungrateful wretch. Rotten crotch. Su Daqiang got more and more into cursing. The more they insulted him, the uglier it got. Those obscene words. Like all the malice in this lifetime. All of it was poured onto this frail girl. He knew. He couldn't beat Yang Qi. But he can scold Su Chanqian. This is his daughter. He had been holding on to this easy target for 20 years. He knew how to hurt her the most. Su Chanqian's face turned deathly pale. His whole body was trembling violently. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. She bit her lip hard. It drew blood. But they dared not utter a single word in rebuttal. That was a fear etched into my very bones. It was an instinctive reaction built up over the past 20 years. Even now that Yang Qi is by my side. Hearing these words, she still felt like she had been stripped naked. It's like throwing them out into the street for public display. Shame. Despair. Especially in front of Yang Qi. He was killed by his own biological father. They were called Rotten Crotch and Lowly Bastard. She was afraid. He was afraid Yang Qi would believe it. She was afraid that Yang Qi would find her dirty. She was afraid that Yang Qi would think she was the kind of woman who sold her body for money. Although it was indeed about money at first. But now she had truly fallen for this domineering man. No. No. I don't. Yang Qi, I'm not dirty. Real. Su Chanxian looked at Yang Qi in a panic. He explained incoherently. She wanted to grab Yang Qi's clothes. But they dared not. They looked completely at a loss. It looks just like an injured fawn. Yang Qi lowered his head. Looking at the trembling girl in his arms. Looking at the panic and helplessness in her eyes. That hint of rage within me. It was ignited again. He didn't speak. He simply reached out his hand. He gently embraced Su Chanxian's slender waist. Fool. Explain what? I know it better than anyone else. Isn't that so? Yang Qi's voice. Deep and magnetic. It carries a reassuring power. It rang in Su Chanxian's ears. Su Chanxian's body went limp. She collapsed completely into Yang Qi's arms. My heart was originally in a state of panic. They calmed down instantly. Yes. He knew. He took his virginity. That fallen petal. That is the best proof. As long as he doesn't mind. As long as he believes. How does the world see it? What does it matter? Su Chanxian was comforted. Yang Qi then slowly raised his head. I looked at Su Daxiang, who was still rambling on and on. Eyes. It got completely cold. Original. He just wanted to teach this ungrateful gambler a lesson. Give him a hard time. This will deter him from harassing Su Chanxian again. But now it seems. Some trash. If it is not thoroughly cleaned, it will not only pollute the environment. They'll also pop up from time to time to annoy people. Have you finished cursing? Yang Qisong opened Su Chanxian's mouth. He took a step forward. The temperature of the entire room. It was as if the temperature had dropped several degrees in that instant. Su Daxiang's cursing stopped abruptly. He felt as if he were being targeted by an ancient, ferocious beast. A chill ran through me. It rushes straight up from the soles of the feet to the top of the head. What do you want to do? Killing, murder is illegal. Su Daxiang retreated step by step. Until there is nowhere left to retreat. He leaned against the wall. My legs were trembling. Kill? No. Yang Qi shook his head. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips. I am a civilized person. He is also a law-abiding citizen. How could someone do such a rude thing? But since you like money so much, you like gambling so much, then I'll give you a chance. An opportunity that you'll never forget. Yang Qi said. He took out his phone. I dialed a number. Hello. Wang Ponzi? It's me. It's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask you. Brother Long, the lone shark in this Zhongcheng area. Are you familiar with me? Oh, it's familiar? That's good. I'm in the slums. We caught a very interesting deadbeat. I heard they owe a lot of money. Right. His name is Su Daxiang. Tell Brother Long. This person. I won't protect it. Let him play as he pleases. Just don't kill them. After all, pay back the money while still alive. That's what makes it interesting. Isn't that so? After saying that, Yang Qi hung up the phone. Looking at Su Daxiang, who was ashen-faced and slumped on the ground, he revealed a devilish smile. Look. I've found a few old friends for you to catch up. Aren't you moved? Chapter 24. Chen Bo arrives, Instructor Shin's phone call. Beep beep. The busy tone of the phone call ending. The echoes reverberated in the deathly silent room. It was extremely jarring. Su Daxiang collapsed to the ground. It felt like my spine had been removed. His whole body trembled like a leaf. Brother Long? That person is ruthless. Brother Long, who is famous in Jiangcheng Road. Chopping off hands and stomping feet are commonplace for them. If it falls into his hands? Those terrifying images instantly flashed through Su Daqiang's mind. His face instantly turned from liver red to deathly pale. Completely bloodless. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Su Daqiang shakily got up. They tumbled and crawled. That appearance. There was not a trace of the arrogance he had displayed as the head of the family just moments before. He was exactly like a stray dog. That son-in-law. No. Young Master Yang. I'm leaving now. Get out now. You're so magnanimous, you don't hold a grudge against me. Don't tell Brother Long. I'll disappear right now. Su Daqiang didn't even bother to pick up his fallen front tooth. She didn't even dare to wear the slippers she had lost. Barefoot. With a whoosh. He darted out of the room. That speed. Faster than a rabbit. In the stairwell. A series of stumbling footsteps could be heard. Immediately afterwards. It was a series of muffled thuds as they tumbled down the stairs. He clearly tripped and fell because he panicked and didn't know where to go. But soon. The footsteps disappeared into the night. There was absolutely no further movement. Inside the room. Silence returned. Yang Qi put away his phone. A disdainful sneer curled at the corner of his lips. Brother Long? He has no idea who Brother Long is. That phone call just now. It was just a call to Fatty Wang. I just made him act out a play. Dealing with a coward like Su Daqiang, who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Reasoning with them is useless. Only someone more ruthless than him. Even worse than him. Only then can he feel fear from the bottom of his heart. That way, he would never dare to appear in front of Su Chanqian again in his entire life. They're gone. Yang Qi turned around. Looking at Su Chanqian, who was still huddled in the corner, trembling with fear. The coldness in his eyes dissipated. Instead, it is a faint, gentle warmth. What are you still standing there for? This place is uninhabitable tonight. Su Chanqian then came to her senses. She looked up. In those big, red, swollen eyes. Her eyes were still brimming with tears. I looked at the messy living room. She then looked at the man standing before her like a god. My heart was filled with mixed feelings. Ashamed. Move. There was also a deep sense of inferiority. Young Master Yang. Sorry. I'm sorry you had to see this. I have such a father. Isn't it embarrassing? Su Chanqian's voice was barely audible. His head was bowed so low it was almost buried in his chest. Yang Qi remained silent. Just walk over. He grabbed her hand. Apply a little force. He pulled her into his arms. I said that. You are my woman. Except for me. No one has the right to make you bow down. Even if he is your biological father. That won't work either. Her body trembled. She hugged Yang Qi tightly around the waist. In this broad embrace, she felt a sense of security she had never felt before. Let's go. Let's go to the hotel tonight. The air here. It stinks. Yang Qi put his arm around Su Chanqian's slender waist. He strode out. There was no lingering attachment whatsoever. Half an hour later. Jiangcheng. Hilton Hotel. Presidential Suite. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. You can overlook the dazzling night view of the entire city. A luxurious crystal chandelier. A warm, ambiguous yellow light shone down. In the air. It has a faint aroma of fragrance. It's intoxicating. Su Chanqian stood awkwardly on the expensive carpet. She twisted the hem of her clothes with both hands. He seemed somewhat at a loss. Everything here. For her. They were all too unfamiliar. Too extravagant. It felt like a dream. Go take a shower. Yang Qi sat on the leather sofa. He casually unbuttoned the collar of his shirt. His well-defined pectoral muscles were on full display. Those deep, dark eyes. He roamed over Su Chanqian's body without restraint. It is characterized by undisguised aggression. Wash it clean. Su Chanqian's cheeks instantly turned bright red. Her face turned red all the way down to her ears. She certainly knew what cleanup meant. Thinking back to my experience at the club yesterday, her heart began to race. But she did not refuse. I won't refuse. Because of this man. She had already fallen for him, both physically and mentally. Su Chanqian nodded obediently. Pick up the bathrobe. Blushing, she ran into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. It makes people's minds wander. Yang Qi poured himself a glass of red wine. It was gently rocking. The wine was crimson. The cup's surface is adorned with alluring curves. That slap just now. Not only did they knock Su Dashang flying, it also seemed to have unlocked some idea in his mind. Now that we have a system, now that I've been reborn, then you should do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. That so-called moral shackle. The so-called worldly perspective. To hell with them all. 20 minutes later. The bathroom door opened. A fragrant breeze wafted over. Su Chanqian came out wrapped in a white bath towel. Her long, wet hair was draped over her shoulders. Her skin shone with an ivory-like luster under the light. Those long, beautiful legs. She was partially visible beneath the bath towel. It sparks the imagination. At this moment, she, like a lotus emerging from the water. Her purity is tinged with an ultimate allure. Especially those big, watery eyes. With a hint of shyness. A glimmer of hope. There was also a hint of fear. Young Master Yang. Su Chanqian walked up to Yang Qi. Her voice was soft and sweet. With a slight tremor. Yang Qi put down his wine glass. He pulled her into his arms. He kissed her directly. Su Chanqian let out a soft moan. The morning sunlight. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. It was spilled recklessly on the carpet of the Hilton presidential suite. Golden dust particles danced in the air. Inside the room, the lingering ambiguous atmosphere of last night still permeated the air. It blends high-end fragrances with a unique hormonal scent. Yang Qi slowly opened his eyes. The brain has had a deep sleep all night. I am unusually clear-headed at this moment. His energy is frightening. The many children, many blessings system strengthens more than just physical health. It also has restorative power. He turned his head to the side. Look to your side. Su Chanqian was curled up in the quilt. Only her delicate little face was visible. Still fast asleep. Her brows furrowed slightly. It seems that even in dreams, there is some unease. On her fair neck. That was Yang Qi's masterpiece left behind last night. Yang Qi's lips curled up slightly. A thought crossed my mind. The eye of exploration is activated. A set of semi-transparent data panels. It instantly appeared above Su Chanqian's head. Name, Su Chanqian. Appearance, 95 pure and innocent school beauty. Body size, 92 delicate. Affection level, 98 completely devoted. Status, exhausted, extremely dependent. Weaknesses, low self-esteem, lack of love, father is at Achilles' heel resolved. He nodded in satisfaction. This girl has a weak constitution. But it's quite resilient. They gritted their teeth and cooperated until the very end. This is the kind of behavior where someone tries their best to please him. It truly makes one crave more. Yang Qi reached out his hand. His fingertips gently traced Su Chanqian's fair, smooth cheeks. It feels smooth and slightly cool to the touch. Su Chanqian seemed to sense something. Her long eyelashes trembled a few times. He let out a murmur. She opened her eyes groggily. His eyes were still somewhat unfocused. When she realized that the man in front of her was Yang Qi. In those big, watery eyes. A fleeting moment of panic crossed his mind. Immediately afterwards. It was a deep shyness. The scene from last night. It flooded my mind like a tidal wave. It made her originally pale cheeks. It was instantly tinged with a layer of red glow. Young Master Yang. His voice was hoarse, with a hint of languor from just waking up. There is also noticeable dryness. Woke up? Yang Qi's fingers slid down her cheek. It landed on that delicate collarbone. How are you feeling? Su Chanqian's body trembled slightly. My instinct was to shrink into the blankets. But they dared not dodge Yang Qi's hand. She could only blush. The sound was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. It hurts a little. My whole body aches. She was not lying. First experience with human affairs. Then they encountered someone like Yang Qi, whose physique had been enhanced. It's a good thing she's in good health that she can still get out of bed. Pain? That's perfect. It won't hurt anymore once you get used to it. Su Chanqian suddenly raised her head. His big eyes were full of astonishment. There was also a hint of fear. Ah? Young Master Yang, you mean? He hadn't finished speaking. The early bird catches the worm. Now that you're awake, then let's do some morning exercise. Yang Qi's voice was deep. It carries an undeniable domineering air. They didn't give Su Chanqian any chance to refuse. Su Chanqian let out a gasp. Then his lips were sealed. All the protests. They all turned into broken sobs. An hour later, Yang Qi leaned against the headboard, feeling refreshed. I lit a cigarette afterward. Pale blue smoke rose in wisps. His sharply defined face was blurred. He looked down at Su Chanqian in his arms. A sudden, urgent cell phone ring broke the silence of the room. Ring ring. The sound was sharp. It looked particularly out of place. Yang Qi frowned slightly. I was somewhat displeased. At this time. Who's so blind? He picked up his phone from the bedside table. I glanced at the screen. 2 words flashed on the caller ID. Shen Bing. Counselor? In Yang Qi's mind. A beautiful face with an icy expression instantly appeared on her face. Shen Bing. Jiangcheng University has a well-known, icy, and beautiful counselor. She is also the object of countless male students' fantasies. He always wore a black business suit. Her long, slender legs were encased in black stockings. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His eyes always conveyed a cold indifference that kept people at a distance. That figure. That aura. She's practically the epitome of a mature, sophisticated woman. Especially those magnificent breasts, which couldn't be hidden even when wearing a loose shirt. It left a deep impression on people. Only, this woman didn't seem to have a very good impression of Yang Qi. Or rather, very bad. After all, there was Yang Qi before. Skipping classes, fighting, failing grades. He is a typical problem student. Shen Bing talked to him quite a few times. Every time, he looks at me with a disappointed expression. A playful smile curved Yang Qi's lips. The detective eyes subconsciously recalled information about Shen Bing. Name, Shen Bing. Appearance, 94 Ice Queen. Affection level, 10 dislike. Status, anxiety, premenstrual symptoms. Number of charges, 0. Negative favorability rating. There are also these signs of impending menstruation. No wonder you're so angry. They called early this morning. Yang Qi calmly took a drag of his cigarette. Gently swipe your finger across the screen. The call was connected. And then I casually pressed the speakerphone button. Hello. The voice was languid. It exudes a sense of nonchalance. Yang Qi. On the other end of the phone. A roar, suppressed with rage, suddenly erupted. The volume was very loud. The vibrations were so strong that the phone's speaker became distorted. Even Su Chanqian, who was pouring water, was startled. I almost dropped the cup in my hand. She turned around in alarm and glanced at Yang Qi. Seeing Yang Qi's calm expression, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. She obediently carried the water over. Yang Qi. Look at the time. You're skipping the current affairs and policy class again this morning? Your name is on the attendance list again. Do you really not want to graduate? You failed 3 subjects last semester. You've already skipped class at the very beginning of the semester. What exactly do you want? Xin Bing's voice came out like a machine gun. He speaks extremely fast. You could feel her anger even through the screen. And that impatience that comes from anxiety. This is a crucial period for evaluating and recognizing outstanding counselors across the entire school. Although Xin Bing is young, but he is extremely career-oriented. He was determined to win the title of Outstanding Counselor. But then Yang Qi, a troublemaker, appeared in the class. It's a stain on her career. If points are deducted this time because of Yang Qi's attendance issue, she probably wanted to kill Yang Qi. Yang Qi could even imagine it. Xin Bing is sitting in her office right now. She must have been biting her red lips tightly. His chest heaved violently. The eyes behind those gold-rimmed glasses. He was spitting fire with rage. If it were the old Yang Qi. Hearing the counselor's tone like that, they were probably terrified and cowering in fear. They made all sorts of excuses to apologize. But now? He. Teacher Shen. Early in the morning. Don't get so angry. Yang Qi took the warm water that Su Chanshan handed him. I took a sip. His tone remained calm and unhurried. It even carried a hint of mockery. It's bad for your health. Especially women. It's prone to wrinkles. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Clearly, he was angered by Yang Qi's "what's the worst that can happen" attitude. Immediately afterwards, it was an even colder voice. Yang Qi. Stop grinning at me. I don't want to hear any of your explanations right now. Immediately. Get to my office. If I don't see you within 10 minutes, I'll just give you a major demerit. Besides, call your parents here. This time, we must call the parents. Shen Bing was clearly serious. His tone exuded an unquestionable authority. The counselor maintained a very high and mighty demeanor. Yang Qi toyed with the glass in his hand, looking at Su Chanshan's fair and jade-like thighs. Not only was there no fear, but there was also no fear whatsoever. I actually found it rather funny. A demerit? Should we call the parents? This is a method used to deal with elementary school students. It was a joke to him. This is him now. He has tens of millions in cash on hand. It possesses an incredible system. Would you care about a college diploma? But, since it was the beautiful counselor who summoned us, it wouldn't hurt to go and see them. That kind of aloof, icy older sister. If you are in the office. Chapter 25. I suggest expelling Yang Qi. Thinking about this, the smile in Yang Qi's eyes deepened. Teacher Shen. I'm afraid that won't work. It definitely won't take 10 minutes. Yang Qi said slowly. I'm out running errands right now. I can't go back anytime soon. Work? On the other end of the phone, Xin Bing gave a cold laugh. His tone was full of contempt and disdain. You're just a student. He does nothing productive all day long. All I do is play video games and waste my days. What serious business could you possibly have? Or should I say, where have you been fooling around with that fat Wang again? In Xin Bing's eyes, students like Yang Qi, the so-called getting things done, it's nothing more than spending the whole night at an internet cafe. Or they might go to the pool hall and fight. There's absolutely no way anything serious could be happening there. A favorability rating of 10 is not just for show. That was genuine disgust. Yang Qi was not angry. He even reached out his hand. He pulled Su Chanshan, who was standing by the bed, into his arms. Teacher Shen. You're wronging me. I really am doing serious business. And it's a big deal. In Yang Qi's voice, with a knowing, wicked smile. A big deal? Xin Bing felt as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. The tone became even more sarcastic. You? A big deal? Sure. Then tell me. How big is your business? A few hundred yuan? Or several thousand yuan? Don't tell me you're selling socks at a street stall. Xin Bing's taunting skills are absolutely top-notch. Her usual dignified image was completely gone. He was clearly out of his mind with anger. Yang Qi squinted. Looking at Su Chanxian in his arms, her face flushed with embarrassment and not daring to utter a sound. He spoke slowly and deliberately. He slowly uttered 2 words. Hundreds of millions. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. On the other end of the phone, once again, a deathly silence fell. Shen Bing was stunned. She wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. Or perhaps Yang Qi has lost his mind. Hundreds of millions? Does this guy even know what hundreds of millions means? The entire Jiangcheng University. Even the principal. They wouldn't dare to casually mention that they were negotiating deals worth hundreds of millions. This is more than just bragging. It's like they're rubbing her intelligence into the ground. Yang Qi. A few seconds later, Shen Bing's hysterical roar came again. This time, the decibel level. It's 8 octaves higher than before. Are you sick? What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? Over 100 million? Why don't you just say you're building an atomic bomb? I'll tell you. Don't think you can get away with just talking to me. 20 minutes. I'll give you one last 20 minutes. If they don't show up soon, just wait until you get fired. Beep beep beep. The phone was abruptly hung up. Obviously. Shen Bing was so angry that she completely lost her composure. Yang Qi tossed his phone aside. Hundreds of millions? He wasn't lying. It's a pity. This icy, beautiful counselor. Clearly, they haven't grasped this meaning yet. But it's okay. Soon. She'll understand then. Young Master Yang. Su Chanxian, nestled in his arms, carefully raised her head. She looked at him with some concern. The counselor seems really angry. Are you really going to get fired? Although she is now Yang Qi's woman. But there is a fear of school and teachers. It's still an instinct etched into our bones. Expulsion? Yang Qi chuckled. He pinched Su Chanxian's delicate chin. He gave her a hard kiss on her swollen lips. This is Jiangcheng University. No one has dared to fire me yet. Including that department head, Wang Jiangwo. That includes Shen Bing as well. In addition, there's the dirty secrets uncovered by the Eye of Investigation. Just a counselor. All right. You're tired too. Just rest here. I extended my stay in this room for another month. Just ask the waiter to bring you whatever you want to eat. There's still money in that card. Buy whatever you want. Yang Qisong opened Su Chanxian's mouth. I threw off the covers and got out of bed. He showed off his perfectly muscular physique. Each muscle has smooth, defined lines. It is full of explosive power. Su Chanxian blushed and her heart raced again. She could only turn her head away shyly. I dare not look directly at it. Yang Qi picked up the clothes from the ground. He put it on slowly and deliberately. They're gone. Yang Qi did not turn around. He simply waved behind him. He strode out of the presidential suite. Jiangcheng University. Administration building. Counselor's office. Smack. Shen Bing slammed her phone heavily on the table. His chest heaved violently. That fitted white shirt. It was almost bursting. The button groaned under the strain. On her stunningly beautiful face. It was covered in frost at that moment. He was so angry that he was trembling all over. A business worth hundreds of millions. Asshole. He's a complete scoundrel. You scoundrel. Shen Bing gritted her teeth. I wish I could rush over right now and sew Yang Qi's mouth shut. She has been a counselor for so long. This is the first time I've ever seen such an arrogant student. Not only did he skip classes. How dare they openly flirt with a teacher over the phone? That frivolous tone. That kind of vulgar implication. Don't think she can't tell. Teacher Shen, what's wrong? Are you that angry? The desk next to it. Another male counselor, Li Chang, leaned over. His gaze lingered for a moment on Shen Bing's heaving chest. Then it was quickly moved away. With a slightly ingratiating smile. Is it Yang Qi again? Well. That kind of trash student. Don't take it too seriously. Anyway, he's going to be fired soon. There's no need to get so angry that you ruin your health. Shinbing took a deep breath. I tried to calm myself down. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses. His gaze returned to its cold and sharp state. Expulsion? That's too easy on him. This time, I must let him know. What does it mean to respect teachers and value their teachings? She took out a document that she had prepared beforehand from the drawer. That was a summary of all of Yang Qi's disciplinary violations over the past year. Every single one. That's enough to warrant a disciplinary action against him. As long as Yang Qi dares to come. She was about to throw the document in his face. Let him know. This is a school. This is not the place for him to run wild. The third floor of the administration building. Counselor's office. The door wasn't closed. A blast of cold air hit me. Yang Qi stood at the door. I spotted Shinbing sitting by the window at a glance. It has to be said. This woman. She certainly has the looks to drive all the boys in the school crazy. At this moment, He was looking down at the documents on the table. His brows were furrowed. Her cold, beautiful face was filled with annoyance. A black business suit jacket. It tightly wrapped around her voluptuous upper body. The white shirt underneath. It looked as if the buttons might pop open at any moment. The lower body is a pencil skirt that hugs the hips. Below the hem of the skirt, it was a pair of long legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings. They were stacked together under the table. It outlines a breathtaking arc. Those black high heels. It was tapping the ground rhythmically and gently. It revealed the owner's impatience. Yang Qi leaned against the doorframe. There was no sound. Instead, they unabashedly admired the beautiful scenery. The eye of exploration swept across again. Name, Shinbing. Appearance, 94 Ice Queen. Body, 93. Affection level, 15. Anger level skyrockets. Status, extreme anger, anxiety, ovulation period sensitive. Weaknesses, career ambition, hormonal imbalance due to prolonged singleness, desire for power. Number of charging cycles, 0. Original product. See that big 0. Yang Qi's smile deepened. 25 years old. It's still a newbie. In this materialistic age. It's practically a rare animal on par with the giant panda. This is the kind of aloof and icy queen who is usually a top-notch woman. That sense of conquest. It's absolutely nuclear level. Have you seen enough? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Shinbing suddenly raised her head. The cold light shooting from those beautiful eyes. It's as if it can freeze the air. She had actually sensed someone at the door a long time ago. That aggressive gaze. It made her feel very uncomfortable. Goosebumps even appeared on my skin. Teacher Shen's outfit today. It has a lot of flavor. Yang Qi whistled. He swaggered into the office. He simply pulled over a chair. I sat down opposite Shinbing. His eyes were fixed unabashedly on the second button of her shirt. There. A faint white cleavage can be seen. Yang Qi. Shinbing slammed her hand on the table. A loud bang. The incident startled Mr. Li Chang, who was drinking tea nearby, so much that his hand trembled. Tea spilled all over my crotch. This is the office. It's not a den of thugs. Look at yourself. You have no manners. You have no proper posture. You spoke to the teacher in a sarcastic or insincere way. Shinbing's chest heaved violently with anger. That spectacular scene of one wave subsiding only for another to rise. Yang Qi's mouth went dry from reading. Teacher Shen. Don't get agitated. Didn't we just talk about that on the phone? It is prone to wrinkles. Yang Qi pulled out a pack of cigarettes that he hadn't finished smoking from his pocket. I was just about to light it. Smack! Shinbing reached out and snatched the cigarette pack. It was thrown into the trash can with a thud. Smoking is prohibited here. She stood up. Placed both hands on the table. Looking down at Yang Qi from his high vantage point. That sense of oppression. If it's a regular student. They were probably scared to death. Yang Qi. I don't have time to waste with your nonsense. It's your business. I've already packed it up. Shinbing picked up the thick folder from the table. It was slammed down hard in front of Yang Qi. Absenteeism, failing grades, talking back to teachers, suspected involvement in off-campus fights, and a decadent lifestyle. Every single thing. That's enough to get you fired 10 times over. Today. No one can save you. On Shinbing's face. With a sense of satisfaction after revenge. She wanted to personally kick this black sheep out of Jiangcheng University. It wasn't just for her selection as an outstanding counselor. It was also to uphold her dignity as a teacher. Yang Qi glanced at the folder. They didn't even flip it. He simply looked at Shinbing indifferently. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Teacher Shen. Are you sure you want to do this? Leave room for maneuver in everything you do. May we meet again in the future. He specifically focused on the words in the future. The pronunciation has been emphasized. Shinbing clearly didn't understand the implied meaning of the joke. Or rather, she didn't even bother to think about it. In the future? You have no future. I'll take you to see the department head right now. Director Wang is already waiting for you in his office. The disciplinary document is on his desk. As long as he signs and stamps it. Get out of school right now. Shinbing walked around the desk. He grabbed Yang Qi's arm. I wanted to pull him up. Yang Qi's arm muscles are firm. It's as hard as a rock. Shinbing tugged twice with force. It didn't budge an inch. On the contrary, it was herself. Because too much force was used. He lost his balance. He staggered. She crashed straight into Yang Qi's arms. A soft, fragrant, and warm feeling fills my arms. That unique, subtle fragrance of a mature woman. It instantly burrowed into Yang Qi's nostril. His hand. He instinctively supported Shinbing's waist. So detailed. So soft. Not an ounce of excess fat. The feel is absolutely amazing. Ah! Shinbing let out a gasp. It felt like being electrocuted. He shoved Yang Qi away abruptly. He took a few steps back. Her cheeks flushed instantly. You! How dare you? Teacher Shen. You pounced on me yourself. This is not my fault. Yang Qi raised his hands. He looked completely innocent. He did it even in front of Shinbing. He held the hand to his nose and smelled the hand that had just touched her waist. He wore an expression of pure bliss. It smells so good. Yang Qi. Shinbing felt like she was going crazy. That bastard. What a shameless scoundrel. She had never seen such a shameless student. Walk. Let's go now. To the director's office. I'm going to make you die a horrible death. Shinbing was furious. They didn't dare to pull Yang Qi away again. All he could do was point at the door and roar. Okay. Fine, I'll go. Where would Teacher Shen like to go? I'll stay with you. Yang Qi slowly stood up. I straightened my collar. A signature wicked smile played on his lips. I followed Shinbing, who was fuming, out of the office. In the corridor. It was time for get out of class to end. People come and go. Shinbing was wearing high heels. They walked very fast. That did sound. Like the drum beats on a battlefield. She had a cold expression. He was clutching the folder tightly in his hand. He looked like he was about to kill someone. Yang Qi put his hands in his pockets. He followed behind at a leisurely pace. His gaze remained fixed on Shinbing's hips, which were tightly encased in a pencil skirt. As she moved, swaying from side to side. The magnitude was astonishing. It looks like a ripe peach. It entices people to go up and take a big bite. Isn't that Shen the demon? Who's following behind? Yang Qi. Judging from Shen the demon's expression, Yang Qi is probably doomed. I heard they're going to expel him this time. Serves him right, this kind of trash should have been kicked out long ago. Students passing by pointed and whispered. Whispering. Shinbing heard these comments. My back is straighter now. She wanted to make an example of someone. Let everyone know. In Xinbing's class. No special privileges. Soon. The two arrived at the department head's office at the end of the corridor. The signboard had 3 large characters written on it. Director's office. Xinbing took a deep breath. I calmed down after that. Then he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. A dignified voice came from inside. Xinbing pushed open the door. He stepped aside to let Yang Qi in. Then I followed them in. He turned and closed the door. The office is very large. The decoration is very grand. Behind the mahogany desk, sitting there was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. He was holding a thermos, blowing on the floating tea leaves. It was the department head, Wang Jiangwo. Director Wang. Xinbing walked to the table. He slammed the folder he was holding heavily on the table. His tone was cold and resolute. This is Yang Qi's disciplinary record. I've already packed it up. According to Articles 13 and 25 of the school regulations, his behavior has seriously violated school rules. It has caused extremely negative consequences. I suggest expel him from school immediately. Please sign. Chapter 26. Young Master Yang? Xinbing finished speaking. She turned and glared fiercely at Yang Qi. It's as if I can already see Yang Qi weeping and begging for mercy on his knees. However, Yang Qi did not cry. He couldn't even stand up straight. Instead, he looked around the office with great interest. At last, my gaze fell on the bookshelf behind Wang Jiangwo. There were several group photos displayed there. There are also some trophies. Wang Jiangwo slowly put down his thermos. He picked up his reading glasses from the table and put them on. Oh. Little Shun. Young and impetuous. Don't get so angry. He was speaking. He reached out to grab the folder. Her gaze inadvertently swept towards Yang Qi, who was standing to the side. This is Yang. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Jiangwo's movements suddenly froze. It's like the pause button has been pressed. His pupils suddenly contracted. His once dignified face. A flicker of fear crossed my mind. Yang. Yang classmate? Wang Jiangwo seems to have springs attached to his buttocks. He jumped up from his office chair with a whoosh. The speed of the movement. I almost knocked over the thermos on the table. Xinbing was stunned. She looked at Wang Jiangwo, who was reacting violently. He looked completely bewildered. Director Wang? What's wrong? Sign it quickly. Keeping this kind of student around is just a disaster. Shut up. Wang Jiangwo suddenly shouted. Spit sprayed all over Xinbing's face. Xinbing was completely stunned by the shouting. Her eyes widened, looking incredulously at the usually kind and amiable Director Wang. Director Wang. Are you yelling at me? Wang Jiangwo completely ignored her. Instead, he quickly walked around the desk. He jogged all the way to Yang Qi. The fat on his face piled up into a smile like a chrysanthemum. His waist was bent even lower than Yang Qi's. Oops. Young Master Yang. What brings you here? Why didn't you give us a heads up? I'd love to have someone make you some tea. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Please have a seat. Wang Jiangwo enthusiastically pulled over the genuine leather sofa that was specially used to receive VIPs. He wiped away dust that wasn't even there with his sleeve. He gestured for Yang Qi to sit down. This sudden reversal. It made the air in the office freeze instantly. Xinbing was stunned. I was completely dumbfounded. She felt like her brain wasn't working properly. What's going on? Young Master Yang? Director Wang calls him Young Master Yang? She even personally wiped his chair? Is this still the same imposing and authoritative department head? This is nothing short of a groveling old eunuch. Director Wang. No need to be so polite. Yang Qi sat down with an air of authority. He crossed his legs. He glanced at Xinbing, who was dumbfounded, with a half smile. I'm here today. It's mainly because Teacher Xin insisted on bringing me here. They said they wanted to give me an explanation. They also want to fire me. You know that too. I'm a timid person. I'm most afraid of being scared by the teacher. Although Yang Qi said he was afraid. But that tone. That expression. He doesn't look scared at all. They're clearly just watching a show. Wang Jiangwo heard the word expulsion. I broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He turned his head abruptly. The way he looked at Xinbing. It was filled with anger and resentment. That stupid woman. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. If you piss this guy off, release that evidence. I'm going to be picking up soap in jail tomorrow. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. Wang Jiangwo pointed at Xinbing. My fingers were trembling. Teacher Shen. Is this your work ethic? Is this how you treat your students? Ah. Xinbing was completely bewildered by the scolding. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. Director Wang. He clearly skipped class. It's him. Shut up. Wang Jiangwo didn't give her a chance to explain at all. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the folder from the table. Sizzle. In front of everyone. It was torn in half. Then throw it hard into the trash can. What absence from class? That's social practice. It's to experience life. Yang Qi is accumulating experience for his future entrepreneurship. What a rare spirit of exploration. You are the counselor. Not only do we not support it. Instead, they'll retaliate? Where is your professional ethics as a teacher? Where is your conscience? Wang Jiangwo spoke with righteous indignation. Spittle flying everywhere. Xinbing was completely stunned by his scolding. Social practice? Xinbing looked at the disciplinary document in the trash can. That's what she stayed up all night to organize. That's it, gone? Director Wang. I think. You don't care what you think. I'll say what I think. Wang Jiangwo turned around. When facing Yang Qi. In an instant, he put on a fawning smile. That's how fast he changes his expression. Even Sichuan opera masters would be moved to tears upon seeing this. Young Master Yang. I'm sorry you had to suffer. It's all because we didn't do our job properly. To express the school's apology to you. Also to commend your, spirit of exploration. Wang Jiangwo's eyes darted around. It was as if he had come up with a good idea. I've made my decision. This year's National Outstanding Scholarship. That one and only spot. It's yours. 8,000 yuan. Although not many. But it's an honor. In addition, attendance records for this semester. Completely free. Come whenever you want. If you don't want to come, then don't come. Exams and such. I'll say hello to you. Guaranteed pass. Boom. These words. It was like being struck by lightning. It chopped Xinbing until she was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. National scholarship? For Yang Qi? Give it to the worst student in the whole school? An honor that thousands of people in the entire department would fight tooth and nail for. And that's it. Did you give it to that scoundrel? Director Wang. This is not in accordance with regulations. Xinbing finally couldn't hold back anymore. She screamed. Yang Qi's grades are all at the bottom. Why should he receive a scholarship? If this gets out, rules are inviolable. People are adaptable. Wang Jiangwo blared at her fiercely. His eyes were full of warning. In this department. What I said. That's the rule. After saying that, he then looked at Yang Qi. He looked very cautious. Young Master Yang. How about this? Are you satisfied? Yang Qi leaned back on the sofa. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. Looking at this absurd farce unfolding before my eyes. Looking at Xinbing's beautiful face, which had turned pale with extreme shock and grievance. Looking at Wang Jiangwo's lapdog-like face. Cool. That was awesome. The door to the department head's office closed again. The extremely awkward atmosphere still lingered in the air. Yang Qi is gone. Director Wang. Xin Bing's voice rang out from the side. Wang Jiangwo suddenly looked up, looking at the icy beauty in front of him, whom he usually drooled over. At this moment, however, I only feel extremely annoyed. Go out. Wang Jiangwo said coldly. I want to be alone. Xin Bing opened her mouth. It seems like they want to ask something else. But seeing Wang Jiangwo's gloomy face, which was almost dripping with water, in the end, he swallowed his words. She turned around mechanically. Push open the door. He went outside. I returned to my office. Xin Bing felt like she was dreaming. A bizarre and absurd nightmare. She sat in a chair by the window. That location. Just now, Yang Qi had been staring at me without any restraint. The smell of tobacco still lingered on that bastard's body. Xin Bing crossed her arms over her shoulders. I feel cold all over. Even if the sunlight outside the window is just right. Even the light couldn't penetrate the gloom in her heart. Why? She murmured to herself. He stared blankly at the succulents on the table. Who is Wang Jiangwo? He's a notorious old fox. Greedy. Lustful. They place great importance on face and authority. Throughout the entire department. He is a man of his word. Even if the principal comes, we should give him some face. Yet this was a man who acted like a local tyrant. In front of Yang Qi. How could someone be as humble as a dog? They even gave up the only national-level scholarship spot. It was thrown to Yang Qi like trash. That academic underachiever who ranked last in the entire department. That depraved rogue. On what grounds? Xin Bing racked her brains but still couldn't figure it out. She recalled the scenes that had just unfolded. Wang Jiangwo's terrified eyes. Those trembling hands. That can't be faked. He was afraid. He was afraid of Yang Qi. I'm terrified to the core. Yang Qi. Xin Bing bit her red lips. That face with the wicked smile flashed into my mind. That poor student who was once worthless in her eyes. At this moment, it seemed as if shrouded in a layer of mist. What exactly did you catch Wang Jiangwo doing wrong? Xin Bing's fingernails dug deeply into her palm. A sense of frustration I've never experienced before. It spread through her heart. As a counselor. Her sense of control, which she has always been proud of. In front of Yang Qi. It has completely collapsed. And what made her even more ashamed was, I was in the office just now. When Yang Qi supported her waist. The electric shock sensation in that instant. It actually stirred her heart, which had been dormant for 25 years. I missed a beat. Asshole. Xin Bing suddenly grabbed the pen from the table. He slammed his fist into the notebook. It was as if that was Yang Qi's face. Yang Qi at this moment. But I felt exceptionally relaxed. He whistled frivolously. His hands were in his pockets. He swaggered out of the administration building. The sunlight shone on my body. It's warm and cozy. The data on the system panel made him even happier. The actions that just took place in Wang Jiangwo's office. Although I didn't take direct action. But it was still quite a show of bravado. Bite. The host was detected and successfully intimidated department head Wang Jiangwo, indirectly slapping Counselor Xin Bing in the face. Gain villain value plus 500. Xin Bing's defenses have cracked, making the strategy slightly easier. Yang Qi curled his lip. 500 points. It's better than nothing, I suppose. However, seeing the aloof Xin Bing's embarrassed expression. It's definitely more satisfying than any reward. This is the kind of mature, aloof woman who usually acts superior. Only by crushing her pride underfoot can we achieve our goal. And then, little by little, tear away her disguise. That's the ultimate enjoyment. No rush. There's still a long way to go. Take your time. Yang Qi walked to the corner of the administration building. I was just about to go to the parking lot to get my car. Just now on WeChat. Lin Xingxue has already sent several messages. Ask him where he is. He said he had a document from the student council that he wanted to consult. Consult? Yang Qi sneered. This girl. Ever since I teased him and added him on WeChat. The favorability rating increased rapidly. It seems the so-called pure and innocent school beauty is under the onslaught of money and charm. That's all there is to it. I was just thinking about it. Ouch. A sweet cry suddenly came from around the corner. Immediately afterwards, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Yang Qi hadn't had time to break. It felt like a soft, warm, delicate body. It crashed solidly into its own arms. Splash. A thick stack of documents was scattered all over the floor. I'm so sorry. I was in a hurry and didn't watch where I was going. The girl in his arms apologized hastily. As he spoke, she tried to break free from Yang Qi's embrace to pick up the documents. Yang Qi looked down. A playful smile instantly appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's true what they say, life is full of unexpected encounters. Isn't this the campus belle of Lin University that we were just talking about? Lin Xingxue at this moment. She was wearing a pristine white student council uniform skirt. The white shirt was ironed to perfection. A red ribbon was tied around her neck. She appeared both dignified and playful. Underneath the navy blue pleated skirt, it was a pair of beautiful legs encased in flesh-colored stockings. Straight and slender. It gleams with a delicate sheen in the sunlight. Because of the impact just now, her hair was a little messy. On that pure and beautiful face, a blush followed by a hint of panic. Like a startled little white flower. It makes you want to ruthlessly trample on it. Yang Qi did not let go of her immediately. Instead, he took the opportunity to hug her slender waist tightly. That feel, although not as voluptuous and mature as Xin Bing, but it exudes a youthful tightness and vitality. Eye of exploration, activate. Yang Qi silently recited this in his heart. A pale blue light screen instantly appeared before my eyes. Name, Lin Xingxue. Age, 20. Occupation, Sophomore Vice Minister of Student Union. Appearance, 92 pure and innocent school beauty. Body, 90 slim and well-proportioned, legs that look amazing. Affection level, 35. She has a strong curiosity about you and a slight, inexplicable admiration. Status, flustered, shy, slightly aroused, attracted by your scent. Weaknesses, vanity, admiration for the strong, seemingly innocent but actually craving excitement. Number of charging cycles, 0. Original product. 0 times again. The smile in Yang Qi's eyes deepened. The feng shui of Jiangchang University is really good. There are quite a few top quality ones. It seems Vice Minister Lin is really in a hurry. Are you in such a hurry to throw yourself into my arms? Yang Qi lowered his head. His lips pressed against Lin Xingxue's crystal clear earlobe. He said softly. The hot air sprayed onto Lin Xingxue's sensitive ears. It sent a shiver down her spine. That strong scent of male hormones. They surrounded her instantly. Lin Xingxue suddenly raised her head. In those big, watery eyes. First, I felt lost. Then came the surprise. In the end, it turned into a deep sense of shyness. Yang. Senior Yang Qi? Why is it you? Her voice was soft and sweet. It had a hint of coquettishness to it. He had completely lost the imposing manner he usually displayed when he was scolding people in the student council. How? You're disappointed to see it's me? Yang Qi grinned mischievously. The large hand did not loosen its grip. Instead, he gently caressed the curve of her lower back. That unbridled sense of aggression. This made Lin Xingxue's face instantly turn red to the roots of her neck. No. I just didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Lin Xingxue felt her heart pounding so hard it was about to jump out of her throat. Ever since Yang Qi teased me last time. These past few days, she's been thinking about this wicked man constantly. In particular, I heard that he got into a fight outside of school for Su Qingyue. There are even rumors that he spent a fortune. It further fueled her girlish heart, which had always longed for a domineering CEO to fall in love with her. We've completely fallen. Compared to those sycophants around me who only bring breakfast and reserve seats for others. Yang Qi is a man who exudes a dangerous aura. It's practically a deadly poison. I also think it's a coincidence. The coincidence is so striking that it makes me suspicious. Did Vice Minister Lin put a tracking device on me? Yang Qi looked at her with a mocking expression. His gaze lingered unabashedly on her heaving chest. Where is it? Lin Qingxue lowered her head in embarrassment. She wanted to push Yang Qi away. Yet, I can't bear to part with the warmth of this embrace. It could only twist its body symbolically. This twist is nothing serious. Their bodies rubbed together even more closely. Yang Qi could even sense it clearly. The delicate body in his arms was slightly warm. Chapter 27 invites Lin Qingxue to lunch. That scalding hot touch. Following the contact surface between the two, it seeped into Yang Qi's chest, bit by bit. Although I secretly wished I could just hold on to him and never let go. But Yang Qi understood the essence of feigning indifference to lure the enemy into a trap. For Lin Qingxue, a school beauty who usually keeps a high and mighty attitude, being too eager for sex will only lead to a lower outcome. It should be like fishing. Tighten it up a bit. Take a break. Only then could she become irresistible. Then, just a second before Lin Qingxue's sense of shame was about to explode, Yang Qi released his large hand from her waist at just the right moment. The suffocating masculine aura vanished abruptly. Lin Qingxue felt a lightness in her body. A faint sense of loss inexplicably welled up in my heart. She instinctively took half a step back. She awkwardly tidied her slightly messy hair. Vice Minister Lin. You have to watch where you're going. What if I break these beautiful legs? The hearts of all the boys in the school are probably broken. Yang Qi put one hand in his pocket. A signature wicked smile played on his lips. His gaze swept unabashedly over Lin Qingxue's beautiful legs encased in flesh-colored stockings. His gaze was extremely aggressive. But there was a hint of teasing concern in his tone. This kind of rogue behavior is not offensive. This struck right at Lin Qingxue's weak spot. It's all because you suddenly rushed out. Lin Qingxue muttered something under her breath. The blush on her face had not yet faded. She bit her lower lip. He crouched down to pick up the documents scattered on the ground. That posture. The peach-shaped buttocks are tightly wrapped in a bodycon skirt. It outlines a breathtakingly smooth arc. Yang Qiju looked down at him for a second. He then squatted down as well. Help her pick up a few documents. Their fingers brushed against each other unintentionally between the papers. This caused Lin Qingxue to freeze again. She looked up in a panic. Thank you. Lin Qingxue took the document. The sound was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. The usually decisive and efficient vice president of the student council. At this moment, she is as well behaved as a girl next door. Yang Qi stood up. He patted his hands to remove non-existent dust. He glanced at the priceless Patek Philippe on his wrist. It's exactly 12 o'clock. To express my apology for bumping into the campus belle of Lin University. Would you do me the honor? Want to grab a meal together? Yang Qi's voice was magnetic and deep. It carries an undeniable domineering air. Lin Qingxue was stunned for a moment. Have a meal? If it were in the past. Faced with this notoriously poor student, she would absolutely refuse without hesitation. They might even scold you coldly. But now, I recalled the heart palpitation I felt in his arms just now. There are also many mysterious rumors about this man. It was by some strange twist of fate. The word no circled in his throat. But I just couldn't bring myself to say it. But there's a student council meeting this afternoon. Lin Qingxue was still maintaining her composure. Man is made of iron, and food is made of steel. No matter how busy you are, you can't let yourself go hungry. Let's go. The blue ocean listening to the wind is right at the school gate. Yang Qi didn't give her a chance to refuse. He turned around and walked straight outside. After taking a few steps, he stopped again. Turned to the side. He looked at Lin Qingxue, who was still standing there in a daze, with a half smile. How? Afraid I'll sell you? Or is it that Vice Minister Lin is afraid to have dinner with a bad student like me? This is a low-level tactic of provocation. But for Lin Qingxue, who is obsessed with saving face and admires strength, this is a different story. But it was surprisingly effective. Who wouldn't dare? Lin Qingxue puffed out her chest. He quickly followed after them, clutching the documents. Fine, I'll go. I happen to have some student-related work to do. I need to have a serious talk with you. She gave herself a perfect excuse. It was as if this could conceal the secret stirrings in her heart. Yang Qi looked at her insincere expression. The smile on his lips deepened. Oh. Woman. Is it pretty? Yang Qi suddenly turned his head. That's exactly what caught her peeping gaze. Lin Qingxue was startled. She hurriedly looked away. My cheeks burned again. Who's looking at you? I'm watching where I'm going. Yang Qi chuckled softly. She didn't expose her. Listening to the wind in the blue sea. This is the most upscale Western restaurant near Jiangcheng University. The environment is elegant. The cost is considerable. Normally, only rich kids bring girls here. Yang Qi led Lin Qingxue into the restaurant. The waiter immediately came to greet us warmly. Sir, how many are in your party? The two of you. A seat by the window. Yang Qi skillfully pulled out a black card and waved it. The waiter's eyes instantly became even more respectful. Okay, sir, this way please. Amidst the melodious sound of the piano, the two sat down. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, you can see the bustling streets outside. There is a sense of tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle. What would you like to eat? Order whatever you like. Yang Qi handed the menu to Lin Qingxue. His tone was as casual as if he were buying a pancake from a roadside stall. Lin Qingxue opened the menu. Looking at the unit prices, which are often in the hundreds or thousands, one can see that. I was slightly taken aback. Although her family is well off. But my usual spending isn't this extravagant. This is Yang Qi. Where did all this money come from? It really is as rumored. Is he some kind of hidden rich kid? A Wellington steak. A bowl of black truffle and mushroom soup. Another Caesar salad, please. Is this all you're going to eat? Yang Qi raised an eyebrow. Just take the menu. He said to the waiter. One of the same, please. Also, open a bottle of 1992 Lafite. Add another serving of caviar. No need to save money. You can eat your fill today. The waiter's eyes lit up. I quickly wrote it down. This is a big client. Lin Qingxue nervously twisted her fingers. This is way too expensive. It was just a simple meal. Yang Qi leaned back. Leaning back in the chair, he looked at her with amusement. To beautiful women, I've always been very generous. Especially someone like Vice Minister Lin. A beautiful woman who is both capable and good-looking. A straightforward compliment. It made Lin Qingxue feel sweet inside. That bit of vanity was greatly satisfied. Glib-tongued, she gave Yang Qi a coquettish glare. But there was not a trace of aversion in his eyes. By the way, Yang Qi. Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment. I couldn't help but ask. I heard you were in the administration building today. You had a serious falling out with Director Wang? You made Teacher Shin cry too? This matter has already spread in various groups. There are all sorts of versions. Some say Yang Qi hit the department head. Some say Yang Qi has powerful connections. Lin Qingxue was extremely curious. Yang Qi swirled the glass of red wine in his hand, watching the scarlet liquid form an elegant arc on the glass. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. So angry you cried? I just helped Teacher Shin face reality. As for Wang Jiangwo, just an old dog. Give him a bone, and he'll wag his tail. If he doesn't listen, break his legs. Yang Qi spoke of it casually. But there was a chilling undercurrent in his words. But it made Lin Qingxue's heart tremble. How arrogant! They even dared to call the department head an old dog. This is a leader who holds the power of life and death over students. But this arrogance. In Lin Qingxue's eyes at this moment. But it transformed into an ultimate domineering aura. Compared to those good students who are obsequious in front of teachers. Yang Qi standing before me. He exudes pure masculine charm. Just as the atmosphere was getting better. As Lin Qingshue's gaze towards Yang Qi grew increasingly unfocused. An untimely voice. It suddenly rang out at the table between the two. Qingxue? How did you get here? His voice was filled with shock and anger. There was also a hint of disbelief and trembling. Yang Qi frowned slightly. Put down your wine glass. I turned my head to look. There was a man wearing a sharp suit. His hair was combed until it was shiny and slicked back. A boy who looks respectable. They were staring intently at their table. He was especially focused on Lin Qingshuo. His eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. He is the president of the student union of Jiangcheng University. He was also Lin Qingshue's number one simp. Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng at this moment. She was also holding a bouquet of bright red roses in her hands. They clearly intended to eat here. Or waiting for someone. Unexpectedly, I witnessed this scene. His goddess. He pursued his goddess for 2 years without ever even touching her hand. He was actually talking to Yang Qi, the notorious trash of the whole school. In the most expensive restaurant on campus. A candlelight lunch? Chairman Zhao. Chairman Zhao? Lin Qingshuo saw Zhao Feng. A flicker of panic crossed his face. It's like a middle school student caught having a relationship by their parents. She instinctively wanted to stand up and explain. But seeing Yang Qi's calm and composed expression, he forced himself to sit back down. Qingshuo, didn't you say you needed to prepare meeting materials at noon? Why would you be with someone like that? Zhao Feng strode over, pointing at Yang Qi's nose. He was so angry that he was trembling all over. This kind of ignorant and incompetent scoundrel. Eating with him. You've really lowered your standards. Come with me. As he spoke, he was about to reach out and grab Lin Qingshue's arm. They completely ignored Yang Qi's existence. In his eyes, Yang Qi is a poor student who was about to be expelled from school. You don't deserve to talk to him at all. Lin Qingshuo frowned. He dodged Zhao Feng's hand by sidestepping. A hint of displeasure appeared on his face. President Zhao. It's lunch break time now. I have the right to decide who I have dinner with. Please have some self-respect. Although she wasn't completely devoted to Yang Qi yet. But Zhao Feng's behavior of embarrassing her in public was unacceptable. It made her very disgusted. Especially since it was in front of Yang Qi. This made her feel very embarrassed. Self-respect? Qingshuo, I'm doing this for your own good. Do you know how bad his reputation is at school? Fighting, skipping classes, failing grades, and talking back to teachers. They were just causing trouble in the administration building. This kind of social scum will only ruin you. Zhao Feng was heartbroken. He had an air of righteous indignation. He seemed to be the embodiment of justice. Yang Qi looked at the man in front of him who looked like a clown. She sighed softly. He picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. Then, the eye of exploration was slowly activated. Name, Zhao Feng. Age, 21. Identity, Student Council President, son of the Zhao family building materials company. Appearance, 75, a hypocrite. Assets, average living off family allowance to show off. Current emotions, extreme jealousy, anger, and inferiority complex. Weakness, extremely arrogant yet extremely insecure, regarding Lin Qingshuo as his own possession and unable to tolerate anyone else touching her. Number of recharges, 0, single for 21 years, only rewards myself by looking at Lin Qingshuo's photos, my skills are superb. See the last line. Yang Qi almost burst out laughing. I originally thought he was a king. So this is the kind of person it turned out to be? A purebred sycophant with absolutely no practical experience. You dare to yell at me? Are you done talking? Yang Qi leaned back in his chair. He lazily lifted his eyelids. He didn't even bother to glance at Zhao Feng. He just stared at the bouquet of roses. He said calmly, "The flowers are nice. Pity. It's beneath someone to take flowers." A single, casual remark. It's not very harmful. It is extremely insulting. Zhao Feng's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Yang Qi. What did you say, you piece of trash? Believe it or not, I'll make sure you can't stay at Jiangcheng University. He slammed his hand on the table. The vibrations made the tableware on the table clatter. The surrounding diners cast disapproving glances their way. Even the waiters were about to come over and try to stop them. Yang Qi, however, remained as steady as Mount Tai. He picked up his glass of red wine. I took a small sip. Then he looked at Zhao Feng. His gaze turned as cold as if he were looking at an ant. Can't make it in the world? You? Or is it because of your father's small, run-down building materials company? President Zhao. One should have self-awareness. Don't think that being a student council president is all it takes. They really think they're someone important. In my eyes. You're not even worthy to carry Lin Xingshue's shoes. Speaking of which. Yang Qi suddenly stood up. He is 1.85 meters tall. In addition, his physique has been enhanced by the system. Instantly, it created an overwhelming aura over Zhao Feng, who was 1.75 meters tall. He took a step forward. He stared intently into Zhao Feng's eyes. The voice was icy cold. Now. Take your rotten flowers. Roll. Don't disturb Qingxue and me while we're having our meal. Zhao Feng was stunned by this terrifying aura. My legs suddenly felt weak and uncontrollably weak. He had never seen Yang Qi like this before. That look in his eyes. It's like a high and mighty emperor. Looking down at the crawling insects on the ground. It made him tremble from the depths of his soul. You. Zhao Feng stammered. He wanted to make some tough remarks. But he found that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. He turned to look at Lin Xingshui. I hope to get some support from the goddess. However, what drove him to despair was Lin Xingshui was looking up. He looked at Yang Qi with an expression of admiration. The light in his eyes. It was something he had always dreamed of. President Zhao. Yang Qi is right. You have indeed been bothering us. Please leave. Lin Xingshui delivered the fatal blow. Although she felt Yang Qi was a bit too arrogant. But just now, the moment Yang Qi stood up to protect her. Absolutely stunning. That's a real man. In comparison. Zhao Feng, who only knows how to yell and shout and has to be careful what she says. That's incredibly weak. Zhao Feng felt as if his heart had shattered into pieces. It's not just broken. He was even thrown on the ground and stomped on several times. Well. Lin Xingshui. You'll regret this. Yang Qi. You just wait. We'll see. Zhao Feng threw out a meaningless platitude. Holding that ironic bouquet of roses. They fled the scene in a disheveled state. It looks just like a stray dog. Bite. The system has detected that the host has successfully slapped the face of Student Council President Zhao Feng and plundered his luck. Lin Xingshue's admiration for strength is greatly satisfied, and her favorability rating increases by 10. Current favorability rating for Lin Xingshui, 45. Gain villain points plus 300. The system notification sounded in my mind. This made Yang Qi even happier. He sat back down in his chair. Looking at Lin Xingshui across from him, whose eyes were full of longing. Raise your glass. An elegant smile. The fly is gone. Now. We can eat properly now. Chapter 28. Accompany me to buy 2 cars. That dazzling bunch of red roses. It's like a joke about being abandoned. It lay all alone next to the trash can at the restaurant entrance. As Zhao Feng's disheveled figure completely disappeared from sight. The air was somewhat stagnant. It finally started flowing again. The pianist in the restaurant was very perceptive. Fingertips lightly tap. The melody was originally a bit rushed. It instantly switched to a soothing and ambiguous song, Wedding in a Dream. Yang Qi withdrew the look of disdain he had given him. I become lazy again. It was as if he were the emperor who had just exuded an aura that had intimidated everyone. It's just a misconception. He picked up the decanter. The scarlet wine rippled in the glass. It was pushed in front of Lin Xingshui. Were you startled? His voice was warm and gentle. It carried a hint of reassurance. Lin Xingshui remained silent until this moment. Only then did I feel my heart pounding wildly. It calmed down a bit. She looked at the man in front of her. A handsome face. Deep, dark eyes. There is also that composure that remains unchanged even when Mount Tai collapses before you. Even the swear words he used earlier. Looking back, they all seemed so. He has a masculine charm. No. No. Lin Xingxue picked up her wineglass. Using the act of sipping wine, he concealed the almost overflowing brilliance in his eyes. If we were in the administration building before, she felt only curiosity and a slight sense of being forced into a relationship with Yang Qi. Now, she witnessed firsthand how Yang Qi protected her. After crushing Zhao Feng like an ant, this feeling of palpitations, it has already begun to spoil. It has turned into a dangerous emotion called worship. Women always admire strength. Especially someone like Lin Xingxue. A woman who is excellent and proud in her own right. A typical simp. It will only annoy her. Only this kind of power can completely suppress and conquer her. The man who even made her feel a little afraid. Only then can you truly break down her defenses. The kind of rough work like cutting steak. Not suitable for girls. Yang Qi held the knife and fork with his long, slender fingers. The silver knife sliced across the plate. Not a single harsh sound was emitted. That piece of freshly grilled Wellington steak. It was cut into small, evenly sized pieces, just the right size to eat in one bite. Then, he naturally placed his plate. He exchanged it with the untouched steak in front of Lin Xingxue. Try it. This set of movements is fluid and graceful. His domineering nature is tempered with meticulous attention to detail. Lin Xingxue stared blankly at the cut steak in front of her. The aroma of black truffles and puff pastry lingers around the nose. A soft spot in my heart. It felt like I'd been hit hard by something. It tastes sour. It feels numb. Thank you. She lowered her head. I forked a piece and put it in my mouth. In fact, she didn't taste anything at all. My mind was filled with Yang Qi's long, slender hands from earlier. And then there's the saying, hard work isn't suitable for girls. Is this what it feels like to be pampered? It was completely different from Zhao Feng's shameless flattery. This kind of pampering. It is from a superior position. It stems from a desire for control. But it made her. Damn, I enjoyed it. Yang Qi looked at her, who had such a meek and submissive demeanor as a wife. A playful smile curved at the corner of his lips. He activated his eye of discovery. I scanned Lin Xingxue's data again. Name, Lin Xingxue. Identity, Campus Belle Vice President of Student Union at Jiangcheng University. Appearance, 95. Body size, 94. Affection level, 50. From curiosity to admiration, her proud reserve is crumbling in front of this man. Number of charges, 0. Current state, my mind is in turmoil. I crave more contact, but I'm too proud to take the initiative. Very good. The favorability rating has already exceeded 50. This meal. It wasn't a wasted meal. That Zhao Feng. He was also a qualified assist provider. If it weren't for his farce. To break through the defenses of Lin Xingxue, the ice queen of the school. It will probably take some effort. Finished eating? Watching Lin Xingxue put down her knife and fork, Yang Qi pulled out a tissue. Leaning slightly forward. Before Lin Xingxue could react, he gently wiped away a bit of sauce from the corner of her mouth. The warm touch on my fingertips. It glided across her delicate lips. Lin Xingxue felt as if she were being electrocuted. They froze abruptly. Her entire face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. You look like a little kitten. Yang Qi withdrew his hand. The tone was so indulgent it was outrageous. Lin Xingxue felt as if her brain had completely shut down. His eloquence in debates, where he could outwit a group of scholars. At this moment, he couldn't even form a complete sentence. Since you're full, then do me a favor. Yang Qi didn't give her much time to think or feel shy. They immediately threw out the next bait. What kind of help? Lin Xingxue asked subconsciously. As long as it's not an unreasonable request. even if he wanted to hold hands. Or, oh dear. Lin Xingxue, what are you thinking about? She was clutching her skirt tightly under the table. A fierce internal struggle is raging within me. Yang Qi seemed to have seen through her little scheme. The smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. What are you thinking about? Why is your face so red? Could it be that he's thinking about something inappropriate for children? No way. Lin Xingxue was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He instantly bristled. But there are dissenting voices. It sounded so guilty. That's good. Yang Qi leaned back. He said lazily. I have some spare cash on hand recently. The original mode of transportation was not very convenient. I'm planning to buy 2 cars. Buying a car? Lin Xingxue was having trouble keeping up with his leaps of thought. You know that. We roughnecks. I don't know much about those fancy car models. His aesthetic sense is also quite masculine. Yang Qi was talking nonsense with a straight face. You studied art and design. Your judgment is definitely better than mine. So I would like to ask Lin, the campus belle, to condescend to grace me with her presence. Be my advisor. Help me pick out 2 that I like. These words. His words were perfectly watertight. It demonstrated their financial resources. He also cleverly flattered Lin Xingxue. More importantly, this gave Lin Xingxue a reason she couldn't refuse. I accompanied him to buy a car. This is a very private trip. Generally, it's only with a girlfriend or someone extremely close to you. Only then are they qualified to participate in the decision-making process for such large items. Lin Xingxue had little experience in dating. But I also vaguely sensed the ambiguity in it. But I have classes this afternoon. She was still making a last-ditch effort. What class? Ma Zhe. What's so great about that kind of class? Yang Qi interrupted her directly. Rather than listening to an old man chanting scriptures in a classroom. Why not give it a try? Experience the decadent life of capitalism. This will be more helpful to your life experience. We'll see. I won't let you help me for nothing. I've chosen. I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. It's not just about eating. This last sentence. Yang Qi deliberately lowered his voice. It has a captivating magnetic quality. Lin Xingxue felt a tingling sensation in her eardrums. Reason told her otherwise. We should refuse. They should go back to school. Be a good girl. But deep down, there's that little devil that's been suppressed for so long. But they were shouting wildly. Go! Let's see how many more surprises this man has in store. Go and experience that kind of thrill you've never felt before. Marxist philosophy course? Go to hell. Oh well. Anyway, no one takes attendance in those big classes. Lin Xingxue ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. He gave himself a way out. But let's make this clear first. I'm only responsible for giving advice. Whether to buy or not, and what to buy. It's up to you to decide. She tried to hold on to her last line of defense. Yang Qi snapped his fingers. Make a deal. Waiter. Check, please. The waiter who had been waiting in the distance. He immediately walked over with a big smile on his face. Holding the bill in his hand. Hello, sir. The total cost was 18,800 yuan. Will you be paying by card or scanning a QR code? 18,008? Upon hearing this number, Lin Xingxue, who had just taken a sip of water, almost spat it out. A lunch. Did you spend 18,000? That's way too exaggerated. Although I knew it would be expensive just by looking at the menu. But I actually heard the total price. It's still better to let her, a child from a working-class family, have her. I felt a pang of pain. This is 2 years' worth of her living expenses. She looked at Yang Qi with some concern. Although rumors say he is a second-generation rich kid. But to eat this much in one meal. Is everything really okay? Yang Qi's expression remained completely unchanged. It sounded like I was hearing 18.8 yuan. He casually pulled out the black card. Hand it to the waiter. No password. Go ahead and swipe. That kind of attitude of regarding money is dirt. This deeply shocked Lin Xingxue once again. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The waiter accepted the black card with both hands. His attitude was so respectful that he almost wanted to kneel down and call him dad. Soon. Card swiped successful. Yang Qi took back the card. Stand up. He naturally extended his arm to Lin Xingxue. Let's go. Staff Officer Lin. Looking at the arm stretched across my face. Lin Xingxue hesitated for a second. Then it was as if he had made some major decision. She stretched out her slender little hand. She gently took Yang Qi's arm. Even though there was a sleeve between them. But that firm, muscular feel. It still made her heart flutter. The two walked out of the restaurant. The afternoon sun was a bit too bright. Where should we buy it? Besides, where is your car? Lin Xingxue looked around. I didn't see any luxury cars parked at the entrance. Since we're eating at a place like this, I need to buy a car again. There must be a car to pick you up and drop you off, right? Yang Qi stood by the roadside. I hailed a taxi at random. My car? We haven't bought it yet, have we? Let's take a taxi first. Lin Xingxue. She was a little confused. This man. I just swiped my card for 18,000 yuan to buy a meal without even blinking. Now you want to take her to a crowded taxi? This strong sense of contrast. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Driver, to Jiangcheng International Auto City. Yang Qi opened the car door. He very gentlemanly helped Lin Xingxue into the car. Then he crawled inside himself. The space in the back of a taxi is already cramped. Yang Qi was tall and strong. As soon as I sat down, it suddenly felt even more cramped. Their bodies inevitably pressed tightly together. Thighs touching thighs. Shoulder to shoulder. Lin Xingxue could even feel it clearly. The scalding heat emanating from Yang Qi. There's also that faint, masculine scent, a blend of tobacco and cologne. In this enclosed space, it fermented wildly. Her face burned even hotter. I instinctively wanted to shrink back towards the car door. Don't move. Yang Qi suddenly spoke. A large hand naturally wrapped around her shoulder. He pulled her closer to him. The driver is driving recklessly. Sit tight. Don't bump your head. The reasons are high-sounding. His actions, however, were extremely domineering. Lin Xingxue froze completely. Half of her body leaned limply against Yang Qi's chest. The tip of my nose was filled with his scent. The frequency of heartbeats. It's already close to breaking through the limits of human capability. Who told you to hug me? She protested in a voice barely audible. But it made no struggle. Instead, the body is quite honest. Nestled into that warm, solid chest. They moved even closer together. The taxi driver in the front row. I glanced at the lovey-dovey young couple behind me through the rearview mirror. My heart is bubbling with bitterness. Oh shit. Today's college students. The world is going to the dogs. They were hugging and kissing in the car in broad daylight. And the man's clothes weren't very nice either. How did he manage to date such a stunning girl? She must be a campus beauty, right? Those legs. That waist. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's true what they say, all the good cabbages are wasted on pigs. Young man. Going to the car dealership to buy a car? The driver couldn't help but want to feel noticed. Break the pink bubble behind it that makes his teeth ache. Yang Qi responded with a faint yes. His fingers casually caressed Lin Xingxue's rounded shoulders. Feel the delicate touch from your fingertips. I'm in an incredibly good mood. Then we need to buy a car. Girls these days, they're all very realistic. No car, no house. That's really not possible. The driver spoke with the air of someone who had been there before. His eyes kept glancing at Lin Xingxue, whether intentionally or unintentionally. It seems to be a hint to Yang Qi. This girl is only after your money. Lin Xingxue sensed the sarcasm in the driver's words. His brow furrowed slightly. I was just about to speak up and refute. I felt the large hand on my shoulder tighten. Yang Qi's lazy voice rang out. Yes. So I plan to buy two. One car is driven normally. A car specifically for picking up my girlfriend. So as not to bother with a delicate and beautiful woman like her. You still have to squeeze into a taxi with me. To suffer this injustice. In short. That completely killed the conversation. The driver's lips twitched slightly. Buy two? Anyone can brag. Look at your poor, pathetic appearance. I hope you're not going to buy two Udea electric bikes later. He inwardly scorned him. He stepped on the gas. The taxi sped off like an arrow. Yang Qi then pulled Lin Xingxue closer to his chest. He lowered his head and whispered a soft laugh in her ear. It seems my master has some misunderstanding about my financial resources. Warm breath sprayed onto my earlobes. Lin Xingxue shrank her neck. I felt like half of my body was going numb. Can't you be serious for once? There are still people. She was so ashamed that she couldn't even lift her head. He could only bury himself in Yang Qi's chest like an ostrich. Serious? I'm very serious. Holding his future girlfriend in his arms. Is it illegal? Yang Qi spoke with righteous indignation. Who is your future girlfriend? Lin Xingxue muttered softly. My heart felt as sweet as if I had eaten honey. Future girlfriend? This title. Like. Not bad at all? Zhengcheng International Auto City. This is the largest automobile trading center in the entire Zhengcheng and even in several surrounding provinces and cities. It covers an area of several thousand acres. It brings together almost all the world's well-known car brands. From a car costing tens of thousands of yuan up to tens of millions of dollars for top-tier supercars. It has everything. The taxi stopped in the central square. Yang Qi paid the money. He took Lin Xingxue's hand and got out of the car. Yes, the act of holding hands happened naturally the moment they got out of the car. Lin Xingxue even forgot to pull away. A magnificent exhibition hall. The building's lines are full of technological flair. It gleams in the sunlight. Behind the massive glass curtain wall. Parked there were rows of luxury cars with sleek lines and extravagant designs. Like a sleeping steel beast. It exudes the scent of money and power. Arrive. Yang Qi stood in the square. Looking at all this before me. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. Is this what happiness is for the rich? Just move your fingers. You can then possess things that ordinary people could never obtain even after several lifetimes of hard work. Have you decided what to buy? Lin Xingxue looked around at the dazzling array of brand logos. I was a little confused. Although she comes from a well-off family. But I've only ever driven one of the family's BMW 3 Series. For this world of top-tier luxury cars. Actually, I only have a superficial understanding. I haven't decided yet. Yang Qi turned his head. Looking at Lin Xingxue, who seemed a little reserved, beside him. He grinned mischievously. Didn't I already say that? It all depends on Staff Officer Lin's oversight. Let's go. Let's go check out the most expensive one first. As he spoke, he pulled Lin Xingxue along. They walked straight to the center. The showroom with the most luxurious decor and the most imposing presence. There was a huge, winged bee sign hanging there. And the leaping horse next to it. And that wild bull. This is a comprehensive showroom for top-tier luxury cars. Only the truly wealthy. Only then can one confidently step into a place. Yang Qi. Are we going there? Those are Bentleys and Ferraris. Lin Xingxue felt her legs were a little weak. Although she had just heard Yang Qi say that he wanted to buy two cars. But subconsciously she thought. That is, buying two BMWs or Mercedes-Benzes. Who would have thought? This guy went straight to this multi-million-dollar exhibition hall as soon as he arrived. This is hardly a car purchase. Are they robbing a bank? How? Afraid to go in? Yang Qi stopped in his tracks. He looked at her with a half smile. Provocation tactic. Another instance of using reverse psychology. But it just happened to work on Lin Xingshui. She took a deep breath. He puffed out his chest. Try to make yourself look less intimidated. Who wouldn't dare? Let's go in. Anyway, I don't necessarily have to buy it. Can't I even take a look? She cheered herself up. It's also about finding a way out for yourself. Yang Qi chuckled softly. Your vision is too narrow. He held Lin Xingshue's hand. He strode towards the exhibition hall entrance. At the entrance, two tall, uniformed hostesses. Look at this pair. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Chapter 29, We'll take both cars. Although the two hostesses had received professional training. But the surprise in his eyes was impossible to hide. After all, those who can come to the core exhibition hall of Jiangqing International Auto City. Which one of them wasn't either rich or powerful? Even if they didn't arrive in a supercar. At the very least, or even at the very least, start with a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Did you come by taxi? This is the first time I've ever seen a young woman getting into a sedan chair. Laugh. Inside the exhibition hall, several salespeople in tight uniforms and heavy makeup are touching up their makeup. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they had already recognized the two people who got out of the taxi. One of them was Lu Li, a hot saleswoman with big, wavy hair. He curled his lip in disdain. The compact slammed shut in my hand. These college students nowadays. He's getting more and more vain. He doesn't have money to buy a car, so he comes here to freeload off the air conditioning and take photos. Post a picture on WeChat Moments and pretend you're a rich kid. I've seen plenty of people like that. The colleague next to him echoed. That is. Look at that guy, he's quite handsome. But the total cost of his entire outfit probably doesn't exceed 1,000 yuan. That woman is absolutely stunning. But she's probably just a naive girl who got tricked. Alright, don't move. Whoever wants to go can go. Anyway, I'm too lazy to waste my breath. Lu Li rolled her eyes. I picked up my phone again and started scrolling through short videos. For salespeople like them who rely on commissions for their livelihood, time is money. They were there to accommodate these poor students who clearly couldn't afford a car. It's not only a waste of time. We also have to be careful that they don't get the car dirty. They even had to serve them tea in water. It's practically a losing proposition. At this time, Yang Qi had already led Lin Xingshui into the exhibition hall. A wave of cold air hit me. It dispelled the afternoon heat. A huge crystal chandelier cast a soft glow. The light shone on those priceless luxury cars. It refracts a dazzling and mesmerizing luster. An expensive fragrance filled the air. It also has the unique scent of genuine leather seats. This is more than just a place to sell cars. It's more like a palace built with money. However, in the huge exhibition hall, several salespeople gathered together and chatted idly. But not a single person came forward to greet them. That feeling of being ignored and neglected. This made Lin Xingshui feel somewhat awkward. She instinctively gripped Yang Qi's hand tightly. Yang Qi. It seems like nobody's paying attention to us. Shall we try another one? This feeling of being treated like air. For Lin Xingshui, who was pampered since childhood, it was truly agonizing. Especially those sales pitches. That look in their eyes, as if they were looking at a beggar. This further hurt her pride. Yang Qi, however, remained calm. They seemed completely oblivious to the cold treatment they received from their surroundings. Or rather, would a lion care about an ant's disdain? Obviously not. He gently patted Lin Xingshue's hand. He reassured her. What's the rush? Luckily, no one will bother us. We can take our time and see. Just then, in the corner, a young girl organizing documents. They seemed to notice the awkwardness on this side. She hesitated for a moment. I put down the folder I was holding. He walked over quickly. The girl looked very young. She wore only light makeup, wearing a slightly oversized uniform. He wore an intern badge around his neck. The words Su Xianwan were written on it. Good afternoon, sir and madam. Welcome to our premium luxury car showroom. I am Su Xianwan, an intern salesperson. How can I help you? Su Xianwan's voice sounded a little nervous. It even trembled slightly. It's obvious that he's only been in the industry for a short time. I haven't yet developed the ability to speak to people in a way that suits them. Luli, who was watching from a distance, witnessed the scene. He let out a cold laugh. Oh. After all, he's just an intern. Treat all trash as treasure. It's good to let her practice, so as not to be an eyesore here. Yang Qi stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on the slightly immature girl in front of him. He didn't speak. Instead, it directly activated the eye of exploration. A string of data that only he could see. It appeared above Su Xianwan's head. Name, Su Xianwan. Age, 22. Appearance, 88 pure and innocent girl next door type. Body size, 86 petite and delicate. Occupation, car sales intern. Number of charges, 0. Current status, nervous and anxious, urgently needing to close deals to secure a permanent position, and also needing to care for a sick grandmother at home. Favorability rating, 10 basic politeness towards guests. Although she can't compare to top-tier school beauties like Lin Qingxue, but she was still considered a pretty and delicate woman. Most importantly, that column shows number of charging attempts, 0. In this materialistic world. That is truly remarkable. Yang Qi's smile became more genuine. Hello. I'd like to see the car. In stock. Ideally, it should be something you can drive away immediately. Su Xianwan heard this. His eyes lit up immediately. He nodded quickly. Yes, yes. Most of the cars in our showroom are in stock. Do you have any preferred brands or car models? Or, may I show you around first? Her attitude was very humble. They were also very enthusiastic. It wasn't because Yang Qi got out of the taxi. There was not the slightest hint of disrespect. Lead the way. Yang Qi nodded slightly. I want to see that. He pointed with his hand. It pointed to the high platform in the very center of the exhibition hall. There. 2 cars were parked there. One of them is a supercar that is entirely fiery red with lines as unrestrained as a raging fire. Ferrari SF90 Straydale. Another one. It is the Bentley Continental GT, as deep and dark as the night sky. Elegant, luxurious, and substantial. These 2 cars. They are like 2 bright pearls in the exhibition hall. Surrounded by spotlights. It exudes a breathtaking air of nobility. Su Xianwan looked in the direction he was pointing. His expression changed slightly. That's the showroom's prized possession. Normally, you have to be very careful even when you get close to them. Not to mention. But she still maintained her professional smile. Although I also felt that it was unlikely that the 2 young people could afford it. But her professionalism prevented her from showing any doubt. Yes, sir. Those are the 2 top-of-the-line models currently in stock at our store. Ferrari SF90 and Bentley Continental GT. This way, please. She respectfully led the way. Yang Qi held Lin Qingxue's hand. Amidst the mocking gazes of Luli and others, he walked straight toward the 2 steel beasts worth tens of millions. Wow. So beautiful. We've gotten closer. Lin Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That is an instinctive praise for the ultimate industrial aesthetics. Especially that red Ferrari SF90. Streamlined body shape. Exaggerated aerodynamic kit. Even if it's just sitting there quietly. They all seem to contain a terrifying power that could tear the air apart at any moment. This visual impact. It's something that pictures or videos simply can't compare to. Do you like it? Yang Qi turned his head to the side, looking at the gleam in Lin Qingxue's eyes. Like. Lin Qingxue nodded subconsciously. But then he shook his head. But it's too expensive. This car should at least be several million, right? She doesn't know anything about cars. But I do recognize the prancing horse logo. That's a Ferrari. The crown jewel of sports cars. Several million? Su Xianwan, who was in front, stopped. He corrected in a low voice. Madam, this Ferrari SF90 with all the options has been delivered. Close to 6 million. The Bentley Continental GT next to it. It will cost more than 4 million to land. Both cars combined. The market price is over 10 million. 10 million. Upon hearing this number, Lin Qingxue gasped. I subconsciously took half a step back. This is not a car. These are clearly two walking gold mines. I just spent 18,000 yuan at a restaurant. It had already made her feel heartbroken for half a day. Now, 10 million. It was completely beyond her comprehension. Yang Qi. Let's look at something else instead. This is too expensive. She tugged at Yang Qi's sleeve. There was already a hint of pleading in his voice. She was genuinely scared. They were afraid that Yang Qi would put on a brave face just to save face. I'm even more afraid of being embarrassed later. Yang Qi, however, seemed not to have heard. He took her hand in his own. He pulled her in front of the Ferrari. Is it expensive? It's not about the price. It depends on whether it's worth it. And I think it suits you perfectly. Red. Passionate and flamboyant. It's like the little wildcat hidden deep inside you. He whispered in her ear. A warm breath. It made Lin Qingxue's heartbeat, which had just calmed down, stop beating. He went berserk again. She looked at the red beast in front of her. She glanced again at the domineering man beside her. A strange emotion spread through my heart. If I could really get on this bus. Sir, you have excellent taste. This SF90 is indeed very suitable for this lady's temperament. Su Xianwan offered timely compliments from the side. Although she felt the deal was unlikely to go through. But that didn't stop her from praising the good-looking couple. Could you open the car door and take a look? Yang Qi asked calmly. Huh? This? Su Xianwan was stunned for a moment. It's a bit of a dilemma. Sir, this. Because it's a luxury car in the showroom. According to regulations. If they are not customers with very clear intentions. You can't just open the door and sit down anywhere. After all, this car is too delicate. If the leather seats get scratched. Or the interior is dirty. She, as an intern, simply couldn't afford to pay the compensation. Oh. What are you doing? Do you think this is a vegetable market where you buy cabbage? Still want to open the car door? Just then, a series of piercing high heel sounds rang out. Luli walked over at some point, holding a cup of coffee in my hand. His face bore an undisguised mockery. She didn't want to come. But then they saw that Yang Qi and the others were actually looking at the two most expensive cars. They even wanted to go up and sit for a while. She couldn't hold back any longer. What if those two poor students damaged the car? The supervisor will blame us then. Su Xianwan is an intern and can't take the blame. It will also implicate the regular employees. Su Xianwan. Are you out of your mind? Who brings all sorts of people here? This is an SF90. What if even a little bit of paint gets scratched off? We couldn't afford to pay for it even if we sold them both. Luli walked to the car. He waved his hand as if shooing away flies. He stood directly between Lin Qingxue and the car. That look in his eyes. It's like guarding against thieves. Lin Qingxue was startled by her sudden action. His face turned deathly pale instantly. The humiliation of being publicly shamed. It instantly brought tears to her eyes. From childhood to adulthood. As a favored daughter of heaven. When has she ever suffered such injustice? You. How dare you speak like that? She was so angry that she was trembling all over. Pointing at Luli. But he couldn't utter a single harsh word for a long time. Good upbringing. This prevents her from resorting to vulgar insults like a shrew. How should I speak? Am I not telling the truth? Luli gave a cold laugh. He looked Lin Qingxue up and down. Little sister. Look at your outfit. It's a brand name product, after all. How can you be so insensible? This kind of car. Is this something you can see? Don't think you can just bring a pretty boy here for a stroll. Take a few photos. Then you can transcend social classes. If you don't have money, go look at Honda and Toyota next door. Don't waste everyone's time here. This car. The final price is 10 million. It's broken from touching it. You couldn't even pay it back if you sold your boyfriend to be a gigolo. That's what I meant. That's a really harsh way to put it. It's like spitting in someone's face. Even Su Xianwan, who was standing next to her, couldn't stand it anymore. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Sisterly, please don't say that. The guest just wanted to take a look. Shut up. Lu Li glared at her fiercely. Do you even have the right to speak here? Get out of my way. Su Xianwan shrank back when she was yelled at. Tears welled up in my eyes. The atmosphere of the entire exhibition hall. It instantly dropped to freezing point. The other sales staff also gathered around to watch the spectacle. Some were gloating. Some watched coldly from the sidelines. Surprisingly, not a single person stepped forward to stop it. Lin Qingxue bit her lip tightly. He was filled with shame and indignation. I just want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She held Yang Qi's hand. The voice was choked with sobs. Yang Qi. Let's go. I'm not watching anymore. I don't like this car. She didn't want to stay here anymore. I don't want to for even a second. Even if Yang Qi is really rich. Even if he just spent 18,000 yuan on a meal. But this 10 million. It's just too heavy. What if Yang Qi really can't afford it? That's the face today. Then it was truly all lost. Just as she turned around, intending to pull Yang Qi away. That large, warm, and powerful hand. But it didn't budge. Yang Qi stood still. The languid look on his face had long since disappeared. Instead, it was a chilling coldness that made one's heart tremble. He didn't even glance at Lu Li. He simply reached out his hand. He pulled Lin Qingxue back into his arms. The other hand. He very naturally tidied her slightly messy bangs. The movements were incredibly gentle. Why are you running? Didn't we agree on that? Are you looking to buy a car? His voice wasn't loud. But in this deathly silent exhibition hall. Yet it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. But Lin Qingxue raised her head. She looked at him with teary eyes. Don't be afraid. Yang Qi wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. Then he slowly turned around. Those deep, unfathomable eyes. Finally, it fell on Lu Li. That instant, Lu Li felt a chill run from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. It was as if they were being targeted by a bloodthirsty beast. I almost dropped the coffee cup in my hand. What do you want to do? I'll tell you. There are surveillance cameras here. She shouted defiantly but was actually cowardly. Yang Qi completely ignored her barking. He took it out of his pocket. He slowly took out the black card. There were no unnecessary movements. There was no unnecessary chatter. He simply handed the card to Su Xianwan, the intern who was already terrified. Swipe your card. 2 words. Concise. Powerful. WH. What? Su Xianwan was stunned. I thought I had misheard. These 2 cars. I'll take them all. Yang Qi's voice remained calm. It's like buying 2 large cabbages at the market. Full payment. No password. Go swipe it. Boom. These words. It was like a bombshell. It exploded with a loud bang in the exhibition hall. Everyone stared wide-eyed. They looked at Yang Qi as if he were a madman. You want them all? Full payment? These 2 cars combined. But that's over 10 million. Is this kid crazy? This isn't how you show off, is it? Lu Li couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. You want it? Pay in full? Do you know how much that costs? That's more money than you could earn in several lifetimes. Who do you think you can scare with a worthless card? Su Xianwan. Since he wants to pretend. Then go ahead and swipe it. I'd like to see. When the balance is low later. Where does he put his face? She genuinely didn't believe it. She would never believe it, not even if you beat her to death. A young man who arrived by taxi. He can casually pull out 10 million. Su Xianwan's hands trembled. He accepted the black card. The card felt heavy. It has a cool texture. There are no bank logos on it. Only intricate patterns. And a Roman warrior head that looks very dignified. This is. As an intern. She had never seen a real card. But I've seen pictures of this card in training materials. Centurion Black Card? The legendary king of cards is supposedly issued only to a very small number of top-tier wealthy individuals. Her heart skipped a beat. If it's true. That. She was under everyone's gaze. He held the card as if it were a royal decree. She ran towards the cashier. The entire exhibition hall. A deathly silence. Only Su Xianwan's hurried footsteps could be heard. Luli crossed her arms over her chest. He had an expression that said, "I'm waiting to see what happens." Lin Qingxue clung tightly to Yang Qi's clothes. My knuckles have turned white. She was praying. I pray that all of this is not a dream. I pray that Yang Qi can really create a miracle. Drop. That's the sound of a POS machine swiping a card. Crisp. Harsh. Immediately afterwards. It was the buzzing sound of the machine printing the receipt. The sound lasted for quite a while. Obviously. The amount is very large. Su Xianwan looked at the long receipt that came out of the receipt machine. I was completely petrified. She mechanically raised her head. I looked at the calm and collected man in the distance. In his eyes. It was incredibly moving. Fear. As well as a deep sense of awe. It's a success. Her voice was soft. But at this moment. But it was like a thunderclap. The explosion resounded in everyone's ears. Transaction successful. Deduction amount. 10,800,000. Clang. The coffee cup in Luli's hand. I finally lost my grip. It slammed hard onto the ground. Brown liquid splattered all over her expensive high heels. But she was completely unaware. He just opened his mouth wide. Like a clown. He stared intently at Yang Qi. His face was filled with disbelief. It's showing up? It actually worked? More than 10 million? How could that be? How could that be? He's clearly a poor guy who takes taxis. Why do these legendary black cards exist? How can someone spend 10 million without even blinking? This moment. She felt her face. It felt like being slapped hard across the face. It hurts like fire. No. It's not just my face that hurts. Her heart was bleeding. That's over 10 million in sales. If only she hadn't looked down on people like that. If she had taken the initiative to greet him just now. That huge commission. She's the one. That's hundreds of thousands. That's enough for her to buy so many bags. Remorse. Envy. Fear. A mix of emotions. It almost made her faint on the spot. Yang Qi didn't even bother to look at her. He simply turned around. Looking at Lin Qingxue, who was still in a daze. A doting smile curved at the corners of his lips. He reached out his hand again. I gently pinched her little face, which was filled with shock. Are you stupid? The car has been bought. After. There's no need to envy others anymore. This is your car. No one dares to say another word against you. Did you break it? Fine. Broken. Just buy a new one. These words. Domineering. Arrogant. Yet he was also incredibly affectionate. Lin Qingxue looked at this being who had descended like a god. Pull her out of the abyss of humiliation. The man who has been elevated to the highest rank. Tears finally broke free and streamed down my face. Name, Lin Qingxue. Affection level, 70. Extremely shocked, vanity is greatly satisfied, sense of security is overwhelming, the heart is completely captivated, and a strong attachment begins to develop. Current state, I just want to throw myself into this man's arms and kiss him passionately. Favorability 70. Mean. Whatever his request is. This proud school beauty. They probably won't refuse anymore. Chapter 32 People in Harm's Way. That announcement, transaction successful. It was like dropping a depth charge on a silent lake. It not only shocked everyone present. This stirred up a huge storm in Luli's heart. Coffee stains were still running down her shoes. Thick and disgusting. But she couldn't care less at that moment. In her mind. A calculator that only displays numbers that keep spinning wildly. 10,800,000. Based on the commission rate for luxury car sales. Even the most basic 5 per thousand. Commission on this order. It's as high as over 50,000. Not to mention. This is a top-tier luxury car worth tens of millions. In addition, there are various optional extras and insurance. The commission rate is often higher. This order came through. The commission starts at least in the 6 figures. That's over 10,000. Even 200,000. She has been working in this industry for many years. Even when business is at its best. I only earn about 200,000 to 300,000 a year. Now. All it takes is a few words. How can I earn back all the money I made this year? Greedy. In an instant, I overcame my fear and shame. His face was originally deathly pale. Because of extreme excitement and greed. A sickly flush had appeared on her skin. This money must be mine. Luli stared intently at Su Xianwan, who was still in a daze. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. A newly arrived intern. He didn't even get promoted. Why should they get such a high commission? Does she deserve it? Thinking about this, Luli took a deep breath. She forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Wearing those dirty high heels. He rushed to the cashier. Even because they were in too much of a hurry. I almost twisted my ankle. Oops. Little Sue. You really are something. With such a big order, how can we not call the manager? What if I make a mistake? She was speaking. He rudely shoved Su Xianwan aside with his body. He snatched the POS machine and receipt from her hand. Their movements were as rough as wild dogs fighting over food. Ah. Su Xianwan was already thin and frail. She bumped into me like that. He staggered back several steps. I almost fell to the ground. Sister Li. You. Su Xianwan clutched her arm, which had been bumped and was now sore. His face was filled with astonishment. What do you mean, you? Get out of here. Luli didn't give her a chance to speak at all. He turned his head away. Shout towards the manager's office not far away. Manager Wang. Manager Wang, come out quickly. We've landed a big order. Both the SF-90 and the Continental GT have been sold. That shout. Sharp and piercing. Soon. A middle-aged man with a beer belly and a receding hairline. He ran out of the office, his head covered in sweat. The tie was askew to one side. He had obviously just woken up. What's all the noise about? What was sold? Which one are you talking about? Manager Wang asked impatiently while wiping his sweat. However, when he saw the long string of receipts in Luli's hand, and the amount displayed on the POS machine, his two beady eyes widened instantly. Holy crap? More than 10 million? Full payment? Manager Wang's voice even changed tone. He was so excited that his whole body was shaking with excitement. This is a huge achievement. With this order secured, his bonus this month will also double. Yes, manager. Luli leaned forward as if she wanted to take credit. His face was plastered with a fawning smile. He completely ignored Su Xianwan, whose eyes were red and swollen. These two distinguished guests have just come in. I think Xiao Su is clumsy. I was afraid she would neglect the guests. I will personally go over to greet and explain. This deal was hard won. I just went to get a glass of water. That girl, Xiao Su, is so immature. They grabbed the card and swiped it right away. You talk about this child. How can you not understand any rules? This is a complete distortion of the truth. Creating something from nothing. These words. It was spoken so fluently and naturally. They didn't even bother to write a draft. Other salespeople standing not far away. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. That's shameless. It's thicker than a city wall at a bend. They were just about to kick them out. Now we see the money. A sudden change of expression? But no one dared to speak. Because Luli is the top salesperson in the store. My relationship with Manager Wang. It's unclear and ambiguous. Nobody wants to risk trouble for an intern. Su Xianwan was so angry that she trembled all over. Tears streamed down her face in large drops. You're talking nonsense. You were the one who called the customer a poor wretch. You're the one who told the security guards to kick people out. This order is clearly. Snap. A crisp sound. The folder in Manager Wang's hand. It was slammed heavily on the table. This interrupted Su Xianwan's explanation. He glanced at Su Xianwan, who was dressed simply and whose face was streaked with tears. She glanced again at Lu Li, who was heavily made up and looked shrewd. The scales in my heart tipped instantly. One was an intern who hadn't been officially hired yet and was very timid. One was a long-time employee who was well versed in unspoken rules and could bring him happiness. Even a fool knows who to help. Not to mention, this is a huge order worth tens of millions. If it were given to an intern, the commission has to be paid in full by the company. If it were given to Luli, how is this commission divided? Isn't it just the two of them who make the decisions behind closed doors? All right. Manager Wang had a stern face. He scolded Su Xianwan. In public. What kind of behavior is this, crying and sobbing like that? Don't you have any professional ethics? Lu Li is a long-time employee. Experienced. A luxury car of this caliber. Is this something a mere intern like you could explain? That's not how you steal credit. Hurry up and apologize to Sisterly. This huge label has been placed on my head. It completely stunned Su Xianwan. Is this what the workplace is like? Is this what the adult world is like? She was the one who received them. She was the one who endured the insults and humiliation to persevere. Why now? Not only did they lose their credit, but they also lost it all. Are we going to be falsely accused again? Despair. Wronged. She was rendered speechless. She could only bite her lip tightly. Let the tears flow freely. Luli proudly raised her chin. Like a victorious hen. She turned around. I straightened my collar. She swayed her hips as she walked up to Yang Qi. His face wore that professional, nauseatingly fake smile. Oh, sir. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to have made you laugh. The intern is incompetent. There was a slight problem with the procedures just now. The next steps are the car purchase contract and the car delivery process. I will personally serve you. We guarantee you will enjoy the most prestigious VIP treatment. As he spoke, she also puffed out her chest, intentionally or unintentionally. He pulled his collar down a little. Large patches of snow-white, greasy flesh were exposed. His eyes were like hooks. He stared intently at Yang Qi. As long as we can secure this major investor, let alone the commission from this order, if we can develop this into a long-term relationship in the future, then why is she even selling cars? It would be so much better to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Yang Qi remained silent. He was like an outsider. Watch this farce unfold quietly. Looking at Lu Li's greed. Looking at Manager Wang's snobbishness. Seeing Su Xianwan's despair. The corners of his mouth. He always wore that playful smile. His eyes, however, were as cold as if he were looking at a group of clowns. Until Lu Li came close to him. The strong, pungent smell of cheap perfume hit me. He frowned slightly. Is the performance over? He spoke calmly. The sound wasn't loud. But this made Lu Li's smile freeze instantly. Ah, what did you say, sir? Yang Qi ignored her. Instead, it reopened the eye of exploration. His gaze fell on this self-righteous woman. Name, Lu Li. Age, 28. Appearance, 75 with heavy makeup, 60 after makeup removal. Body, 82 multiple signs of cosmetic surgery. Occupation, senior car salesperson. Number of charging cycles, 486. Current state, extremely greedy, jealous, and in heat. Attempting to obtain huge commissions by snatching orders and fantasizing about seducing the host. Note, extremely promiscuous lifestyle, repeatedly engaged in inappropriate relationships with clients and superiors for performance targets. Suffers from mild gynecological inflammation. 486 times. Look at this number. Yang Qi almost burst out laughing. This can be considered battle-hardened, right? Really? Dirty. It was so dirty that it made him nauseous. Stay away from me. Yang Qi took half a step back. The disgust in his eyes was undisguised. It was as if the person standing in front of me wasn't a person. It's a walking virus. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder related to cleanliness. This sentence. It felt like a slap in the face. He slapped Luli hard across the face. Her smile instantly cracked. Sir, I just want to be of service to you. Serve? Yang Qi sneered. His gaze was like a knife. Let's skip her. He looked at Manager Wang, who had a fawning expression on his face. Are you the manager? Yes, yes, yes. Manager Wang nodded and bowed repeatedly. My name is Wang Chang, and I am the showroom manager. What are your orders? It's not really about giving orders. Yang Qi slowly took a tissue out of his pocket. He carefully wiped his nose, which had been irritated by Luli's fragrance scent. Then, crumpled the tissue into a ball. He casually tossed it into the nearby trash can. The movements were graceful. However, it was full of humiliation. I just wanted to tell you. This deal. Only that little girl can do it. He raised his hand. He pointed to Su Xianwan, who was huddled in a corner wiping away tears. Except for her. This money. Whoever takes it will die. The voice was calm. Yet it exudes an undeniable domineering aura. Manager Wang's fat face twitched suddenly. Cold sweat instantly poured down my forehead. He's a seasoned veteran. You can naturally tell the weight of those words. Someone who can casually swipe a black card worth 10 million. Crush him. It's no different from crushing an ant. This. Manager Wang glanced at Lu Li, whose face was ashen. He glanced again at the intern who had been scolded to tears. I'm so regretful. This is like kicking a hornet's nest. If I get a commission on this order, 1 cent less. Or it didn't end up in her pocket. Yang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. In those deep eyes, a cold glint flashed. Then I promise. Tomorrow. This shop. And the two of you too. It will disappear from Jiangcheng. Did you understand? Boom. This is a blatant threat. Manager Wang's legs went weak. I almost knelt down on the ground. I understand. Don't worry. You can rest assured. This entire sale is thanks to Su Xianwan. Commissions will be paid in full. Send it immediately. I'll get on it right now. After saying that, he turned his head abruptly. He roared at Lu Li, who was already terrified. What are you still standing there for? Apologize to Su Xianwan right now. A good-for-nothing who's more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Get out of my way. Lu Li's face was ashen. He was trembling all over. She looked at Yang Qi's cold eyes. I finally understand. This time, for myself. It's really a disaster. It's not just about losing revenue. He even kicked a god he could never afford to offend in his lifetime. I'm sorry. She kept her head down. The sound was so faint it was like a mosquito's buzz. That's shameful. It was even more terrifying. Yang Qi didn't even bother to look at her again. For such a rotten person, to look at it even once is a desecration of the eyes. He turned around, walking towards Su Xianwan. His tone instantly softened. Don't cry. Wipe away your tears. Go and sign the contract. You deserve it. Su Xiaonan raised her head. Through teary eyes, she looked at this man who seemed like a god descended from heaven. Gratitude in my heart. It's beyond words. Thank you, thank you. She bowed deeply. Tears welled up in her eyes again. But this time, they are tears of happiness. The rest of the process was quick. Under Manager Wang's full supervision. No one dared to make any more underhanded moves. Su Xiaowan's hands trembled. She completed the first stroke of her life. It was also the largest single order ever signed. Sir, all the formalities have been completed. You can drive this Ferrari SF90 away directly. That Bentley Continental GT. Su Xiaonan asked cautiously. The Bentley was delivered to Jiangcheng University. Yang Qi said casually. Contact me when you arrive. Okay. Manager Wang nodded vigorously beside him. We'll definitely use the best tow truck to deliver it to you. Guaranteed to be completely dust-free. Everything is in order. Yang Qi held Lin Qingshue's hand. He walked toward the red Ferrari SF90. Lin Qingxue at this moment. I still feel dizzy. From the humiliation I felt upon entering the room. Yang Qi swiped his card with an air of dominance. Then there was that suffocating act of protecting one's own. Her mood was like a roller coaster. Ups and downs. It was incredibly exciting. Especially when Yang Qi pointed at Su Xiaonan and said, "Whoever takes this money will die." That domineering aura. He was so handsome that he captured her heart. Although he was protecting other girls. But Lin Qingxue felt no jealousy whatsoever. On the contrary, I think. This man. Positive values. They have principles. They are even more powerful. This is the kind of man. He is the true love you can entrust your life to. Get in the car. Yang Qi opened the scissor door. He gentlemanly protected the top of her head. Lin Qingxue sat down in the highly supportive racing seat. The interior features a red and black color scheme. It was filled with the atmosphere of battle. The feel of genuine leather. Exquisite and luxurious. Does this feel like a multi-million-dollar sports car? She looked through the windshield. Looking at the envious, jealous, and resentful eyes of the salespeople outside. The last vestige of vanity in my heart. They achieved unprecedented satisfaction. Boom! Accompanied by a low roar. The V8 twin-turbocharged engine has been awakened. The sound was like thunder. The glass in the entire exhibition hall trembled. That's not noise. That's the sound of money burning. Yang Qi skillfully shifted gears. Release the brake. The red Ferrari shot off like an arrow. Amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd. It slowly drove out of the exhibition hall. Only two bright red taillights remained. It left a trail of afterimages in the air. At the entrance of the exhibition hall, Luli stood there blankly, watching that luxury car drive further and further away. She was still clutching a photocopy of the commission slip that should have belonged to her. The fingernails dug deep into the flesh. Remorse. It gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. Over 10,000. Even 200,000. Just like that, it's gone. It's because she looks down on people. Because of a single wrong decision on her part. If only she could have acted like Su Xiaonan just now. Even just an extra greeting. Even just a little more patience. The person sitting in the passenger seat of that car now. Could it be her? No. Even if you can't get on. That huge sum of money was hers too. Smack. She slapped herself hard across the face. It was crisp and clear. Tears finally streamed down my face. I'm such a fucking idiot. Inside that speeding Ferrari. This was my first time riding in such a supercar. Lin Qingxue was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. A powerful sense of acceleration. This forced her to press herself tightly against the back of the chair. The scenery outside the car window rushed past. Pedestrians and vehicles on the road. All eyes turned to them. In those gazes, I feel envious. It was amazing. There was also jealousy. This moment. She seemed to have become the center of the world. How are you feeling? Yang Qi held the steering wheel with one hand. Turn your head to the side. Looking at the blushing beauty of the department girl in the passenger seat, Lin Qingxue turned her head. Their eyes met. Inside the cramped carriage, the atmosphere of ambiguity is rapidly intensifying. It's like a dream, she murmured to herself. His eyes were unfocused. This is just the beginning. Yang Qi stretched out a hand. He gently took her restless little hands in his. My palms are warm. After. You'll get used to this kind of life. Lin Qingxue felt the warmth coming from her hand. Looking at the man's sharply defined profile, my heart was pounding. Name, Lin Qingxue. Affection level, 75. Completely captivated. Vanity and admiration for strength are both satisfied, and a desire for deeper contact begins to arise. Current status, want it. I watched the status bar flash by. A smile appeared on Yang Qi's lips. It's gotten even stronger. Hurry up. He slammed on the gas pedal. Chapter 31. Lin Wan's roommate. The roar of the red Ferrari SF90 Straightale was like the howl of a dragon from the abyss. The roar of the V8 twin-turbocharged engine. The explosion resounded on the once quiet main road of Jiangcheng University. That bright, dazzling red. In the afternoon sunlight, it casts a lingering shadow. Wherever they went, passers-by glanced at them. All eyes were forcibly drawn to this walking work of art, and to the booming sound that represented money and power. Holy crap! SF90. Ferrari's flagship. This car must cost several million or more, right? Which rich kid drove into the school? How arrogant! This direction leads to the girls' dormitory? Discussions rose and fell. Countless students pulled out their phones and frantically took pictures of the red phantom. This is an age full of hormones and restlessness. Luxury cars. It is always the strongest fuse to ignite a topic. Yang Qi held the steering wheel with one hand. In the passenger seat, Lin Qingxue gripped the seatbelt tightly. Her stunningly beautiful face was flushed red with excitement and nervousness, almost as if it were about to bleed. Her heartbeat. It kept the same frequency as the roar of the engine. Just over 10 minutes ago, she was still the student union vice president who was anxious about securing a place in a graduate program. And now, she was sitting in a supercar that could buy several houses. It was under the watchful eyes of the entire campus. This huge sense of contrast. It made her feel dizzy. This made her even more drawn to the cold-faced man beside her. This led to an almost pathological form of worship and attachment. Zzz. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of ceramic composite brake pads rubbing together. The Ferrari came to a smooth stop in front of the girls' dormitory. It blocked the only way to get to the gate. The entrances and exits downstairs from the dormitory building were instantly blocked. Several boys who were waiting for their girlfriends downstairs instinctively took several steps back when they saw the car approaching. I was afraid of scratching off a piece of paint. I couldn't afford to lose money even if I sold myself. Who is this? Such a grand display? Is he here to pick up some school beauty? More and more students gathered around to watch. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. All eyes were fixed on the car door that was about to open. Arrive. Yang Qi extinguished the fire. Unfasten your seatbelt. He turned his head to look at Lin Qingxue. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Are you ready for your moment in the spotlight? Lin Qingxue took a deep breath. I tried to calm my agitated emotions. She knew. As long as you take that step, her reputation at Jiangcheng University will be completely changed. But, looking into Yang Qi's deep eyes, she suddenly realized. None of this seems to matter anymore. As long as he's there. That's fine. She nodded slightly. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes. Right now, only Yang Qi's shadow was reflected in the water. The two opened the car door almost simultaneously. The scissor doors slowly rose. It's like a rock spreading its wings. They were the first to take that step. It was a pair of long, beautiful legs encased in flesh-colored stockings. Immediately afterwards, She has a slender waist and a full chest. And that stunningly beautiful face that could make countless boys dream of her. Hiss. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. It's Lin Qingxue, the most beautiful girl in the finance department. The vice president of the student union. My God, it's her? She always seems so aloof, never even acknowledging Chairman Zhao. Turns out she's been kept by someone all along? TSK, you can know a person's face but not their heart. With luxury cars worth millions picking him up and dropping him off, how rich must this patron be? Probably a bald old man? The discussion instantly took a turn for the worse. Envy, jealousy, and hatred, mixed with malicious speculation. They surged toward Lin Qingxue like a tide. Lin Qingxue stood beside the car, listening to those harsh, idle gossips. His face was slightly pale. He instinctively clenched the hem of his clothes. Just then, the driver's side door is fully open. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qi's tall and straight figure appeared in everyone's sight. There was no baldness as I had imagined. I don't have the beer belly I expected. It wasn't as greasy as I had imagined. Young. Handsome. Sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. A sinister smirk played on his lips. That powerful aura that emanates from within. It instantly silenced all the noise in the room. The entire room fell silent. A few seconds later, an even more intense discussion erupted. Holy crap? That's Yang Qi? Yang Qi, the junior who almost got expelled? How could it be him? Isn't he a poor wretch? I heard he even paid for his tuition with student loans. How could anyone possibly afford a Ferrari? Everyone was stunned. This world is so magical. A notorious troublemaker and poor student throughout the school. In a flash, he transformed. Driving a luxury car, flaunting a cool and aloof beauty through the city? This script is wrong. Just then, a girl suddenly emerged from the crowd. She was dressed in designer clothes and carrying several shopping bags. Her face was covered in exquisite makeup. But those slanted eyes revealed a sharp and sarcastic tone. Her name is Zhao Yiting, Lin Qingxue's roommate. She is also the roommate and best friend of Yang Qi's ex-girlfriend, Lin Wan. Lin Wan and Yang Qi broke up back then. I've heard her whispering in my ear and stirring things up quite a bit. Now, to everyone's surprise, it was Yang Qi who got out of the driver's seat. Zhao Yiting was taken aback at first. Then it was as if they had discovered some huge joke. He let out a sneer. Yo! Who do we have here? Isn't this our celebrity Yang Qi? She swayed her hips as she walked forward. He glanced back and forth between Ferrari and Yang Qi with disdain. The sound was sharp, as if afraid that the people around them wouldn't hear them. What's wrong? I can't find a job. You went to work as someone's driver? TSK. Is this outfit rented? You've really gone to great lengths to pick up girls. That's true, though. After all, he was the one who was dumped by Wan. It's normal for someone who's been provoked to become psychologically disturbed and want to show off. Zhao Yiting crossed her arms over her chest. He had an expression that said he knew everything. She absolutely did not believe that Yang Qi could afford this car. Just a few days ago, Lin Wan was still complaining in the dormitory about how poor Yang Qi was, saying he couldn't even afford a decent bag as a gift. How could we not see each other for several days? So you're driving a Ferrari now? The only explanation is trying to save face when you're not. Rent a car to show off. Or perhaps he'd be a driver for some rich kid, secretly driving the car around to show off. I'm talking about the most beautiful girl in the forestry department. Zhao Yiting turned to look at Lin Qingxue. His tone was full of sarcasm and schadenfreude. You really are something. You always act so aloof. So your judgment is really that bad? Coming back in a chauffeur's car, does she really think she's some kind of rich socialite? Luckily, Wan dumped him back then. Otherwise, she'd be the one embarrassed now. Ha ha ha. Some of the girls nearby heard this. They all covered their mouths and chuckled. His eyes were full of disdain. Oh, he's a driver. That makes sense. I am so surprised. I thought this poor loser had really turned his life around. Lin Xingxue was so angry that she trembled all over. She was about to speak in rebuttal. But I felt a warm, large hand. He gently put his arm around her shoulder. That familiar, reassuring scent. They surrounded her instantly. Yang Qi pulled her into his arms. He didn't even glance at Zhao Yuting. It's like looking at a wisp of air. His gaze. It merely swept lightly across the top of Zhao Yuting's head. Eye of exploration, activate. Name, Zhao Yuting. Age, 21. Appearance, 78 after makeup. Body size, 75, slightly chubby, with a small belly. Occupation, third-year university student part-time escort. Number of charging cycles, 328. Current state, jealousy, schadenfreude, menstruation. Note, a regular at nightclubs, willing to sell anything for designer handbags. Just yesterday, I had sex with a bar promoter in the restroom and contracted mild genital warts. 328 times. Look at this number. The look of disgust in Yang Qi's eyes deepened. They even subconsciously held their breath. Some corners of this school. It really is a den of iniquity. What kind of look is that? He was being stared at by Yang Qi with a look that resembled that of someone looking at trash. Zhao Yuting felt a sudden pang of panic for no apparent reason. Enraged, he shouted. Did I hit the nail on the head? Feeling guilty? Move the car right now. If you damage it, I couldn't afford to pay for it even if I sold myself. You dare to speak to me? Yang Qi finally spoke. The voice was icy. There was no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. Get lost. You're sick, don't infect me. A very simple sentence. But it felt like a bucket of ice water. It was splashed directly onto Zhao Yuting's face. What did you say? Who's sick? You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. Zhao Yuting looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He instantly bristled. They were about to rush up and start a tantrum. Boom! Just then. A deep, loud rumble. It came from the direction of the school gate. That sound. It's not as high-pitched as a sports car. Yet it is full of power. It sounded like the low growl of heavy machinery. Everyone instinctively turned around to look. All that could be seen was a giant flatbed trailer. It is slowly driving into the campus avenue. The trailer was at least 10 meters long. A massive vehicle body. He seemed out of place in this cramped campus. But that's not the point. The key point is, on the flatbed of the trailer, a car was lying there quietly. A dark green car. It exudes an aura of nobility. Bentley Continental GT. Under the sunlight. Those crystal-like headlights. The car's smooth and elegant lines. That iconic B sign. All of this demonstrates its breathtakingly noble lineage. Holy crap! A Bentley Continental GT. That's a luxury car worth millions. What's going on at our school today? Is it a luxury car show? Why did this tow truck just drive in? The crowd erupted in cheers once again. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sudden appearance of the giant beast. Even Zhao Yuting, who was about to throw a tantrum, was stunned. He stared blankly at the Bentley. A greedy glint gleamed in his eyes. This car. It looks even more upscale than that Ferrari. If only I could sit on it. The trailer slowly came to a stop behind the Ferrari. A tremendous braking sound. The vibrations were so intense they made my eardrums ache. The car door opened. 2 staff members wearing 4S store uniforms. I jogged over. His face wore a respectful smile that bordered on humility. They completely ignored everyone around them. He went straight up to Yang Qi. Then, bow at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Yang. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. This is your Bentley Continental GT. We have done a full car wash and ceramic coating as you requested. Please check. This scene. It was like a heavy hammer blow. It struck hard in the hearts of everyone present. Especially Zhao Yuting. He froze completely. His mouth was wide open. It's big enough to fit 2 eggs. Mr. Yang. This car, is it his too? Not the driver? It wasn't rented? How is this possible? Yang Qi simply nodded. No need to test. After saying that, he turned his head. He looked at Lin Qingxue, who was also in a state of shock, in his arms. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He revealed a doting smile. Go. Sign the document. Lin Qingxue was stunned for a moment. Some didn't react in time. Sign? What should I sign? Put the car away. Yang Qi said matter-of-factly. It's yours. From now on, this car will be your mode of transportation. Boom. This sentence. It was even more explosive than the Ferrari's engine sound just now. It was even more shocking than the appearance of a Bentley. I gave it to you? A Bentley Continental GT worth millions. You just give it away like that? Is this some kind of business buying cabbage? The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have stopped. Everyone suspected there was something wrong with their ears. Lin Qingxue felt her mind go completely blank. Give it to me? She asked, stammering. Their voices were trembling. I don't like owing people favors. Yang Qi shrugged casually. You helped me with so much research at the 4S store just now. This is the labor fee. Labor fees? What kind of insane service fee is this? Are you still hiring? I can use that as a reference too. I could use that as a reference all day. The eyes of countless girls present instantly turned red. That was naked jealousy. He wished he could kick Lin Qingxue away right now. He took his place. Mr. Yang, the contract is here. That very perceptive staff member. He immediately picked up the folder. He respectfully handed it to Lin Qingxue. Miss Lin. Please sign. Lin Qingxue's hands trembled. He took the heavy pen. It feels like a dream. She subconsciously looked at Yang Qi. What I saw. But those were eyes filled with encouragement and domineering power. Then, she was under the gaze of countless pairs of envious eyes. On that car purchase contract, he signed his name. That moment, she felt her very soul trembling. Mr. Yang, we'll be going now. Have a pleasant driving experience. The staff completed the formalities. They carefully unloaded the Bentley from the car. He handed the key to Lin Qingxue. Then they respectfully withdrew. Only that dark green beast remained. It lay quietly by the roadside. They were being worshipped by the crowd. Lin. Senior Lin. A girl who met Lin Qingxue in a crowd. He mustered his courage and asked. His voice was dry. This car, is it really a gift for you? Lin Qingxue gripped the heavy car key tightly. My palms were covered in sweat. She glanced at Zhao Yating, who was pale and swaying precariously. She glanced again at the classmates around her who had once gossiped about her behind her back. Take a deep breath. A calm and confident smile appeared on his face. Yes. She held up the key in her hand. It swayed in the sunlight. This is my dear family member. A small gift for me. After saying that, she stood on tiptoe. In front of hundreds of people. On Yang Qi's cheek. He gave me a big kiss. Thank you, honey. That moment. The system notification sound in Yang Qi's mind. A frenzy erupted. Ding. Lin Qingxue's favorability has exceeded 90. On the other side, Zhao Yating felt as if all the bones in her body had been removed. He collapsed onto the ground with a thud. The designer handbag in her hand rolled to the side. It was covered in dust. Just like her feelings right now. In a sorry state. She looked at the man she had once regarded as trash, ridiculed, and trampled underfoot. Right now. Yet they remained aloof and superior. Radiant with light. And her. Like a real clown. They are putting on a terrible farce. Lin Wan. She murmured to herself. His eyes were filled with despair and regret. You idiot. What did you miss? Chapter 32 The Sensation in the Boys' Dormitory. As the sun sets, the afterglow is like blood. The asphalt road surface of Jiangcheng University was stained dark red. Zhao Yiting remained slumped on the ground. The crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle had dispersed, leaving only a few figures pointing and whispering. She awkwardly grabbed the Louis Vuitton handbag from the ground. That was the counterfeit she obtained after sleeping with a 40-year-old man for a whole month. At this moment, it was covered in dust. Just like her pitiful self-esteem, she was utterly humiliated. Yang Qi. She uttered the name through gritted teeth. The fingernails dug deep into the faux leather of the handbag, making a teeth-grinding scraping sound. Do you hate it? Of course I hate it. He wanted nothing more than to rush up and tear Yang Qi's cold, stern face apart. But more than hatred, what filled her heart at this moment was a twisted fear and jealousy. That poor boy who was once trampled underfoot and mocked by them. Now they're standing on the clouds. Ferrari SF90. Bentley Continental GT. These two cars together are enough to buy half a street in her hometown, a small, third-tier county. Why should I? Zhao Yiting's eyes were red and swollen, and tears mixed with her smudged eyeliner, leaving black marks on her face. Why is that bitch Lin Qingxue so lucky? Why should she be the one getting the better deal? With trembling hands, she pulled her phone out of her bag. On the screen is a WeChat voice message sent by Lin Wan 10 minutes ago. That was her best friend. She was also Yang Qi's ex-girlfriend. He was also the instigator of all this joke. Zhao Yiting opened the voice message. From the speaker came Lin Wan's sweet, boastful voice. Ting Ting. What are you doing? Look, look. My boyfriend just bought a new car. A BMW X1. The top-of-the-line model. It costs over 300,000 yuan to land. Impressive, right? My darling said she's taking me to Japanese food tonight, why don't you come along? I'll show you what a real quality man is. Oh, I have to thank that poor bastard Yang Qi. If I hadn't dumped him, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet my current boyfriend. The end of the audio recording. It was a string of triumphant, silvery laughter. If it was half an hour ago, Zhao Yiting might chime in with a few words, and perhaps offer a sarcastic compliment. After all, it was during our student days. Being able to afford a BMW X1 certainly qualifies one as a high-quality man. But now, listen to that grating laughter. Looking at the car logo photo with blue sky and white clouds on the screen, Zhao Yiting felt utterly ironic. A BMW X1 for 300,000? Compared to Yang Qi's Ferrari worth over 10 million, they couldn't even afford a wheel rim. A truly high-quality man? Lin Wan, oh Lin Wan. What you've thrown away isn't a sesame seed. What you lost was an entire mountain of gold. An unprecedented sense of vengeful pleasure suddenly rose from the bottom of Zhao Yiting's heart. That's the dark psychology unique to plastic best friends. Since I'm already in such a miserable state. Since I've become the laughingstock of the whole school. Then how come you, the person involved, can remain in the dark and be complacent? Why are you still showing off your beat-up BMW? It will be painful. Let's all suffer together. You'll regret it. You'll regret it to the core. A glint of malice flashed in Zhao Yiting's slightly swollen, upturned eyes. She did not reply to Lin Wan directly. They didn't call directly to question or inform them. That would be too blunt. That would make it seem like she's trying to sow discord. That's what she wants. It was meant for Lin Wan to discover it herself. It was when Lin Wan was at her most triumphant and arrogant that he slapped her hard across the face. The despair of falling from the clouds into the mud is the most devastating. Zhao Yiting opened the campus forum. Right now. The forum's homepage has been in an uproar for a long time. The pinned post prominently featured a high-resolution image of the Ferrari and Bentley together. The headline was even more sensational. Breaking news. A poor finance major's heroic rise to super-rich status. Ferraris and Bentleys rumble the streets, and the campus belle, Lin Qingxue, publicly kisses him. In the photo, Yang Qi stood with one hand in his pocket, his expression cold and stern. Lin Qingxue tiptoed and kissed his cheek with a blissful expression. The background features those two top-of-the-line luxury cars that drive countless people crazy. The visuals are beautiful and stunning. It looks like a still from an idol drama. Zhao Yiting gave a cold laugh. The fingers moved rapidly. Click to share. Select recipient Lin Wan. But she stopped a second before pressing the send button. No. Sending it directly to her would make the intention too obvious. Zhao Yiting thought for a moment. She opened her WeChat Moments. I saved that photo and posted it on my WeChat Moments. The caption is: I never expected some people to be so good at hiding their true intentions. Some of them are probably kicking themselves now, right? Eating popcorn emoji. And she specifically set it to be visible only to certain groups. Everyone was blocked. Visible only to Lin Wan. After doing all this, Zhao Yiting stared at her phone screen, a cruel smile curving her lips. Lin Wan. Don't blame your sisters for being disloyal. You're blind. This good show has only just begun. At the same time, on the main road of Jiangcheng University, that red Ferrari SF90 Straydale was like a beast that had just awakened. They sped towards the boys' dormitory building in the West District. Yang Qi did not stop for a moment despite the commotion just now. For him, since Lin Qingshua's favorability rating has already exceeded 90, she's practically mine. Boom! The roar of the V8 twin turbocharged engine echoed through the narrow campus roads. This kind of sound wave, unlike the loud noise of ordinary modified cars, it is deep and resonant. It carried a suffocating sense of oppression. That is the jewel in the crown of industrial civilization. It's the sound of money burning. Yang Qi gripped the carbon fiber steering wheel with one hand, feeling the vibrations from the beast behind me. Adrenaline was surging slightly in the blood vessels. Is this what it feels like to be rich? Really? Not bad. The scenery outside the car window rushed past. Students on both sides of the road, whether they are rushing to class or sweating it out on the playground. The instant I heard that sound, they all seemed to be frozen in place. They all turned their heads in unison. My gaze followed the red afterimage. His eyes were filled with shock and envy. West Campus Dormitory Building. This is the worst and most chaotic area of Jiangcheng University. The room was mostly occupied by seasoned juniors and seniors. There are also impoverished students like Yang Qi, who come from average income families. Cigarette butts were scattered all over the ground. A balcony filled with all sorts of underwear and socks. The air was filled with the smell of instant noodles mixed with sweat. Here, it's a gathering place for losers. It's the place where dreams are cheapest. However, today, a red behemoth from high society, they barged into this gray territory with impunity. Holy crap! What was that sound? An earthquake? It sounds like a sports car. In a dormitory room, several shirtless boys playing video games were startled by the roaring sound outside the window. Before they could even react, a commotion had already broken out downstairs. Look! A Ferrari! Holy crap! A live Ferrari! How did this car end up in our rundown dorm? The entire West Campus dormitory building instantly erupted in excitement. Countless heads poked their heads out from the balcony. Densely packed. It's like a can of sardines being suddenly opened. That red SF90. Slow down gradually. The chassis lifting system is activated. I carefully stepped over the bumpy speed bumps in front of the dormitory building. Final. This supercar. It came to a steady stop at the entrance of Building 4. It was parked right in the middle of a bunch of shared bikes lying haphazardly and a few dusty electric bikes. This strong visual contrast, it made everyone feel dizzy. It's like throwing a dazzling diamond into a pile of scrap metal. Whose car is this? There are rich kids like this hiding in our dilapidated building? They're not here to look for someone, are they? This car looks like the latest SF90, right? It must cost several million. Millions? You couldn't even afford to pay for a car wheel if you sold yourself. More and more boys gathered downstairs. Some were wearing slippers, while others were carrying food bowls. Their eyes were wide open, like copper bells. They stood about 3 meters away from the car. This created a vacuum zone. No one dared to get too close. They were terrified that if they accidentally scratched off a piece of paint, they would have to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Just then, A boy wearing Adidas sportswear squeezed out from the crowd. He was twirling a BMW car key in his hand. That's the key to a BMW 3 Series. His name is Wang Kai. He's the well-known rich kid in this building. He often revved the engine of his BMW 320 downstairs to show off, enjoying the envious glances of the losers. Today, he was just about to go downstairs to show off his newly upgraded M Sport package. As a result, they were stunned by the sudden appearance of the Ferrari. Looking at that streamlined body. Look at that exaggerated aerodynamic kit. Then I looked at the BMW key in my hand, which had suddenly become very hot. Wang Kai's face. It instantly turned a liver color. Who is this? He muttered something sourly, trying to regain some face in front of those around them. So flashy, aren't you afraid the security department will confiscate it if you drive it into the school? Besides, with such a low chassis, aren't you worried about damaging it on the terrible roads around our school? Several boys who usually hang out with him. He quickly echoed. That's right, that's right. Kai is right. This car looks good, but it's not practical. Nothing handles as well as Kai GE's BMW. Although that's what they say. But the look in these people's eyes. But it honestly stuck to that Ferrari and couldn't be moved at all. That kind of longing. That kind of jealousy. It was almost overflowing from my eyes. Just as Wang Kai was trying to use language to belittle this amazing car in order to cover up his inner inferiority complex. Click. The sound of the car door unlocking. Crisp and pleasant to the ear. Immediately afterwards. That iconic scissor door. It slowly rises upwards. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath. He stared intently at the driver's seat. I want to see them all. Who on earth is this god-like being who can afford such a high-class car? One foot landed first. Immediately afterwards. It was a pair of faded jeans. Going further up. It was an ordinary white t-shirt. Yang Qi crawled out of the car. He stood up straight. He closed the car door behind him. His movements were graceful and effortless. It's like closing the door of a taxi. He looked up. His gaze swept indifferently over the gaping mouths around him. At last, their gazes fell on Wang Kai, who was staring blankly at the BMW keys. Yang Qi? In the crowd. I don't know who shouted it first. His voice was filled with a terrifying sense of seeing a ghost. Holy crap? It really is Yang Qi? Yang Qi, that junior, that guy who almost got expelled? My God. I'm not seeing things, am I? Wasn't he so poor that he couldn't even afford tuition? This car is his? Boom. The entire area downstairs in the dormitory building. It completely exploded. This is so shocking. It was even more intense than what happened downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Because of the people here. They all know Yang Qi too well. They had seen Yang Qi eat at the cheapest canteen window. I've seen Yang Qi wearing cheap clothes from street vendors to his part-time job. I witnessed Yang Qi's dejected state after being dumped by Lin Wan. In their eyes, Yang Qi was one of them. They were even worse off than them. But now, this former kind. But they drive Ferraris, things they never even dared to dream of. They descended upon them. This huge difference. It's enough to destroy a person's worldview. Yang Qi? The BMW keys in Wang Kai's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. His eyes widened. I stared in disbelief at the familiar yet unfamiliar classmate in front of me. This car is yours? He stammered as he asked. His voice was as dry as a salted fish that had been exposed to the sun in the desert for 3 days. Yang Qi did not answer. She couldn't even be bothered to look at him. He simply pressed the lock button on the car key. Beep beep. The Ferrari's headlights flashed twice. Like a dragon winking. That answers all the questions. Yang Qi took a step forward. I walked towards the dormitory building entrance. The crowd automatically parted to make way. Those who usually ignored Yang Qi or even looked down on him. At that moment, they all lowered their heads. His face wore a smile of awe and obsequiousness. Some people even subconsciously bent over. That's the power of money. This is a crushing defeat due to superior strength. When Yang Qi passed by Wang Kai, his steps paused slightly. Turn your head to the side. Those deep, dark eyes. It's as if it can see through all pretenses. The eye of exploration. Name, Wang Kai. Age, 21. Appearance, 68. Body size, 65 puffy. Occupation, junior college student parent dependent. Current state, extreme shock, jealousy, inferiority complex, and collapse of faith. Note, my family's BMW 320 was bought on installments, and I have to ask my parents for money every month to pay the loan. To appear wealthy at school, I actually have to carefully budget even for gas. Look at this line of data. A playful smile curves Yang Qi's lips. Really? This kind of person just tries to show off by staying at home. He's just a good-for-nothing who's all bark and no bite. I lost my key. Yang Qi offered a casual reminder. The sound wasn't loud. Yet it stood out remarkably clearly amidst the deathly silence of the crowd. Ha! Oh! Oh! Wang Kai suddenly realized what was happening. He hurriedly bent down to pick up the keys from the ground. Because I was too flustered, I almost fell headfirst to the ground. That's how it is. They were in an extremely sorry state. Where is even a trace of the brother Kai demeanor that was just now, giving orders and pontificating? Yang Qi chuckled softly. I'll ignore this clown. Hands in pockets. Under the watchful eyes of a crowd, I walked through the gate of that dilapidated dormitory building. All that remains is a silhouette that commands respect. Along with that red Ferrari. It became the West Campus dormitory building tonight. Even in the hearts of all male students at Zhengzheng University. A myth that can never be erased. And in the shadows not far from him, a thin boy wearing black-rimmed glasses. He was staring intently at Yang Qi's back. He was clutching his phone tightly in his hand. On the screen, it is a chat interface called Red Hacker Alliance. His name is Su Mahua. That top hacker with a brilliant mind. Target, Su Mahua. Appearance, 96. Body, 93. Number of charges, 0. Affection level, 15. Extremely curious. Yang Qi. Su Mo pushed up her glasses. His eyes gleamed with the excitement of discovering a new continent. A master of internal martial arts. Top-tier supercars. Mysterious background. How many secrets are you still hiding? If I don't peel back your skin and take a look, I, Su Mahua, swear I will never be a human being. Her slender fingers danced rapidly across the screen. One line of code. It was quietly implanted into the school's surveillance system. Chapter 33, Social Event with Dance Students? The sun completely sank below the horizon. Night fell like a giant black curtain, enveloping Zhengzheng University. The commotion outside the West Campus boys' dormitory gradually subsided, leaving only that breathtaking Ferrari red, gleaming with a cold, eerie light under the streetlights. In the shadows on the side of the dormitory building, Su Mo pushed up the thick black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose. She sat cross-legged on an abandoned stone step, with a tiny computer, no bigger than the palm of her hand, on her lap. The screen's soft blue light reflected off her delicate, porcelain doll-like face. The initial shock was gone. At this moment, her expression was frighteningly focused. 10 slender fingers danced across the keyboard, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. Yang Qi. She murmured softly, her voice cool and clear. With the last enter key pressed, countless lines of green code scrolled across the screen like a waterfall. Drop. A soft sound. All firewalls collapsed instantly. An extremely detailed personal file was laid bare before Su Mahua's eyes. Name, Yang Qi. Place of origin, H County, Jiangxi Province. Family members, Father Yang Guozhu, deceased, Mother Li Shufan. Su Mahua's bright, intelligent eyes quickly scanned the information on the screen. The more she looked, the more her brows furrowed. How is that possible? The records show. Yang Qi was just an ordinary student, nothing special. You could even call it poverty. Yang Guozhu, the father, was originally a truck driver in the county town. 2 months ago, Yang Qi died in a serious car accident when he was a junior in college. Not only did they leave no inheritance, but the family's savings were also depleted due to compensation issues. Mother Li Shufan, a longtime employee of an obscure real estate agency in a county town. Just last month, I completed my retirement procedures. My monthly pension is a paltry 2,100 yuan. This kind of family background. Su Mahua bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with confusion. He struggles to even pay his tuition, so where would he get the money to buy a Ferrari worth millions? There's even a Bentley? This huge contrast is completely illogical. The fingers flew across the paper again. This time, she directly hacked into the underlying data flow of the banking system. As one of the top 10 experts in the Red Hacker Alliance, this level of firewall is practically useless to her. Tracking the flow of funds. Analyzing account source. The progress bar on the screen loaded rapidly. However, the next second, Su Mahua was stunned. The result that popped up on the screen sent a chill down her spine, even though she was a top hacker. Source of funds, offshore trust fund legal tax paid. Specific path, untraceable. Encryption level, SSS exceeds current system privileges. Untraceable? Su Mahua gasped. How is that possible? There is no data on the internet that Su Mahua cannot find. But this money. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air in Yang Qi's account. Clean and tidy. There were no irregularities, and even every penny of tax was paid clearly. It's so perfect, like a work of art. That's interesting. Su Mo closed the miniature computer and slowly stood up. The night breeze ruffled her slightly disheveled hair. She turned her head and looked at the 404 window in Building 4, which was lit up. His eyes shone with an unprecedented light. That's the excitement a hunter feels when he finds a rare and exceptional prey. Coming from an ordinary family, yet possessing an inexplicable amount of wealth. The mysterious internal martial arts techniques. There are also fund encryption methods that even I can't crack. Yang Qi. Who exactly are you? At the same time. Room 404, West Campus Dormitory Building. The motion sensor lights in the corridor flickered on and off. The air was filled with a mixture of old dust and damp, musty smells. Yang Qi walked calmly on the slightly sticky cement floor. The commotion downstairs seemed to have nothing to do with him. He reached out and pushed open the peeling wooden door to the dormitory. Squeak. The door hinges emitted a harsh, screeching sound. Inside the house. A strong aroma of braised beef noodles wafted over, mixed with a hint of the hormonal scent unique to male dormitories. The once noisy dormitory fell into a brief silence the moment Yang Qi pushed open the door. The gazes of the three roommates. They were all nailed to Yang Qi. It's like watching an alien who has just landed on Earth. The first to react was Fatty Wang, who was sitting near the door. His name is Wang Dahai. He weighs 180 pounds and is 1.7 meters tall. At that moment, he was holding a half-eaten chicken leg in his hand, his mouth wide open, the piece of meat still inside, and he had forgotten to chew it. Holy crap! Fatty Wang swallowed the chicken in one gulp and almost choked to death. He tumbled and sprang up from the chair, his fat body trembling. Godfather! A mournful yet heartfelt cry echoed throughout 404. Fatty Wang rushed over and tried to hug Yang Qi's leg. Brother Qi! No! Godfather! Is that Ferrari downstairs really yours? The forum just exploded. I was completely stunned. Yang Qi stepped to the side, deftly avoiding Fatty Wang's greasy hug. He walked to his bed and casually tossed the Ferrari keys onto the table. Clatter. The soft sound was particularly crisp in the quiet dormitory. That's mine. Yang Qi spoke in a calm tone, as if to say that the pack of tissues was his. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the dormitory. Zhang Zhao, who was sitting inside playing on his computer, adjusted his thick-rimmed glasses. He was the IT guy in the dorm, and he was usually the most calm and collected. But at this moment, his hands trembled slightly as he looked at the red car key. Screwdriver no, Brother Yang. Zhang Zhao swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. I just saw a post by Su Mahua on the forum, saying that car is worth over 10 million? This is too fantastical. We were just discussing how to chip in for a barbecue a few days ago, and now you. Yang Qi pulled out a chair and sat down. There wasn't much explanation. The existence of the system was destined to be a secret only to him. I was lucky enough to make some investments. He gave a perfunctory reply. Just then, Li Qing, who had been sitting on the balcony with a video call on her phone, suddenly shouted, "Sis! She's back! Alive! Right next to me!" Li Qing was a sports student. He was tall and robust with dark skin. He was excited and rushed towards Yang Qi with his phone in hand. "Screwdriver! Quick, quick, quick! Help! My sister insists on seeing you. She said she saw your picture on the forum and absolutely refused to believe you were my roommate." Yang Qi frowned slightly, instinctively wanting to refuse. He is no longer interested in this kind of meaningless socializing. But as his gaze swept over Li Qing's honest yet anxious face, he recalled how his roommates had helped him a lot when he was down on his luck in his previous life. The words of refusal reached his lips, but he swallowed them back. He looked up. His gaze fell on the screen of the phone Li Qing was holding up. On the screen, she has a pure and lovely face. She looked quite young, with her hair tied in a high ponytail and wearing a practice outfit, as if she had just finished a dance class. Even though it was in a video, you could still tell that her skin was fair and delicate. Especially her swan-like neck, long and elegant. She really is a dancer. Yang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. The eye of exploration is activated. A data stream that only he could see instantly covered the phone screen. Target, Li Shui, Li Qing's younger sister. Age, 19. Occupation, freshman, dance department, Jiangcheng Art Academy. Appearance, 91, pure and innocent school beauty level. Body, 93 years of dance training, excellent flexibility, perfect proportions. Number of charges, 0. Current favorability rating, 60 due to intense curiosity and admiration stemming from photos on the forum. Current state, excited and expectant. I heard there's a hidden super rich guy in my brother's dorm, and I want to take this opportunity to get to know him, improve his living conditions, and incidentally, satisfy my girlish vanity. Weakness, a typical brother complex person, completely powerless against strong individuals. I saw that column, number of charging times, 0. Yang Qi's expression softened slightly. In this materialistic age, it's still possible to maintain one's true self in the melting pot of an art academy. Li Qing's sister is quite a rare find. Wow! It really is Senior Yang. On the other end of the video call. When Li Shui saw Yang Qi appear in the camera's view, she let out a surprised scream. Her big eyes instantly curved into crescent moons, and 2 blushes rose on her cheeks. Brother! You didn't lie to me. It really is that handsome guy who drives the Ferrari. Li Qing chuckled, straightened his back, and looked proud. Nonsense! When have I ever lied to you? When Shizi came back just now, his aura was, wow. On the screen, Li Shui shyly adjusted her bangs. She leaned closer to the camera, blinked her big eyes, and said in a sweet, soft voice. Hello, Senior Yang Qi. I am Li Qing's younger sister, my name is Li Rui. I've heard so much about you. Yang Qi nodded slightly to the camera, polite yet aloof. Hello. Just 2 simple words. This only made Li Rui on the other end of the video call even more excited. Is this the persona of a cold and aloof tycoon? So cool. They're a million times better than those sycophants who only fawn over them. Senior Yang. Li Rui bit her lip, seemingly gathering her courage. My roommates and I were just talking about you. I heard you're in my brother's dorm, and they all want to get to know you. Speaking of which. Li Rui's pretty face flushed slightly, and her voice became a few decibels lower. This weekend, our dorm wants to have a get-together with your dorm. Let's have a meal together, sing karaoke or something. I wonder, would you do me the honor, senior? The words had barely left his mouth. Before Yang Qi could speak. Wang Pengzi, standing next to him, let out a loud howl, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. A social gathering? A social event for the dance department of an art college? Wang Pengzi's small eyes, squeezed into slits by his fat, suddenly burst forth with a light comparable to a searchlight. He grabbed Li Qing's arm, so excited he was incoherent. Shengzi. My brother. You're my brother. Say yes. Say yes now. The dance department. That's a place full of legs, no, full of beautiful women. I, Wang Dahai, have been single for 21 years. Whether I can find a partner depends on this. Zhang Zhao didn't say anything. But he silently put down the mouse and straightened his collar. A hint of longing also appeared in his eyes. After all, the dance department of Jiangchang Art Academy is a well-known hotbed of beautiful girls. Normally, these science and engineering guys don't even have a chance to talk to people. This is a great opportunity for us to socialize. It's all thanks to Yang Qi. Li Cheng also looked at Yang Qi with anticipation. After all, it was his sister who suggested it, and he wanted to give her face. He also knew that his roommates had indeed been suffering from drought for far too long. Shizi, look. Li Cheng scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. This is the first time my sister has ever taken the initiative to organize a gathering. And she said all her roommates were there, and they were all incredibly beautiful. All eyes were once again focused on Yang Qi. He awaits his trial. Yang Qi looked at his lively roommates and found it somewhat amusing. Previous life. During his most destitute period, he was humiliated by Lin Wan and ridiculed by the entire school. Only these few roommates consistently stood by his side. Fatty Wang even lent him his living expenses, which he had saved for half a year, in an emergency. This friendship. He kept it in mind. Now that I have the ability, why not broaden their horizons and create some opportunities for these single guys? Not to mention, looking at Li Rui on the screen, who has a face value of 91 and a body ratio of 93. Yang Qi's lips curled up slightly. The best stuff came to my door. There's no reason to push it away. Since it was Sister Li Qing who invited us. Yang Qi leaned back in his chair, his long, slender fingers tapping lightly on the table. His tone was languid, yet carried an undeniable confidence. Then let's go. You decide on the location. I'll pay. The simple 3 words, I'll pay. To Fatty Wang, it was even more beautiful than Beethoven's symphonies. Godfather. Long live Brother Qi. Another wolf howl erupted in the dormitory. On the other end of the video, Li Rui excitedly waved her little fist when she heard Yang Qi agree. Very good. Then, Senior Yang, it's settled. See you Saturday night. Hang up the video call. Li Qing put away her phone and patted Yang Qi on the shoulder with a grateful expression. Thanks, Qi Zi. You've made my sister proud. Yang Qi waved his hand, not caring. Chapter 34 Information about Su Qingyue. Jiangchang Art College, Girls' Dormitory Building, Room 306. The moment the video call ended, the dormitory, which had been relatively reserved, suddenly erupted into chaos, as if hit by a depth charge. The air was filled with the sense of expensive perfumes and the unique fragrance of skincare products worn by young girls. Ah! Rui. Pinch me. A hot girl wearing a silk camisole nightgown pounced on Li Rui. Her name is Zhao Xiaoxiao, a social butterfly in the dance department, and she usually has ridiculously high standards. At this moment, however, she acted like a naive and inexperienced fangirl, clinging tightly to Li Rui's shoulders and shaking her wildly. That's Yang Qi? That's the Yang Qi from the forum? Oh my god. I thought it was just a photoshopped picture that everyone was spreading, but it's actually real. And he's your own brother's roommate? Li Rui was so dizzy from being shaken that she finally managed to break free. As she straightened her disheveled collar, she smiled helplessly. Xiao, calm down, I was startled too, okay? Who would have thought that my brother, that blockhead who only knows how to play video games all day, actually has such a great talent hidden inside? Another girl who was wearing a face mask suddenly ripped it off, revealing a delicate oval face. She is Chun Yuan, the dormitory head. Although her name sounds round, she is known for being shrewd and calculating. This isn't just a giant Buddha statue, it's a golden Arhat statue. Chun Yuan tossed the face mask aside, her eyes gleaming with a wolf-like green light. Sisters, did you guys look closely at the background in the video just now? Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, I saw the car key. Ferrari. It's definitely a Ferrari. And I heard from that rich kid from the broadcasting department next door that Yang Qi's car is an SF-90 Straydale. A car that cost several million yuan to get on the road. Hiss. A chorus of inhalations filled the dormitory. A car worth several million. For students like them who are still struggling to afford cosmetics costing thousands of dollars, this is an astronomical figure. Not to mention the Bentley Continental GT that was supposedly given away as a gift. These don't look like students. This is practically a walking RMB printing press. Zhao Xiaoxiao jumped out of bed and rushed barefoot to her wardrobe. No. Saturday. Saturday is the decisive moment. Sisters, don't just stand there. What is this? It's like God is feeding us. If we can just exchange a few words with this young Master Yang, or even just become acquainted with him, our future prospects will be several times brighter. She flung open the wardrobe door, looked at the dazzling array of clothes inside, and suddenly gave a look of disgust. This one won't do, it's too plain, it makes me look like a country girl. This one won't do either, it's too revealing, it looks like something you'd wear to a nightclub, and the rich people will look down on you. I have no clothes to wear. Am I supposed to streak on Saturday? Zhao Xiaoxiao frantically scratched her hair. Chen Yuan was relatively calm, but her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her inner excitement. She walked to the mirror, carefully examined her face, and said thoughtfully, Xiaoxiao is right. We absolutely cannot let our guard down this time. We're from the dance department of an art academy, our looks and figures are our trademarks. If we lose to those ordinary, mediocre girls, how will we ever be able to face people in Zhangcheng again? I heard that young Master Yang even managed to win over an ice queen like Lin Xingxue. His standards must be incredibly high. At this point, Chen Yuan turned her head and stared intently at Li Rui. Rui, you deserve the most credit this time. You're the matchmaker, being in a good position gives you an advantage. However, our dorm emphasizes resource sharing, so on Saturday, everyone must be on high alert. We must make young Master Yang understand what it means to be outmatched by a professional. Lin Meng, the aloof and reserved woman who had been sitting silently in the corner, also put down her book at this moment. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and said calmly, I've already booked a full-body spa treatment for Friday afternoon. Also, I've made an appointment with the makeup artist for Saturday morning. The women were shocked. Holy crap. Sister Meng, you acted so fast? A confident smile curved Lin Meng's lips. Opportunity is only for those who are prepared. I heard that this young Master Yang is not only rich, but also handsome. Because such a rare breed is scarce, the competition for him will be extremely fierce. If you don't work hard, you won't even get a taste of the soup. In a short time, a strange yet frenzied atmosphere descended upon dormitory 306. Everyone started rummaging through drawers and cabinets. Some people are trying on clothes, while others are looking up makeup tutorials. Some people have even started searching online for bizarre strategies like how to inadvertently attract the attention of a super rich person. At the same time, Zhangcheng University, West Campus Male Dormitory, Room 404. The atmosphere was equally fervent, but the direction was completely different. It's full of anxiety and absurdity stemming from an excess of male hormones. No. This is too tight. Wang Dahai stood in front of that broken mirror, which was no bigger than the palm of his hand, and desperately sucked in his stomach. He was wearing a black suit that looked like it had been pulled out from the bottom of some trunk. The suit was clearly bought when he was in high school. He was only 150 at that time. My current weight of 180 pounds has stretched this suit into a tight-fitting garment. Especially the belly area. That poor button was on the verge of collapse, emitting a mournful creak sound. It seemed as if it could be launched like a bullet at any moment, piercing Zhang Zhao's head on the other side. Fatty, please take it off, I'm begging you. Zhang Zhao sat in the chair, covering his forehead in terror. I feel like those buttons of yours are going to kill me any second now. And dressed like that, you don't look like you're going to a social event, you look like you're going to sell insurance, and the kind that's at the bottom of the sales list. Fatty Wang let out a sigh of relief with a look of despair, and his buttons popped open instantly, revealing a large expanse of white belly. Then what am I supposed to wear? That's a girl from the dance department. They all have swan necks, long legs, and walk with an air of confidence. I can't exactly go wearing just my shorts, can I? Fatty Wang let out a wail and plopped down on the bed, the whole bed groaning under the weight. I don't want to embarrass my godfather. What if those girls see how handsome brother Yang is and then look at us ugly ducklings and think he's the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office? Although Zhang Zhao complained about the fat man, he wasn't much better himself. He was frantically wiping his glasses. I wiped it over and over again. Then, in front of the computer screen, she kept adjusting her hairstyle. She tried to use those few sparse bangs to cover her receding hairline. I'm worried about it too. Zhang Zhao sighed, his tone wistful. I studied computer science, and I usually deal with code and motherboards. I'm afraid we'll have a generation gap if I chat with girls from the art department. What if someone talks to me about Bach and Beethoven, and I talk to them about C++ and Python? The scene was too beautiful for me to look at. Li Qing, on the other hand, remained calm. After all, it was his younger sister's dorm room, so he had some confidence. But he was also quietly searching through his most expensive pair of sneakers, trying to wipe off the mud. Yang Qi leaned against the bedside, toying with the red Ferrari key in his hand. Seeing my roommates looking like they were facing a formidable enemy, I couldn't help but chuckle. Before. He's the same way. To see the goddess, she would iron the borrowed suit 3 times and spend half an hour styling her hair. That humility and fawning are ingrained in their bones. But now, when your mindset changes, the world changes too. When you stand atop the mountain and look down upon all living beings, those goddesses who once made your palms sweat with nervousness are nothing more than painted skeletons. All right. Yang Qi spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but it instantly quelled the restlessness in the dormitory. Stop making a fuss. It's just a meal, not a talent show. He stood up and casually straightened his simple white t-shirt. Although it's just a cheap item sold at a street stall for a few dozen yuan. But her perfectly enhanced figure made this t-shirt look like a high-end couture piece. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, and subtly defined muscles. That kind of confidence and composure that radiates from within is a man's greatest luxury. Fatty, take off that insurance salesman uniform. Just wear your usual hoodie. Yang Qi glanced at Fatty Wang. Remember this sentence. Confidence is the greatest asset. I'll drive you there this weekend. With me around, who would dare look down on you? Upon hearing this, Fatty Wang was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Godfather. It has to be you again. With your words, I feel much more at ease. Wang Dehai quickly took off his tight-fitting suit and put on a loose sweatshirt, instantly coming back to life. Let's go. Let's go eat. To celebrate Brother Yang getting a luxury car, and to celebrate our upcoming battle to find love. This meal tonight is a must. Just as Fatty Wang was about to generously say it's my treat, he patted his empty pockets and changed the subject. We have to give Brother Yang a good beating. Everyone laughed. The anxious atmosphere in the dormitory was swept away. Yang Qi smiled and shook his head. Let's go to the back street. Order whatever you want. The 4 of them, arms around each other's shoulders, walked out of the musty-smelling 404 dormitory room. Thursday evening. People come and go on campus. Yang Qi's appearance inevitably caused a stir. After all, the shock of the Ferrari parade that afternoon was still lingering. Students passing by, whether male or female, would unconsciously glance at Yang Qi. Envy, jealousy, curiosity, amazement. Various gazes intertwined. Yang Qi ignored it and walked ahead calmly. Just then, my phone suddenly vibrated in my pocket. Buzz. Yang Qi paused slightly and took out his phone. The screen lights up. It's a WeChat message. Note, Su Qingyue. Upon seeing these 3 words, Yang Qi's gaze sharpened slightly. Su Qingyue. Yang Qi Dian opened the message. Su Qingyue, sorry to bother you. Su Qingyue, have you had dinner? Chapter 35 The Beautiful Restaurant Owner. Looking at these 2 lines of carefully written text, Yang Qi could even imagine what that aloof school beauty looked like at this moment. She's probably hiding in some quiet corner, clutching her phone tightly in her hand. That pretty face that drove all the boys in the school crazy might have carried a hint of struggle, a touch of shyness, and a sense of self-awareness and unease about being a golden canary. Su Qingyue. At Jiangnan University, this name represents something unattainable, like reaching the clouds. She was the newly crowned school beauty who caused a sensation as soon as she entered the school, and the white moonlight in the dreams of countless boys. Cold, aloof, and detached from worldly affairs. However, only Yang Qi knew how exquisitely beautiful this flower on a high mountain was after shedding its aloof exterior. That was a landscape that belonged only to him. These heavy shackles almost crushed this proud girl, until Yang Qi appeared. He not only solved her predicament, but also gradually won her heart and soul. The Su Qingyue of today is no longer the goddess who can only be admired from afar. She is his. She was a canary in the palm of his hand. Yang Qi's lips curled up slightly as his slender fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. There were no formalities, no insincere small talk. Only the most direct and aggressive rhetorical questions. Yang Qi, did you miss me? The message was sent successfully. Almost at the same second, the screen displayed the other party is typing. At the top. Clearly, she stayed glued to the chat box, not daring to look away for even a second. This is the byproduct of power and money absolute control. Yang Qi wasn't in a hurry, patiently watching the line the other party is typing flash intermittently. It's as if you can see Su Qingyue's adorable appearance at this moment, flustered and at a loss, her face flushed as she doesn't know how to reply. A full half-minute passed. The phone vibrated again. Su Qingyue, There is only one word. But for Su Qingyue, who had a cold and aloof personality, this one word had taken all her courage. If those sycophants at school who idolize her were to see this, their hearts would probably shatter into pieces. They couldn't even get a glance from Su Qingyue, but Yang Qi could make her let go of all her reserve and admit this shameful longing. Yang Qi's smile deepened. He was very satisfied with the answer. The feeling of gradually taming a cold and aloof school beauty is even more addictive than driving a Ferrari around town. Yang Qi, since you've decided to come, then come over. Yang Qi, I'm at that Sichuan-style restaurant on the back street. You have 20 minutes. After sending the message, Yang Qi locked the screen and put his phone back in his pocket. No need to wait for a reply. Because he knew she would come. Moreover, it will happen immediately, right away. Even if they have to run, they will appear in front of him within the specified time. This is the source of Yang Qi's current confidence. Brother Yang, let's go. Don't just stand there. Wang Punzi's voice came from the doorway, interrupting Yang Qi's thoughts. The guy had changed into a loose gray hoodie. Although his belly was still a bit protruding, it looked much better than the suit that made him look like a salesman. They're here. Yang Qi casually picked up the Ferrari keys from the table, put them in his pocket, and walked out with a nonchalant expression. Jiangda Backstreet. This is a paradise for college students' decadence, but also a place where the warmth of everyday life is most intense. The narrow streets are lined with all sorts of food stalls and hole-in-the-wall restaurants. The sizzling sound of the teppanyaki grill filled the air with the aroma of cumin from grilled gluten mixed with the fragrance of spicy hot pot. The cacophony of vendors' cries, the laughter of couples, and the clinking of beer bottles blend together to create a vibrant symphony of youth. Yang Qi and his group of 4 walked through the crowded flow of people. Although Yang Qi had changed into the most ordinary white t-shirt, his calm and composed demeanor still seemed out of place in this noisy environment. Especially after the luxury car incident that shocked the entire school that afternoon. Yang Qi's face is already highly recognizable at Zhejiang University. Look! Isn't that Yang Qi? Holy crap, it really is him. The ruthless guy who drove that Ferrari this afternoon. So handsome. He's even more charismatic in person than in the forum photos. Who's that next to him? That fat guy is too. The students passing by all turned their heads to look, and whispers could be heard everywhere. There was envy, jealousy, and the undisguised admiration in the girl's eyes. In the past, if he were surrounded by so many people, Fatty Wang would have wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. But today, Wang Dahai, walking beside Yang Qi, strutted with his head held high, exuding an air of indifference. A fox borrowing the tiger's power? No. This is called brothers getting the benefits. Brother Yang, look at those girls, they've been staring at you the whole time. Zhang Zhao pushed up his glasses, his tone tinged with a hint of sour envy. Especially that one in the pleated skirt, her eyes are practically glued to you. Yang Qi didn't even turn his head, his gaze fixed straight ahead, and said calmly. Raise your standards, just look at the wildflowers by the roadside. Li Qing walked at the back with his hands in his pockets. Although he didn't say anything, his shiny sneakers showed that he was not calm at the moment. The 4 of them weaved through the crowded streets and turned into a slightly quieter alleyway, seemingly familiar with the area. Deep in the alley, a slightly greasy red sign hangs, Sichuan Cuisine Restaurant. This is a typical hole-in-the-wall restaurant. The shop is small, with only 7 or 8 tables, and the walls are yellowed from the soot. But business here is booming, especially among boys. There is no other reason. Besides the generous portions and authentic flavors, there's another, more important reason. The proprietress. Hey! Isn't this our little Yon? As soon as I entered, a mature, magnetic female voice greeted me. They saw a beautiful woman wearing an apron, who, despite her light makeup, still exuded charm, smiling at them. She is the owner of this shop, Lu Ruyan. A woman in her early 30s is at the most mature and charming. Although she was wearing a simple apron, the tight fabric still couldn't hide her stunning curves. Especially her pair of full breasts, which seemed ready to burst forth, trembled slightly as she walked, making Fatty Wang stare wide-eyed. Sister Ruyan, may your business prosper. Yang Qi smiled and nodded, his attitude natural and generous, without the slightest awkwardness. In the past, when he came here to eat, he would feel somewhat shy in front of the charming proprietress, and even dare not look her in the eye. But now, having experienced the baptism of top beauties like Su Chanxian and Su Qingyue, plus the system's blessing, Yang Qi's mindset has undergone a complete transformation. His gaze swept over Lu Ruyan, without any lewdness, only pure appreciation and inquiry. A thought crossed my mind. The eye of exploration is activated. Moment. A faint blue light appeared on Yang Qi's retina. Rows of data, visible only to him, were clearly displayed above Lu Ruyan's head. Target, Lu Ruyan. Age, 32. Appearance, 88, still attractive. Body size, 91. Affection level, 60, treats you like a friendly, familiar younger brother. Number of charging sessions, 1, widowed for 3 years, has remained celibate, and runs a restaurant alone. Current predicament, frequently harassed by thugs demanding protection money, longing for someone to rely on, but afraid of marrying the wrong person. Upon seeing this data, Yang Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. Looks, 88, figure, 91. This is already a rare gem among ordinary people, especially the unique charm of a mature woman, which is incomparable to that of a naive female college student. And the charging attempt was only once? Or is she widowed? In this materialistic society, this is even rarer than a giant panda. It seems this proprietress has quite a story to tell. Yang Qi calmly withdrew his gaze and closed his detective eye. The same old rules? Lu Ruyan was completely unaware that she had been seen through, and continued to greet people warmly, casually picking up a rag to wipe the round table furthest inside. You're lucky today, a large table just became available. Fatty Wang plopped down on the slightly wobbly plastic stool and shouted impatiently. Sister Ruyan, I'm starving. Same as always, 1 serving of twice-cooked pork, extra spicy. And another boiled sliced pork, a plate of mapo tofu, and that kung pao chicken. All right, bring 5 buckets of rice first. I'm about to pounce on it like a hungry tiger. Wang Dahai rattled off a string of dishes, all of them hearty and substantial. It's clear that they intend to make up for all the physical and mental energy they expended this afternoon. Zhang Zhao and Li Qing also took their seats, tapping their disposable chopsticks together as they waited for the meal to begin. Lu Ruyan smiled as she wrote down the menu, and was about to turn around and go to the kitchen. Wait a moment. Yang Qi, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable composure. Lu Ruyan stopped and turned around, looking at Yang Qi with some confusion. She was surprised to find that Yang Qi seemed different today than usual. The handsome but somewhat shy young man from before is gone. Instead, there was a man with deep eyes, exuding powerful confidence in every gesture. This change in demeanor made even the seasoned boss lady, who had seen countless people, take a second look, and her heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. What's wrong, Xiaoyang? Do you want more food? Lu Ruyan subconsciously brushed a stray hair behind her ear, her tone becoming gentler than usual. Yang Qi leaned back in his chair, his long, slender fingers tapping lightly on the table. These are the vegetables for now. However, please add another set of bowls and chopsticks. Also, bring out that bottle of peach blossom wine you've been saving. We're happy today, have some. These words were spoken. Not only was Lu Ruyan stunned. Even Wang Pangzi and his 2 companions, who were just about to unleash their chopsticks on a rampage, were stunned. The atmosphere at the table froze for a second. Add another set of bowls and chopsticks? Wang Dahai blinked his beady eyes, forgetting to swallow the saliva in his mouth. He glanced at Zhang Zhao, then at Li Qing. There are only 4 people in our dorm, aren't there? Is someone else coming? Zhang Zhao nervously pushed up his glasses, countless possibilities flashing through his mind. Brother Yang, you didn't actually call Counselor Shinbing, did you? Thinking of that icy, aloof older sister who always had a stern face and seemed to owe her $5 million, Zhang Zhao couldn't help but shudder. Don't scare me. If Shin Bing comes, I won't be able to eat this meal. Li Qing was calmer. He glanced at Yang Qi and tentatively asked, could it be Senior Lin Qingxue? The kiss between Yang Qi and Lin Qingxue at the school gate that afternoon caused a sensation throughout the entire school. If Yang Qi were to invite the student council vice president to eat at such a hole-in-the-wall restaurant, it would be absolutely explosive news. Lu Ruyan also looked at Yang Qi with curiosity. She's been running her shop here for several years, and these guys have always been inseparable, like a rock-solid quartet. She's never seen them bring anyone else along, let alone a girl. Yang Qi couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at his roommate's tense yet gossipy expressions. Instead of answering directly, he picked up the barley tea on the table and slowly poured himself a cup. The rising steam from the hot tea blurred his handsome face, making him look even more mysterious and unpredictable. It's neither Shin Bing nor Lin Qingxue. Yang Qi took a sip of tea and said calmly. Stop making wild guesses. Just a friend. By the way, Fatty, when the people arrive later, you'd better tone down your eating. Don't embarrass me like you've never eaten in 8 lifetimes. Although he said, he's just a friend. But anyone who wasn't a fool could tell that there was something fishy about Yang Qi's confident and even indulgent tone. Wang Dehai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that it wasn't a teacher. Immediately, the fire of the 8 trigrams blazed fiercely. He moved closer to Yang Qi, lowered his voice, and gave him a lewd wink. Godfather, can you give me a hint? Male or female? If it's a man, I won't care. If it's a woman, could she be our future sister-in-law? Yang Qi glanced at him, a half smile on his face. Keep it a secret. You'll know when they arrive. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Lu Ruyan, who was still standing there in a daze. Sister Ruyan, please hurry up and serve the food. She should be here soon. The fleeting tenderness in his eyes was dazzling even to someone as experienced as Lu Ruyan. Okay. Lu Ruyan snapped out of her daze and quickly nodded in agreement. But in his heart he was secretly thinking. This kid seems to have really made something of himself. Not only has her demeanor changed drastically, but she has also perfectly captured this sense of mystery. The person who would make him take this so seriously and even add an extra set of chopsticks and a bowl must be someone extraordinary. Lu Ruyan turned and walked towards the kitchen, her waist swaying with captivating charm. But at that moment, the 3 people in room 404 had no interest in appreciating the landlady's back view. Their attention was completely drawn to the upcoming mystery guest. I bet 5 cents she's definitely a beauty. Wang Dehai slammed his fist on the table with great conviction. And she's definitely not one of those ordinary, unremarkable girls from our school. Think about it, what level is Brother Yang at now? Drive a Ferrari, get a Bentley in return. Could an average girl catch his eye? Zheng Zhao nodded in agreement as he wiped his glasses. That makes sense. For Brother Yang to specially add an extra set of chopsticks and bowls, and even tell us to be mindful of our table manners. This kind of treatment is probably something even Lin Qingxue might not receive, right? Although Li Qing didn't say anything, he silently straightened the bone plate in front of him and carefully wiped a corner of the table with a napkin. Clearly, he was also aware of the seriousness of the problem. Yang Qi looked at the 3 clowns as if they were facing a formidable enemy, but simply smiled and offered no explanation. He turned his head, his gaze passing through the slightly greasy glass door to the bustling street. Let's calculate the time. That obedient canary should be arriving soon. As for Su Qingyue, Yang Qi has an absolute desire for control. That was Su Qingyue, who belonged only to him. No matter how aloof and virtuous she may appear to outsiders. Whenever she was in front of him, she had to learn to hide all her sharp edges and become a docile little cat. And today, bringing her to this kind of down-to-earth, unassuming restaurant was also part of Yang Qi's plan. He wanted to get her used to this contrast. I'm used to falling from the clouds to the mortal world, and then finding a new place beside him. I also want to let my brothers see it. What is the real? A dimensional reduction attack. Just then, the wind chimes at the entrance of the restaurant suddenly made a crisp ding-a-ling sound. The once noisy restaurant suddenly went silent. A faint, cool fragrance of jasmine quietly drifted into the air filled with the smell of cooking oil. Everyone's eyes were unconsciously drawn to the doorway. This includes Wang Dehai, Zhang Zhao, and Lu Ruyan, who just came out carrying a steaming plate of twice-cooked pork. The next second, gasps of astonishment rose and fell.